9 months old. Training hard. Insane mana. Enrolled in school by 6. Every single kid wanted to be his friend. He absolutely did not care. This icy boy just wanted peace to grind his aura. Still, one girl kept trying to grab his attention. Initially, he just ignored her completely. But when local bullies started bothering her, he finally stepped up. One clean move. He sent a kid flying through the air, crashing down hard. Dude literally broke his back. Spinal damage. The crying girl thanked him. But looking closer, he noticed something wild. She was a walking mana battery. A pure genius. That finally caught his eye. Fast forward, disaster strikes, his family vehicle. Massive monsters suddenly ambush them out of nowhere. Even at just 6 years old, his mana control was absolutely godlike. He sliced a massive truck completely in half. A true match for the legendary Truck Kun. He straight up looked like Killua right here. Now he is throwing hands with a national threat monster called Kraken. Honestly, he is completely dominating. The S-rank hero assigned here was trapped in traffic. Suddenly, an explosive mana wave blasted off the bridge heading straight for the Kraken. From his intel, there was absolutely zero chance another hero was anywhere nearby. Realizing this was a massive rank 3 threat, he got completely hyped and bailed out. Quick stretches done, he grabbed his sword and unleashed an insane aura. Then he sprinted at maximum speed, straight into the absolute chaos. Staring at that huge mana pool, he was baffled. A powerhouse being out here made zero sense. Arriving, he spotted the kid soloing the Kraken. Then he realized that crazy mana actually came from the fainted girl who completely drained herself. That girl was his little sister, and this kid was protecting her all alone against a deadly rank 3 beast. Victor, a terrifying S-rank hunter, instantly knew the truth. These two kids were ridiculously overpowered. Stick with me here, why is this kid so different? How did he go from cold to totally frozen? Ignoring romance just to grind levels since he was a literal baby. Simple. In his past life, he was the Undead. A brutal berserker who lived only to slaughter monsters. Flashback time. He was inside one of the 8 black dungeons. An unbeatable hellhole called the Abyss. No human survives there. Elite monsters everywhere. But he sliced through them like butter. Totally unstoppable. Then even more elites spawned. But this time his strike failed. A massive tooth completely shattered his blade. Without blinking, he drew another sword and destroyed it. Nobody survived to tell the tale, not even his own teammates. His dark destiny was already sealed. He marched straight into the boss room. Pitch black. He could not see anything, but he felt its massive, monstrous presence. The Abyss Master opened one eye, and instantly his stomach was just gone. Yeah, he will not be eating anything anytime soon. I know what you were thinking. Game over, right? Yet he just laughed at this impossible boss. Just as he was fading to black, a crying girl suddenly screamed out, begging him not to die. Matthew turned. The girl sobbed uncontrollably, while Sarah started desperately blasting him with healing magic. Matthew yelled at her to run, but Sarah screamed back, crying harder, seeing his absolutely fatal, gruesome wounds. Him being alive was already a miracle. Her eyes locked in. If she pulled off one more impossible miracle, she could save him. He truly thought this was the end. The final breath of a bloody life spent butchering monsters. Watching Sarah, he had zero regrets except leaving his partner alone. He prayed for her forgiveness. Then, Matthew thought about Chloe. He never cared about anybody. But he worried for this young girl, silently thanking her for finding the tiny bit of good inside him. Sarah sobbed, flat out refusing to abandon him. Pushing past her magical limits, a blinding golden light erupted from her shaking hands. No matter the terrifying cost, she was going to save his life. Boom, a massive beam blasted him, triggering a huge explosion. Opening his eyes, his parents were standing right there. A girl smiled, cheering that he woke up. Matthew tried speaking. His mom gave a warm look, leaving him totally confused. Was this actually the afterlife? The woman called herself Mom. The guy beside her claimed to be Dad, joking he woke up fast for them. Matthew raised his tiny hand, weakly grabbing his mother's finger. She smiled brightly, offering support. Meanwhile, his dad joked that he also had 2 hands and 10 whole fingers ready to help out. Matthew completely froze. This was not the afterlife. He could barely move. He actually survived. He regressed into a 1-year-old baby. His eyes went wide. Reversing time was supposed to be completely impossible. So what do you and I take from this? Matthew remembered Sarah's healing. If that miracle worked, Chloe must have activated it right before his death. Alright, stick with me on this one. Matthew figured after hitting the 12 Thrones tier, regressing was not actually that crazy. He looked away, fighting back tears. Seeing his parents again, he never thought it possible. Past life, gone at age 6. Brutally ripped away by monsters. His pure hatred for those beasts never faded. Reaching a tiny hand out, he swore this second chance would completely rewrite history. He pumped his tiny fist, shouting in absolute victory. Wait, epic memories or not, he was literally a baby surrounded by plushies. Massive reality check. Completely helpless. His epic quest right now, eating, napping, and filling diapers. Lifting his tiny hand, he figured breathing was a solid start. Bracing for a barrel roll, he hoped his baby stats were enough. Anna waved frantically, cheering like a coach. He just stared. This insanely energetic kid, that was Anna, his 4-year-old sister. An old photo flashed. Memories of her were fuzzy compared to their parents. But one specific moment, crystal clear. Sitting in a car with Anna, promising she would never ever leave him. Snapping back to reality, he remembered everything falling apart. During the monster attack, Anna held him tight, repeating that exact promise. Boom. Our guy completed the role. His sister completely lost it, squeezing him tight as her handsome little man. Sitting up at 9 months old, literally glowing with magic, he realized she was completely obsessed. Mana was everywhere. Thin, yeah, but floating around. Back when fighting monsters, he always ran out of juice. Time to grind mana into this tiny body. Anna pulled away, confused by his weird baby meditation. He blinked, suddenly noticing something completely off while gathering energy. Now pay attention. Staring at her aura, he realized his sister was a sponge soaking up insane mana. Being a mana battery is terrible. Too much energy causes fatal mana poisoning. Before that happens, he seriously needs to teach her control. Grabbing his tiny hands, Anna proudly offered walking lessons. Little did she know her baby brother was actually a fully functioning adult inside. He had major leveling up to do so. He started touching grass way more often. Anna waved like crazy, announcing she brought Matthew. The neighborhood squad instantly waved back, greeting the baby. He just scowled. His sister was basically the neighborhood star. Then he locked eyes with one specific girl. She glared right back, completely annoyed, demanding to know why this baby was even here. Matthew deadpanned that he was dragged here, then instantly roasted her by calling her a stick. She screamed to drop it, but he shot back, "If you look like a stick, you are a stick." Anna rushed over to break the tension, happily asking for the game plan. "I know what you are thinking. Why is a 36-year-old veteran playing cops and robbers?" Our guy wondered that too when the chubby kid suggested it. Completely oblivious, Anna flashed a massive smile, offering to explain the rules for his first time. He smiled back. Seeing her this happy just felt right. They strolled down the alleyway. Noticing they were totally covered in mud, Anna just grinned, swearing it was fun. Muttering that she had a point, suddenly a dog bared its fangs. Anna froze. Staring at the aggressive mutt, Matthew instantly realized this was no pet. Instinctively, Anna threw her arm out to shield him. Shaking, she whispered everything was fine. That promise echoed. She would always protect him. Anna clenched her jaw. His eyes widened. Not this time. He gently placed his tiny hand on hers, pushed her arm away, and stepped to the front. Past life, he just cried while she held him. Things were different now. Planting his feet, Matthew swore in this timeline he was the shield. Anna stared in absolute shock. Heavy mana flared around her brother, shooting pure intimidation at the mutt. The beast flinched. Matthew hit it with a terrifying glare, demanding it get lost. The stray panicked and bolted. His intense fire flared, then vanished. He simply smiled, saying he was perfectly fine. Grabbing his shoulders, Anna begged to learn his mana secrets. Watching her spin with excitement, he figured this hype was totally expected. Pulling away, he agreed to train her. He admitted this was his master plan from the start. Anna laughed brightly. Then panic hit, grabbing him, she yelled. They had to sprint home before Mom totally freaked out. That tragic family image flashed. Her smile, he had to protect it. So what do we take from this? He had 6 years to prevent a massacre. Running after his sister, he swore to burn the world to change their fate. Red lightning crackled. A top spun violently across the floor. Anna practiced injecting mana into the toy. Matthew corrected her too much power. She needed exact force and balance. You and I are jumping right into a wild Manhwa. He rubbed his neck. His sister Anna had massive mana, but zero control. Anna rolled her sleeves up, screaming for him to watch. She blasted her raw mana, and that toy top just spun out of control. Bam! The toy rocketed right past her, ricocheting across the room. No just sighed heavily. She had a long way to go. Anna started sobbing, bawling, that she didn't deserve an epic gift. Meanwhile, their family just kept watching TV. Mom chimed in. Next year, our main character, Matthew, turned 6, finally starting kindergarten. He shot her a look, swearing he didn't need it. But Mom brought up his promise. Propping his chin up, he realized his endless complaining only delayed the inevitable. Still, he swore he'd go at 6. Now, he'd be totally trapped. He imagined himself stuck in class with screaming literal babies. On the TV, the host announced just 1 minute left in the year. A totally historic day. She told everyone to watch closely. A reporter at Jongno, right by the ancestral graves, claimed a brand new chapter of Korean history was beginning. No just lowered his head, scoffing at that new chapter. Now, pay attention here because things take a massive dark turn. He pictured the absolute fools who first summoned monsters using mana. Mana literally bred monsters. Right before the 21st century in 1999, an apocalyptic disaster hit everyone hard. He remembered those beasts shredding the city to pieces. 30% of the population just wiped out. Giant bugs crushed entire cities. Humanity was left trembling, knowing monsters could spawn out of nowhere. Laws, governments, totally useless. Mana became the only real power, creating a brutal new order. Matthew pictured those armed elites. The ultra-rich and the strongest players crushed the old world, grabbing all the power. But when the dust finally cleared, humanity was already broken way beyond repair. He recalled people hiding from the beasts in pure terror. Cities were completely cut off, isolated regions just waiting to die. Then No thought about Korea. In all that hopelessness, one tiny spark of hope actually sparked. A woman walked across the square looking up. Anna gasped, totally starstruck by her beauty. Matthew remembered Molly. Once a famous actress, she became the absolute first goddess to protect the entire country. Just by holding out her hand, Molly could calm wild mana. Her broken skill, white grace. Resting his head, Matthew thought of the Night Squad. The elite players guarding that altar became Korea's ultimate weapons, the 12 Thrones. He knew the Mana Control Bureau managed players, but the absolute strongest beasts basically built their own clans. Walking toward the glowing sphere, Molly's massive influence and ultra-rare gift made her one of those legendary thrones. He added that clan thrones could completely double-dip, abusing the Bureau's authority and their own clan's insane firepower. Let that sink in for a second. The elite warriors kneeling with their heads completely bowed. Molly announced that the 12 Thrones hoped their sacrifice would save tomorrow. Anna reached out to the screen. Molly was praying, begging the heavens for the strength to protect Korea. Boom, the massive sphere ignited. A brilliant blue light blasted outward, washing pure mana over the city. The host pointed at the screen. A giant cocoon opened, forming a massive half-dome barrier that blocked wild mana from Seoul's sky. Smiling, Anna sprinted to the balcony to watch. No followed her, but suddenly his sister spun around, completely frozen in shock. Glowing mana particles fell exactly like snow. In dead silence, Anna whispered about how gorgeous it looked. Dad let out a sigh. They could finally live in peace. Mom just kept thanking the goddess. Families on nearby balconies started praying too. Soon, everybody joined. No's parents folded their hands, praying deeply. Anna copied them, yelling that she wanted to pray too. They told No to join in, and he turned. Matthew just lowered his head. He knew the ugly truth. There were no gods. He remembered dragons burning cities to ash. When the apocalypse hit, even gods died. The blue sky burned, slowly closing in on them. He looked up, feeling that sky darkening again, but Anna just smiled, praying for her family to be happy forever. Glancing at her, Matthew finally smiled. He promised himself that in this life his family would stay happy. No folded his hands together. But somewhere in the dark, a massive monster lurked. He was almost 6 now. So, what do you and I make of this? Tragedy is coming. But first, Matthew's off to kindergarten. The teacher beamed, announcing a brand new friend was joining the class. She sweetly asked No to introduce himself. He sighed, introducing himself as 6-year-old Matthew. The kids whispered as he forced out a super dry, "Nice to meet you." "All right, stick with me. You and I are diving right back into this madness." The teacher just laughed, assuming he'd try making some friends. But our main character, he literally could not care less about playing with toddlers. Suddenly, a screeching voice interrupted him. Catherine was absolutely losing her mind, screaming about being stuck in his group. No just stood there, arms crossed, completely unfazed. The girl snapped right back, yelling at him to drop that stupid nickname immediately. Their teacher rushed over to do some damage control. Giving them free time before lunch, she told everyone to play nice. Instantly, Matthew got mobbed. Kids swarmed him from every direction, asking if he knew basic math. The teacher just smiled from a distance, thinking everything was fine. Hands stuffed in his pockets, Matthew realized surviving this tsunami of questions was going to be pure hell. He absolutely despised dealing with kids. Glancing over, he spotted the reading corner. No pulled down a book, desperate for just 5 minutes of peace. Sure, these were literal baby books, but reading was honestly the easiest way to escape this nightmare. Matthew dragged a chair over. Suddenly, a little girl's ribbon twitched. She slowly turned his way, staring at him with a completely blank expression. Her eyes went wide, face turning bright red. Then a kid appeared right behind her. Smirking like an absolute menace, the boy asked who actually reads those boring books. Then he mocked the poor girl for sitting alone with 0 friends. Her jaw dropped. Before she could even blink, the bully snatched her ribbon, laughing at how ugly it was. Panicking, she begged him to give it back. It was a precious gift from her dad. But the brat just sneered and flat out refused. He sprinted off, daring her to catch him. The poor girl just burst into tears, crying helplessly. Now, pay attention because this is where it gets hilarious. The brat stuck his tongue out, then totally froze when No called him a baby. Our guy casually stood up, walked right over, and told the punk he was acting like a giant toddler. Honestly, pure comedy gold. The bully swung a wild punch, screaming threats. No effortlessly dodged, swept the kid's legs out, and snatched the ribbon right out of the air. He casually strolled back, handing the ribbon to the girl. Then he dropped some advice: never let anyone steal your stuff again. Scrambling up, the bully screamed that this was not over. Coming from a 6-year-old, kinda creepy. No just whipped around and glared. The kid instantly panicked, sprinting away while screaming empty threats. The little girl nervously grabbed his sweater. She tried to speak but just burst into tears, realizing he actually saved her precious ribbon. No glanced down, scanning his classmates. Sure, Catherine and Jimmy had decent mana, but the rest of these kids were completely average. Let's pause, you and I both saw that coming, right? He just sensed a terrifying amount of mana inside her. He stumbled back in pure shock. Her energy was completely broken, maybe even stronger than his sister's. He pictured her insane future. She was already controlling it flawlessly, keeping the energy compressed instead of leaking everywhere. With talent like this, she could definitely become a 12 Thrones member. Leaning in, No suddenly realized he never actually heard her name before his past regression. Even without becoming a player, this raw power meant she was a future legend. So he reached out his hand, offering friendship. Blushing furiously, she grabbed his hand. He smirked internally. In this brutal world, mana is everything, and staying close to a prodigy was pure genius. Squeezing his hand, she thanked him. Beaming brightly, she declared they were going to be best friends. Sunlight flooded into No's house. His mom smiled warmly, thanking him. He noticed she pulled that little paper carnation he made in kindergarten straight from his bag. She patted his sister, telling her to say thanks. It honestly looked way better than a real flower. No frowned. That belonged to his sister, and hers looked terrible. Anna smiled brightly, showing off she already had another one. Their mom laughed, guessing he made 3 total, meaning 1 was for his sister. He just blinked. He softly muttered that it was actually for his grandma. He remembered this perfectly. Everyone had to craft carnations for Parents' Day at school. Even though his parents were already gone, he was still forced to make one. Those poor flowers just sat completely crushed in his backpack. Later, his grandma found them while packing his stuff proudly, displaying them in the hallway. He never actually gave them to her himself. Back then, he foolishly believed distancing himself would magically erase his grief and hatred for monsters. He never showed true gratitude until it was way too late. In this new life, he would change everything. On March 4th, the news announced the government finally reopened the Forbidden Roads. Now separated families could officially reunite for the holidays. No remembered tons of high-level players were hired to protect those exact roads. But then a massive Kraken ambushed everyone out of absolutely nowhere. Because of that monster, countless innocent people were slaughtered, including his family traveling to see his grandma. His dad smiled, saying the holiday officially started tomorrow. So maybe they could visit grandma. Anna froze, asking him again. No just clenched his jaw. He had to stop them. Trust me, you'll want to see what he does next. His sister just repeated her question. Noah just glared. They only had one grandma left since his dad was an orphan and only mom's side remained. Stick with me, you and I are about to see how heavy these past life memories get. Grandma raised him after his family died right until she passed away too. His dad quickly pointed out that leaving the city was still pretty dangerous. But the government secured the roads this year. Noah looked down quietly, asking if they could maybe visit her some other time. Dad looked absolutely shocked. Mom bent down, reminding him he literally made a paper carnation for Grandma, so he clearly wanted to go. Noah just muttered that maybe today wasn't a really good day. They could delay the trip. He clenched his fist. Sadly, as a kid, his words carried zero weight. To stop this whole trip without looking suspicious, he had to play the kid card. So he randomly shouted about Children's Day coming up. He begged to hit the nearby amusement park and ride the Viking ship. Instantly, Anna threw her hand up, screaming to ride it too. Their dad just smiled. Honestly, neither of them had ever been to that park before. Mom quickly reminded them that random monster activity was the exact reason why. Scratching his head, Dad smiled. They could easily fix that by just going tomorrow. Mom raised a finger, promising to pack whatever snacks they wanted for lunch. Anna instantly demanded chicken nuggets and sandwiches. Noah forced a super fake smile. If he couldn't kill the Kraken, he could at least stop his family from running right into it. Just that one tiny change could totally rewrite the future. Then he looked up. His eyes instantly locked onto his mom. Her face went dead pale. Something was terribly wrong with Grandma. Looking away, she nervously asked them to wait a quick second. Dad turned around, asking what was wrong. Grandma had just collapsed. That heavy news hit Noah like an absolute truck. Let's pause for a second. We both know that makes zero sense. Before his regression, she was totally fine for years. Mom prayed it wasn't serious, but she desperately needed to check on her. Dad reached out saying he was super worried too. He was going with her. The amusement park trip was completely canceled. They were leaving the absolute second road. Security gave them clearance. Noah's face completely dropped. Little Anna leaned in softly, whispering that Grandma was sick. She knew he wanted the park, but they could always go later. That simple logic absolutely crushed him inside. Just trying to change fate had somehow directly hurt his grandma. If he pushed even harder, what else might break? Could he seriously not save his family from the Kraken? His vision slightly blurred. Why did he even regress if he was still this completely powerless? He slowly shut his eyes. If history just repeated itself, nothing had changed. But opening them again, a sudden realization hit him so hard. One massive difference remained. He was completely changed. He had built up pure mana since childhood, and retained all his insane past life combat experience. Noah slowly stepped away from his mom and just nodded. He stared right out the window. There was absolutely zero choice left. He had to go. Massive, terrifying tentacles flashed right through his memory. Now pay attention here. You're going to love his absolutely insane new plan fighting the Kraken himself. See, the Mana Control Bureau ranks monsters by pure global threat. The system works like this. Class 9 monsters basically just pollute nature or spread random sickness. Class 8 are major physical threats to normal life. Class 7 are basically just murderous thieves. Class 6 monsters can easily terrorize entire city blocks and invade human zones. And Class 5, those absolute beasts are strong enough to launch literal terror attacks completely by themselves. Noah remembered all those terrified people hiding in their houses. He pictured completely ruined cities and just kept calculating. Class 4 monsters lead massive monster hordes, enslave humans, and completely destroy basic survival. Class 3 beasts can easily threaten an entire government. They hit exactly like massive natural disasters. The Kraken was Class 2, a literal walking catastrophe that could topple nations, and right above that, Class 1 horrors, the exact kind that could literally wipe out all of humanity. Noah climbed into bed, his mind racing over all these monster rankings. Krakens were actually once Class 3, but years later, when he joined the academy, players got so insanely strong that Krakens were finally bumped down to Class 4. But the players stationed nearby right now only C to E rank, way too weak for a massive Kraken. The harsh, brutal truth was absolutely obvious here. He couldn't kill it either. But he had one wild option left. He pictured a lone warrior charging straight at that massive monster. A huge fire blast slammed right into it. Watching the ugly monster burn in his mind, his master plan clicked. Hold the line until a top-tier throne finally arrives. Just buy enough time. That was it. He stared down at his desk. But honestly, what kind of weapon could a little kid actually get? Little scissors or a box cutter, a kitchen knife was best, but Mom would definitely notice that thing missing. Still, if he pumped enough raw mana into a tiny blade, it might actually deal some serious damage. Suddenly, Anna walked in, asking if he was fully packed yet. Standing by the door, she mentioned everyone else was totally ready to go. Noah smiled, saying he was right behind her. He turned back quietly, whispering that he was ready. Traffic was completely packed. And trust me, we are definitely not ready for this wild trip. Alright, you and I are diving into a truly wild regression twist. His mom turns back, telling him to sleep. Matthew just smiles as the car rolls forward. He stares ahead, completely confused. In his past life, the massive Kraken boss spawned right at the middle of this bridge. But they already drove right past that spot. Why didn't it show up? His stomach completely drops. Did going back in time somehow butterfly affect the rest of his future? He keeps his eyes locked dead ahead, silently begging the universe to just let them cross. Then boom, the center of the bridge absolutely explodes. His mom screams, and Matthew realizes fate does not change easily. His dad's eyes go wide as their car slams right into the railing. Matthew instantly grabs his sister. He bites his lip hard. Fate is literally trolling his survival plans. The real nightmare has officially started. Matthew looks up. That massive Kraken is already crushing cars and tossing giant chunks of stone. Rocks rain down like literal missiles. People scream in pure panic, begging for the players to help. One player actually raises his sword, yelling to protect the civilians, but then he looks up, totally horrified. A giant tentacle slams down hard, the guy groans and total panic sets in. Even the pros are running. Matthew's family stares at the absolute carnage. Shaking, his dad insists that they need to move now. Watch carefully here, because things get totally insane. Pure chaos hits. He forces a calm face, saying to trust him. If they move slow, they can escape. Matthew looks super uneasy, but his mom gives a tiny smile. She says to listen to him and sneak out quietly. The players will help. They leave the wreckage. Suddenly, Anna's eyes go wide. Matthew turns and his little sister cries that her legs will not move. She bursts into tears, completely panicking. Their dad immediately checks on her, then crouches down to just carry her. He looks over, asking if Matthew is okay. The kid nods. He can definitely move. One player screams for everyone to hit the evacuation point. Running Matthew realizes this Class 3 monster entirely broke the pros. The veterans adapt fast, guiding everyone away. But Matthew knows the giant Kraken is not the only threat. They still have to cross. Suddenly, a spear flies right at a player, dropping him instantly. The family freezes in place. Fish monsters start climbing the bridge. Matthew grits his teeth. They are here. A diver monster rushes one player, yanking out its spear with a wild snarl before jumping another guy. The players fight back hard. One guy spins around, screaming desperately for anybody with some healing magic. Janeshna yells, she is on it, but a spear shoots at her and monsters completely swarm the player. The family pushes through the horrible wreckage. His dad shouts to trust him, swearing he will protect them no matter what. He yells even louder, to never look back, just run. The whole family sprints forward together. I know what you are thinking. Yep. A massive tentacle grabs a car and whips it. Matthew looks up, screaming that it is way too dangerous. Cars literally crash down near the runners. One car hits a fuel tank, causing a massive explosion. The family just stares, his dad totally stunned. One player screams at his teammate, begging for reinforcements. But the roads are completely blocked by roaring fire. They have only survived a few minutes, desperately needing help. Matthew immediately thinks about the famous 12 thrones. In his past life, they arrived exactly 30 minutes late. With blocked routes, the players cannot save anybody. Matthew stares down the monster swarm. Divers are easy, but an unchecked Kraken means literally everyone dies right here. He opens his mouth, then simply drops his briefcase to the ground. He has been preparing for this exact moment from the very start. Even if it costs him his own life, he is saving his family. He whips out a knife and scissors. He checks the blade, telling his parents to stay put until backup arrives. His dad furiously demands answers. Matthew says the players are holding the line. Closing his eyes, he says Anna will protect them now. Smiling faintly, he realizes that besides himself, Anna is the only person here who can use mana. His dad asks what a little kid can do. Anna shouts, Matthew bolts. Knife out, he does not even slow down as he charges straight at the Kraken. Pure mana floods into his tiny legs and he kicks off the ground incredibly hard. He leaps right over car roofs, his mana flaring up exactly like an erupting fire. He clenches his jaw. This is the exact mobility skill he spammed before his regression. But using it in a weak kid's body for the first time, absolutely brutal. Still, he glares forward. This crazy trick will get him to the boss super fast. He lands right beside the players. They spin around, screaming that it is way too dangerous. But trust me, you are going to want to see what he does next. Come along with me. Those stunned divers actually tried blocking his path. Matthew swings his knife, flooding it with pure mana. The blade bursts into flames. One brutal strike later, that monster loses its head. Standing on a car roof, he effortlessly dodges, sinks his knife right into its neck, and faces the next threat. Another quick slash, head totally gone. Matthew snaps his gaze upward, instantly blocking the next massive incoming hit. The heavy impact slams him against a car, but he catches himself. Blade up, more divers rush in and he swings wide. Past life muscle memory fully takes over. In a split second, another monster drops dead. He quickly spins around. Old battle instincts fully kick in. He casually slices off an arm. Gripping his knife double-handed, those legendary skills finally wake up. The pure rush of shredding monsters. Gritting his teeth, it feels like tapping into absolute godhood all over again. An epic battle cry from his past life flashes. Then he absolutely tears right through them. Hitting the dirt, he bounces back, driving his flaming blade through a skull. Dodging a thrown spear, he leaps off the car. He splits the beast in half, but then snap, the knife shatters. He grinds his teeth. That cheap trash weapon did not last. Tossing the junk aside, it is boss fight time. He literally snaps a pair of scissors apart, dual-wielding blades like an absolute madman. Now watch closely, you are going to love this. He sprints, stops dead, and stares down the Kraken, dropping into a battle stance. Scissors are his only weapon now. Suddenly, the giant Kraken whips a massive tentacle. Tracking perfectly, he hops back, dodging the smash. Then he literally lands right on the tentacle and sprints up at top speed. Launching directly at its ugly face, he aggressively stabs those scissor blades into its squishy head, twisting hard to carve even deeper. Ripping the blade out, Matthew follows up with an insanely powerful full-strength final strike. The beast whips another tentacle. Dodge landing safely on the bridge, Matthew checks his makeshift weapon completely ruined and totally useless. He tosses it. Blue mana flares as panic hits. Is he out of options? Luckily, he barely dodges another massive heavy Kraken strike. Sprinting along a slimy tentacle, another one crashes down. Now Matthew literally hangs suspended right over the giant monster. Double gripping his last blade, the tentacle closes in. A quick glance, bam, the heavy impact sends him totally flying through the air. He crashes hard, catching himself one-handed. Gritting his teeth, he curses out loud. His mana tank is running dangerously close to zero. Giant tentacles violently churn below, smashing directly into a support pillar. Instantly, the concrete beneath Matthew begins crumbling away. Grinding his teeth, he curses this highly annoying overgrown squid pushing forward across the shattered rubble. Purple tentacles erupt from the water. Pausing on the debris, he watches those giant arms literally pick up an entire truck. Metal violently cracks, then the beast chucks the truck right at his face. Matthew quickly raises his final blade. A bright blue aura flares. Calling his shot, he violently swings. Flash, and the massive truck is cleanly sliced right in half. The halves crash behind him, sending an epic fireball roaring upward. His glowing blade totally vanishes. Suddenly the Kraken is right in his face. Matthew wildly twists away, head nearly scraping the concrete. You and I both saw that coming, right? Game over. He is completely paralyzed, shaking in the smoke, zero mana left. Sprawled in the rubble, it hits him. Blacking out right here makes this entire second chance completely and utterly pointless. Fading fast, he stares into the Kraken's glaring red eye. But then bam, he slams his fist down, forcefully gritting his teeth. Not today. Staring death down, he swears to fight to the bitter end. Thinking of family, it all finally clicks. He has to survive and live for them. Suddenly, a massive tentacle heavily shadows right over him. Looming over him, the shaking kid screams, he will not die. Suddenly, tiny hands reach out. His sister appears, yelling at the monster to back off. Instantly, blinding golden lightning erupts right around the two siblings. That huge tentacle literally disintegrates. Nearby monsters shriek, but the absolute second they touch that light, completely evaporated. A massive light pillar blasts upward. Matthew stares at his sister, completely stunned. A literal miracle. Then a system notification pops. Miracles are broken abilities that literally alter the laws of reality. Matthew suddenly flashes back to 3 girls and a black-helmeted guy. In his past life before regressing, he only knew 4 people who actually possessed this god-tier gift. One was his old partner, Sarah. Then it clicks. Remembering Anna's freakishly huge mana pool, he realizes she might actually hold a legendary miracle gift too. His sister throws her arms around him, and he gently promises that he is totally fine. He checks his hands. His brutal wounds are literally zipping shut. The giant Kraken looms outside, but that insane light barrier completely shields them. But a dark memory hits a girl missing limbs. He suddenly dreads the horrific price required for a miracle. So what do you and I take from this? Broken powers demand a brutal price. Panicking, he checks if his little sister is safe. Let's dive right into the madness. Yuna forced a tired smile, claiming she was totally fine before her exhausted eyes shut. He squeezed her hand. A faint magical glow pulsed near her chest, making our guy smile. She barely had enough mana left just to keep breathing. That miracle actually drained her mana as a brutal penalty. No gently laid Yuna down. She dozed off. Whispering for her to rest, he looked up, declaring he'd end this alone. Boom, blue energy exploded around him. The massive Kraken breached the water, its red eyes glowing. No just grinned. The monster was awake. Wait, was it actually scared of his little sister? A massive tentacle whipped down violently, while another just hovered right above his head. Raising one hand, he warned the monster to back off. Then throwing his arms wide, he launched a completely brutal strike at the tentacles. Even more tentacles loomed overhead. No felt his mana refilling, but thinking of his family, he knew he couldn't solo this crazy Kraken. But get this, the timeline already changed. His family was alive. He smiled, realizing he had absolutely nothing left to fear right now. He just had to stall until the elite thrones arrived. Meanwhile, city traffic was an absolute nightmare. Over on a high bridge near the fight, some guy grumbled loudly. He opened his mouth, completely sick and tired of this gridlock. Legs crossed, he whined about the deadlocked cars. Glaring at his driver, he sarcastically asked if they were even moving at all. Sweating bullets, the driver mumbled that traffic was totally frozen. Literally every single road around Seoul looked exactly like this massive parking lot. Shutting his eyes, the red-haired kid muttered about quitting the 12 thrones. Instead of enjoying his sweet vacation, he was stuck in bumper-to-bumper hell. He only joined this squad to fight overpowered enemies, definitely not to waste his precious time sitting around with civilians. Now watch closely because things are about to escalate. The driver chuckled nervously as the redhead clenched his teeth, but suddenly both their eyes went wide. He raised a hand. The driver panicked, screaming about a massive mana wave. The boy quickly cut him off, saying he already felt it. His phone suddenly started ringing loudly. Staring at the device, the boy seriously wondered if he was just hearing things. An incoming call flashed. Victor scowled at the screen in pure annoyance and just bluntly demanded to know what class the monster was. They reported a Class 3 Kraken. Victor frowned, quietly muttering the monster's rank back to them. His eyes flashed a super dangerous red as he instantly demanded to know the monster's exact location. The driver went ghost white, picturing that Kraken destroying everything. Meanwhile, Victor grinned like an absolute maniac. People would lose their minds seeing his twisted reaction. Imagining those giant tentacles, Victor learned the beast was at Seongsan Bridge. Apparently, the other pro fighters there were already getting totally wrecked. Hearing the damage was still unknown, Victor opened his mouth. He knew he could step right in and end this chaos instantly. They promised a pickup was coming, but he just looked away. Completely ignoring them, Victor stepped right out of the car. The driver panicked, asking what the clan lord was thinking. Casually stretching his leg, Victor announced he was going on foot. In this brutal traffic, they'd never make it anyway. Click. Victor smoothly drew his badass blade. The driver screamed that walking would take 2 whole hours. Never even looking back, Victor coolly replied it would only take 30 minutes. Resting his sword on his shoulder, he shouted out for power. Intense blue energy instantly engulfed him. Stomping the ground, he launched off. Victor rocketed forward at unbelievable speed, leaving his driver staring blankly at the endless traffic. "We all get it right. Sweating bullets," the driver mumbled. It made perfect sense. Victor was an absolute battle maniac, craving the strongest opponents. Victor smirked confidently. After all, this arrogant kid was the lord of the Blade clan, the completely legendary demon of fire. 30 minutes later, that ugly fish monster opened its jaws. Suddenly, blazing flames erupted right before our boy. Victor sprinted past all the abandoned cars. Opening his eyes wide, he stared dead ahead at a massive, towering pillar of light. That was definitely magic, and Victor knew it. He smirked, realizing some insanely strong unknown player had just crashed this chaotic party. Blue energy coated his palms as that monstrous Kraken swung a ridiculously heavy tentacle. No gritted his teeth, totally ready. Bam! A guy with a sword suddenly flashed in. Victor cleanly sliced the tentacle off. Our MC looked up, realizing elite backup was finally here. The man touched down perfectly. The red-haired kid stared straight ahead with a cool gaze, and No instantly recognized him. It was Victor, the famous fire demon. The severed tentacle burst into flames, leaving the Kraken staring at its stump. The beast quickly slipped back underwater, leaving the surface totally empty. Victor gripped his sword tightly. His pyrokinetic gift let him control flames freely. That exact power earned him his badass nickname. The red-haired kid casually turned to look right at No and Yuna. Victor was genuinely stunned. They were literally just kids. Yuna was still glowing blue, and he quickly noticed the insanely dense mana surrounding her. So she was the one casting magic. Standing before them, Victor figured out she had completely drained her mana and just passed out. And this boy had been fiercely protecting her from that Kraken alone. The fire demon smiled, genuinely impressed by their crazy strength. Opening his palm, he told them not to be afraid. "Trust me, we are going to love what happens next. Trust me, on this one our guy wasn't actually going to hurt them. Well, not yet anyway." Sweat dripped down Matthew's face. Swinging his flaming blade, Victor casually announced his one goal: hunting the Kraken. Shielding the kids, he ordered our main character to stay back, because that beast was absolutely coming back. Deep underwater, those glowing red eyes suddenly flashed. Victor grinned, asking if he was the famous immortal everyone hyped up. Matthew just stared in total silence. Facing him head-on, Matthew asked what his deal was. Victor smirked. Nothing major, he just wanted to see if the kid matched the crazy rumors. So he challenged him to a duel. Our guy shot it down instantly, telling him to move. Resting his massive sword on his shoulder, the fire demon flat-out refused. "You want to pass? Better beat me first." Matthew sighed, closing his eyes. A fierce blue aura exploded around him. He warned Victor he'd regret this. In response, Victor just swung his fiery sword. He dashed straight toward the fire demon. Matthew stood strong in front of the kids, holding his little sister completely tight. He recalled his past life. Before returning, Victor was always annoying him for a duel. Pictured in his old armor, one harsh reality hit him. He had never actually beaten Victor. Every single clash just made the fire demon way stronger. This red-haired lunatic was a literal battle maniac. Frowning at the water, Victor mocked the Kraken for hiding like a total coward. Scared of a little spark. Suddenly, a massive tentacle slammed into the bridge columns. The asphalt violently shook right beneath them. Grinding his teeth, the fire demon yelled. The beast snapped a major support. Cracks rapidly spiderwebbed across the shattered road. Matthew scooped Anna up. Meanwhile, Victor finally realized going all out was completely impossible with these kids just standing around. Bam! Something totally smashed the blue barrier. Fresh columns shot up to support the bridge. Victor grinned. The Holy Mother had arrived perfectly on cue. A chopper buzzed right overhead. A girl gripping a magical staff yelled at him to drop the nickname. She really wasn't that old. This was Grace, literally one of the 12 thrones. Sweating bullets, she complained they could have just choppered him in. Why run the entire way? Victor cracked his knuckles casually, replying he had to get here fast. Her staff glowing bright, Grace promised backup was minutes away. They would handle civilian rescue, but right now he had to wipe out that Kraken. Intense blue healing energy swirled around the fire demon. Grace glared down, but Victor stubbornly claimed he didn't even need her healing buffs. She instantly snapped at him to shut up. Stop acting so tough, while turning his back to Matthew and little Anna. Victor said the kids were her problem now. Bright blue light radiated from her. Sweating heavily, Grace fired back that she obviously knew that. Here is where it gets absolutely wild. Waves crashed as the massive Kraken surfaced right beside the bridge. The fire demon charged, screaming it was finally out. Victor shattered the asphalt and leaped high. Water completely exploded. The massive monster glared straight ahead. Flames literally ignited right across the water. Victor emerged fully engulfed in raging fire. He just casually walked toward the beast while giant tentacles surrounded him. More disgusting tentacles loomed high above. They attacked all at once. Suddenly a blinding flash erupted right near the dark silhouette. Victor flashed a wild smile, calling the monster completely weak. His sword blazed as he officially declared the Kraken dead. The fire demon swung hard. A massive wave of pure flame blasted outward. Boom. An absolute insane explosion completely swallowed the monstrous Kraken. Victor casually rested his massive blade on his shoulder, admiring the burning monster. Matthew let out a gasp. The boss was actually taken down. Grace rushed right over, checking if the poor kids were all right. Kneeling down, she gently told them to stay perfectly calm. She prepared a healing spell. But suddenly, sweat trickled down her face. Staring at Matthew, holding little Anna, Grace realized they didn't have a single scratch. Remembering that terrifying monster, she honestly thought some kind of absolute miracle must have protected them. You and I both know who the real miracle is. But as Grace reached out, her hands suddenly froze. The kids were right there. But Matthew glared coldly at her, issuing a completely deadly warning: do not touch his little sister. Grace started sweating, totally stunned by the threat. How could a literal kid sound that terrifyingly serious? Staring him down, she finally had to ask just who exactly was he. Rescue choppers loudly roared overhead. Glancing up, Grace announced the rescue squad was finally here. They needed to get these kids to a hospital immediately. Matthew just looked up, dead serious. Later on, the local news reported a massive Kraken struck Stoneson Bridge at 5 p.m., causing huge casualties. Grace even appeared on live TV, stating rescue operations were ongoing and the government was handling the massive disaster. Sitting quietly in front of the screen, our boy lowered his gaze. Anna rested right nearby, eyes gently closed. Matthew recalled the doctor's words: she was severely drained of mana, but a simple mana potion would easily cure her. He remembered the horrific image of his family's dead bodies. But then he finally smiled. The nightmare was officially over, and everyone survived. Gently placing a warm hand on his sister's forehead, he realized the absolute truth. He had successfully rewritten the future. Suddenly someone called out, making his eyes go totally wide. Turning around, his parents were charging right toward him, looking exhausted and completely furious. So what's the verdict here? Trust me, you and I know he is in some massive trouble now. Let's dive into this together. Tracy frantically checked him for injuries, but he acted completely fine. John immediately asked about Anna. Pointing to the bed, Matthew explained she was just sleeping off a major mana drain and a potion. Hearing that, his dad vigorously rubbed his temples, letting out one massive sigh of relief. But then, boom. His dad's eyes snapped wide open, furiously demanding to know why Matthew ran off. Matthew just stared at the floor and apologized. Sweating bullets, he secretly wondered why he was even saying sorry. Everyone survived, right? Total absolute win. Looking up, he realized he didn't feel sorry at all, just staring blankly right at his parents. His dad looked insanely tense. His mom was fully crying. Matthew instantly froze solid in pure shock. Then it finally clicked. They literally did not care about winning. They were terrified because he actually fought a massive Kraken. Looking down, he remembered exactly how much losing family actually hurts. He just rushed into extreme danger alone, ignoring their feelings completely. Clenching his teeth, Matthew quickly apologized again, fully admitting his massive mistake. Tears falling, he promised he would never pull that again. Suddenly, Tracy smiled so warmly and opened her arms. He dove straight into her hug. John joined the emotional pileup, begging him to never pull a wild stunt like that. Bawling his eyes out, he fully agreed. Maybe, just maybe, he didn't need to fight giant monsters anymore. Maybe he could actually just be a normal kid today. The very next morning, warm sunlight filled the entire hospital room. John pointed down the hallway, saying Anna was getting discharged, meaning Matthew had to wait. Raising one hand, the kid promised he would stay put. Yeah, opening his eyes, the kid suddenly realized his parents had completely and utterly lost all their trust in him. He really hoped that feeling would pass soon. With Anna sleeping peacefully, he just sat there and randomly popped a snack in. His face immediately flushed bright red. Wow, this thing actually tasted incredibly amazing. Turning around, he eagerly asked for more, craving serious sugar after burning so much energy. Someone handed him a cookie and he politely thanked them. Here is where you and I need to pay attention. Sweating heavily, Matthew froze as Victor casually asked if he hated chocolate cookies. Before he could even answer, Victor aggressively shoved the thing right into his mouth. Matthew awkwardly looked away. This guy definitely didn't look like someone basically on his deathbed. Or maybe he was just completely insane from the start. Grinning like an absolute maniac, Victor asked his age. Hearing he was 6, Victor crossed his arms, noting that was super young. He asked about Anna next, finding out she was 10 before randomly asking for her exact name too. Matthew frowned, totally confused why he cared about her name. But Victor smirked, saying he actually wanted his name, not hers. Sweating nervously, he quietly answered Matthew. Victor smiled casually, offering to recommend the kid to the elite academy right then and there. You and I totally saw this coming, right? He realized this fire demon just wanted to dump him in the academy to raise a future rival. A freezing cold shiver ran down his spine. This absolute psycho was literally farming future opponents. Standing up, Victor casually mentioned the kid had plenty of time to really think it over. Looking down, he promised to remember Matthew's name. Meanwhile, Grace was patiently waiting right outside. Watching him walk out, she asked if he was really dipping. She mentioned a miracle like that had not hit Korea in ages. Victor literally just picked his ear and flat out stated he completely did not care. Turning back, he reminded her he was older. Even though she was now one of the 12 thrones, she desperately needed to watch her tone. He pointed out that if this miracle was truly rare, the media would absolutely mob the kid. His peaceful, normal life would be totally ruined. Grace angrily clenched her fist tight as Victor bluntly asked if she actually really wanted that. Glancing back, he told her to drop the entire thing if she understood. Then he just casually suggested they go grab some coffee. Grace instantly daydreamed about a massive pile of desserts. She stared, asking if he was absolutely crazy, but he just smiled, telling her to watch her language. Victor casually admitted he just really craved something sweet after burning off so much crazy energy. A single day after the Kraken attack, they pulled up to their grandmother's quiet house. As they got out, John asked why she was not resting inside. Tracy said she was sick, but Grandma smiled, saying she missed them so incredibly much. Coming outside to greet her beloved grandkids, she walked up to the car immediately, pointing out how completely exhausted everyone actually looked. Spotting the kids fully asleep inside, she whispered to let them rest. Matthew slowly fluttered his eyes open, realizing Anna was totally using him as a pillow. He carefully sat up beside her, wondering how that was even slightly comfortable. Nearby, both his parents were completely out cold too. Smiling slightly, he figured she definitely inherited that heavy sleeping habit from their mom. Tucking Anna in with a blanket, he quietly slipped out of the room. Sitting totally alone outside, glowing blue energy wrapped right around his fingers. He suddenly realized his mana pool had actually grown way bigger. So what do you and I take from this? Guessing his gift caused the power-up, he remembered his past life. Trust me, stick around for what happens next. Alright, you and I are back in. Jumping to his berserker class, burning mana meant serious power, picturing past fights. Thinking about those glowing red eyes, that title fit perfectly. Using mana literally made him insane. Matthew touched his face. Slicing a truck in half was crazy, but his mind felt totally fine. If this broken power had 0 hidden costs, it was absolutely the ultimate cheat skill ever. Still, he clenched his fist. There had to be a catch. Suddenly, his grandma walked over asking why he was awake. Matthew froze. How long was she there? He completely failed to sense her presence. Rubbing his neck, he awkwardly blamed sleeping in the car. Grandma just tossed her sweater over him, claiming growing boys need rest. He laughed a bit. Remembering all her late-night tea trips, he realized she was always checking in. Watching the sweet old woman, he realized she was patiently waiting for him to vent his worries and share real feelings. So he finally asked why she was still awake. Smiling warmly, she claimed it was because her grandson was awake. Matthew started sweating bullets nervously. Brushing back his hair, he realized the truth. He wanted his grandma close, just not as a helpless little kid anymore. But when she offered warm milk, the boy threw his hands up instantly. Nope, absolutely no way. Then Tracy suddenly popped up, asking if he was completely sure. Matthew panicked. When did Mom get here? She pointed playfully at the milk. Totally defeated, he slowly lifted the mug to drink. Sitting outside, Tracy admitted that phone call completely terrified her. Grandma just brushed it off, claiming the neighbor was being super dramatic. Tracy insisted she was worried sick, hearing the old woman had straight up fainted earlier. Matthew looked away, guessing she just slipped. But Grandma told Tracy she was actually just distracted by something super weird. Sitting right there, Matthew listened super closely. His grandmother mentioned climbing the stairs and thinking she saw him. Now pay attention. She waved her hand fast, begging them to listen. She wasn't crazy. She remembered a dark figure upstairs waving frantically and warning her to stay away. Staring straight at the boy, she realized that figure was warning her grandson, not her. Matthew rubbed his chin. Thinking about that horrific tentacle monster, he knew this wasn't an ordinary dream. He imagined his terrified family. If things went bad, they could die just like Grandpa. Cold sweat dripped down his face. If that shadow was actually him, she should have warned him. A voice called this whole situation amazing, especially since it happened so recently. Grandma patted his head, recalling Grandpa seeing a lonely deer outside, but it was just Matthew. Tracy looked over, asking for the full details. She turned away, mentioning a super weird dream where her dad left a deer behind. The boy sat quietly between them, looking at his mom when she asked about his dream job. You probably thought this was a peaceful moment, right? Nope. He lowered his mug and screaming red-eyed monsters spawned everywhere. Sweat dripped down the poor kid's face. His mom touched his shoulder, asking if he was all right. Matthew casually turned around, forcing a massive smile. He claimed he was fine, just undecided on his future. She said that was totally okay. Our main character looked away. Grandma smiled warmly, reminding him he was young and in absolutely zero rush. Live fully, find happiness, face tough times, make great friends, and fight alongside them. Study hard, play hard, and his true calling would show up. The boy glanced away, unsure. Closing her eyes gently, the old woman told him to just keep living and find his passion. Matthew gave a super awkward smile. Her big advice was literally, just be happy. Mom agreed, hugging him tight. He had plenty of time to survive anything. The guy blushed hard when Tracy said his name meant endless cosmic power, which he totally knew. His mom smiled brightly, promising she would always be incredibly proud of whatever path he picked. The boy looked at Grandma, who happily promised she would always have his back too. Suddenly, little Anna popped out demanding milk. She joined in Tracy, asking why she was awake, while Grandma called her over for a drink. Matthew couldn't help but smile. He blushed slightly, lips parting in pure surprise. Magic flowers suddenly appeared in his hands. Handing them to Grandma made everyone smile. The sweet old woman thanked him, promising to put them on the nightstand for everyone. He knew she just wanted to flex them, and that's where we leave it. She missed the flower's true meaning, but seeing her smile, trust me, totally worth it. Let's jump right into this wholesome chaos. Anna sat by the woman, while Matthew smiled, determined to give her endless happy memories right now. The sky above the three women was beautifully clear. His grandmother folded her hands while our guy simply thanked her for absolutely everything. Suddenly, familiar voices echoed inside. His parents walked in with huge smiles, dropping the massive news that they were having another baby. Matthew and Anna just stared, completely and utterly stunned. His sister sprinted straight to Dad, screaming to ask if she was finally getting a new brother. Mom looked at her son confused while Tracy hugged our hero tight. Tears actually welled up in his eyes as he thanked his mom for this. His parents smiled warmly as Matthew called it the absolute best day of his life. John even joked that strangers might actually mistake Matthew for the baby's dad. The whole family happily gathered around the table. Flashback to kindergarten. A little girl ran up to our main character asking if he missed her. Matthew, wearing fake dog ears, literally just barked at her. 3 kids patted him gently, telling him not to cry. Meanwhile, Matthew looked away, absolutely fuming while gripping a mug. Catherine demanded to know why everyone found this weird dog cute. She smirked, joking that it would be way better to toss the mud out. Our guy growled, but she fired right back, threatening to snitch to the teacher for punishment. Instantly, the main character dropped the dog act and just pretended to be asleep. Now, stick with me here because things get hilariously weird. A boy actually stuffed him straight inside an animal cage. Soon after, a man walked in. The girl ran straight to her dad, totally thrilled. Meanwhile, Matthew wandered down the hallway, quietly observing every little thing. Suddenly, something caught his eye. Right there at a little table, he spotted a girl intensely reading a heavy book. Matthew asked what she was reading, and she proudly announced Sherlock Holmes. He paused, then instantly blurted out that Sherlock and the professor fall off a waterfall and die. The poor girl just stared at him, completely traumatized. Matthew smiled awkwardly, realizing he just dropped an absolutely massive spoiler. She lowered her head, looking incredibly devastated, and quietly mumbled that she had not even finished the story yet. Panicking, Matthew apologized quickly, adding that Sherlock actually comes back alive later. But that somehow made her look even sadder. He sprinted away, screaming how sorry he was. He kept wandering around the chaotic kindergarten. Soon, Matthew noticed massive groups of kids crowding tightly into one single spot. The kids were literally throwing down in tiny dramatic brawls. Suddenly, one of the fighters glared right at Matthew. Our hero just smiled casually, asking who the absolute strongest was. Matthew listened closely as the kids started frantically whispering. 2 boys stood face to face. In a total flash, one pulled out a toy sword and aimed it directly at Matthew. He dramatically screamed that this town was too small for both of them, declaring Matthew was finished. Matthew just stared at the blade, completely unfazed. The other kids screamed for the boy to prove his true strength. Meanwhile, our main character just kept smiling. Pure kindergarten anime drama. Matthew glanced at an annoyed Catherine, who literally told him to drop dead, which honestly felt incredibly on brand for her. The hero looked down boldly, claiming he never needed anyone's help anyway. Then Matthew slowly turned to Olivia with a smirk. With dramatic tears streaming down her face, she screamed that she hated him. The boy tightly gripped his sword, declaring he was always destined to be alone. Matthew flashed a nervous smile casually, saying this was going to be the absolute end for everyone. Watch closely, this gets epic. The boys squared up. Jimmy screamed for the match to begin, charging straight ahead, but Matthew casually raised his blade to block the strike. Bam! Jimmy's weapon went flying high into the air. The kid totally panicked, desperately reaching out to try and snatch it back. In that exact split second, the main character rushed the hero, and Matthew's plastic blade landed perfectly right in Jimmy's stomach. The lost sword hit the ground, spinning wildly. Jimmy collapsed on all fours next to it, while our guy calmly sheathed his fake weapon like an absolute boss. Jimmy gritted his teeth dramatically, swearing he could keep fighting if he just unleashed his hidden powers. Then he just curled up on the floor in utter defeat. Every single kid stared at Matthew in pure awe, clapping wildly for the victor. Matthew looked down at Jimmy coolly, telling him it was a good fight. The crowd went crazy, shouting that he was an absolute legend who really knew his stuff. The boys kept excitedly tugging at him, claiming only he could pull it out. Right there, a play sword was buried, super deep in a pile of iron. Matthew stared at it while the kids quietly whispered that nobody else understood Excalibur. Then, our hero's hand reached out and gripped the hilt tightly. He held it tight and easily yanked it out like a boss, while the kids went completely nuts. Matthew just smiled, eyes closed, soaking in all the epic cheering. Happy shouts echoed from the kindergarten. Meanwhile, near a random street bench outside, something extremely strange lay right there on the ground. A glowing phone nearby played the news. The city had a massive problem. Actual 7th grade goblins had suddenly appeared. The urgent report confirmed the night guardian Orland Mariner was bravely holding the line, but 2 goblins somehow escaped. The serious news anchor gave a warning. These nasty goblins were hiding in crowded spots, and anyone seeing them needed to report it immediately. Out on the street, kids were playing normally. Catherine happily chased after a girl, while Matthew quietly watched them from afar. He wondered if kids ever get tired. Trust me, you are going to want to see exactly what this kid does next. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into this timeline. After rewriting his fate, our hero knows he has to hoard every second. Because soon, mana becomes true power. So yeah, he starts aggressively stockpiling it. Getting past this latest incident means Matthew can harvest a ton more mana. The neighborhood kids happily drag him off to play. Honestly, he is completely blindsided by their crazy, endless energy. Suddenly, a nanny yells out telling everyone to attack the ice cream. They instantly swarm the cart, absolutely beaming over their favorite flavors. Matthew just watches from the sidelines, grumbling that they are literally just children. The nanny waves the rest over for a sweet treat. 2 hands shoot out for the same ice cream. Matthew and Catherine grab it. Our main character glares, telling her to let go since he touched it first, but she totally refuses. The nanny watches, looking super worried. Stepping in with a calm smile, the teacher takes the treat, ordering absolutely no fighting. Snap. He snaps the ice cream right in half. Handing them a piece each, he says to share. But Matthew and Catherine demand a winner-takes-all match. Visibly annoyed, the teacher shuts it down, forcing a fair split. Olivia looks up at the man, totally surprised, and asks where Jimmy is. Chewing on her candy, Catherine says Jimmy is in the garden swinging a wooden sword. She wonders why he always ditches them to play solo. Matthew casually drops that it is secret training. Catherine immediately asks why Olivia wants to bring him ice cream. Smiling, Olivia says she just feels bad he is alone while they have fun. Catherine laughs, calling her way too soft-hearted for reality. The teacher hands Olivia another piece of ice cream, asking if she wants to go deliver it. Catherine asks if she needs backup, but Olivia says she will go solo. Sitting on a pipe, Matthew casually watches her leave. He just stares blankly at the ground. Then a loud voice calls everyone for freeze tag. Catherine walks past telling him to play, but Matthew flat out refuses. Annoyed, she snaps that nobody wants to hang with a buzzkill. He turns his back, telling her not to worry. Still pouting, Catherine admits Anna specifically said to include him. Thinking of his sister actually makes him smile. The kids start with rock, paper, scissors. Matthew watches them scatter, completely unamused. He glances sideways, then instantly sprints full speed right toward Catherine. He reaches out, but she frowns and screams for him to freeze. Shifting gears, Matthew instantly chases another kid. He tags him hard, turning him to water. Without missing a single beat, Matthew dashes right back at Catherine. She looks totally confused, and he swoops in, grinning. Bam, he taps her back. Catherine glares daggers at him before another player tags her too. All the kids start shouting that Catherine is it. Absolutely furious, she snaps at Matthew, screaming he is dead. Smirking, he asks if she really thinks she can catch him. But then his eyes widen in pure fear. Matthew stops cold. Now watch closely because everything changes here. Smiling, Catherine grabs his hand, notices his horrified face, and asks why he froze. Matthew is suddenly slammed by heavy killing intent. A massive hand slowly lifts a nearby weapon. He grits his teeth, eyeing the monster. The kids just stare up at the giant shadow, totally confused. A level 7 goblin is standing right outside. 2 kids are completely paralyzed by pure fear. One little girl just stares blankly as the beast reaches out. It hoists a massive razor-sharp axe and violently brings it down. The deadly blade slices the air, dropping straight for her head. At the absolute last second, Matthew hurls something right at it. The heavy impact knocks the axe flying. The thing turns around with a dumb, confused grunt. Matthew glares fiercely back. Finding a new target, the goblin snatches its weapon. It hacks wildly, but Matthew casually dodges every single heavy swing. Slipping past another sloppy strike, he mutters that he is so sick of these ugly things. Holding a glowing stick radiating raw power, he decides to one-shot this guy. He lunges straight for its stomach, but suddenly someone else jumps right into the fray. You and I definitely did not see this coming. Out of nowhere, some random guy smacks the goblin's head, screaming. The dude is literally holding a mop. He turns screaming at Matthew to stop standing around. Glaring hard, he chucks it. Boom! It slams into the monster's chest, knocking it backwards. Suddenly, a guy in glasses grabs Matthew's collar. He tosses Matthew onto his back, grabs a girl's arm, and starts sprinting, screaming to hold tight. 2 enraged goblins follow. The man narrows his eyes, shouting that they are almost safe, but then one goblin leaps high, axe completely raised. Matthew thrusts his small hands forward, intense blue light gathering in his palms. He realizes these shadows are moving way too fast. Then bam, he fires off a heavy spell. A split second later, it smashes the goblin's chest, blasting it away. The second goblin just keeps rushing, ignoring its ally. The running man finally halts, clutching both kids. A loud crash echoes. Inside, the teacher collapses as kids crowd around. And that is where we stop. Trust me, you need the next part. Alright, let's jump into pure chaos together. He catches his breath, only to realize everyone else already totally evacuated. Matthew scans the room. The remaining kids are whispering. Real actual goblins showed up just a few days ago. Grabbing the panicked teacher from behind the headmistress, insists that she already called for official backup. They just have to barricade the doors and wait for players. Suddenly, Catherine shoves through, screaming. Her friends are completely missing. The teacher goes completely pale. Another kid blurts out they were just in the garden eating ice cream. He jumps up, shouting he will go rescue them. But the headmistress grabs his shoulder, yelling it is an absolute suicide mission. Everyone shakes in pure terror as someone insists the teacher absolutely has to stay put right there. Crying hard, the kids ask what happens to their friends. They just have to be brought back safe. Amidst the chaos, someone steps out of the tent. Outside, a terrified girl watches a goblin pin her best friend down. The monster raises its massive axe. Panicking hard, she squeezes her eyes shut and shoves both hands forward. Blue light flashes as she screams for it to stop. She pushes the goblin with all her strength. Boom! The beast flies sideways, flipping through the air before crashing hard. She rushes over, trying to help her friend up. But the monster is already getting right back up to attack again. Backing away slowly, the boy suddenly stops, gritting his teeth. Now pay attention, you and I cannot miss this. He grabs her hand, screaming to run. The goblin just stares. She cries, asking what to do. He says the adults will definitely save them, they just need to hide. He points straight at the jungle gym bars. Seconds later, they scramble right up. Suddenly, a low, creepy growl makes him look back. The goblin is creeping right after them, moving slow and steady. He tells her to keep climbing up, but she begs him to follow. Turning around, he bravely declares he will hold the ugly monster off until the adults finally arrive. He gets into a wobbly fighting stance with his plastic sword. Behind him, the girl cries, begging him to just come up. The goblin walks up, looking oddly curious. Shaking in pure terror, the brave kid still stands his ground. An epic image flashes in his mind, a hero with a giant sword crushing a monster. The kid beams, pumps his fist, shouting for victory. Blushing hard, he keeps hyping himself up. He says that hero is amazing and he is absolutely next. Gripping his plastic toy, he imagines becoming an epic fire demon hero. Smiling, he declares he should fight because goblins are totally weak. The goblin lowers its ugly head, completely annoyed. Opening its mouth super wide, it rushes forward, swinging its massive axe. The kid thinks his anime training will save him. He dashes in, swinging his toy, but the goblin simply smacks him away like a bug. His plastic toy flies straight backward. The goblin raises its axe for the final kill. But wait, someone suddenly grabs the toy sword. The ugly monster moves in for the kill. Sobbing hard, the boy instantly throws his hands up. You felt that same panic, right? He slowly opens his eyes. The girl looks down and boom, Matthew stands there, sword in hand. The kid is trembling wildly when Matthew calmly tells him he actually did a really good job. Turning with a smile, Matthew calls him a real man. They share a look before the goblin snaps out of it and violently charges forward. The kid screams a loud warning. Matthew tightly grips his blade and instantly bursts forward. One flawlessly clean strike completely severs the monster's hand. The axe goes flying, and the goblin just stares at its bloody stump in sheer horror. Matthew does not hesitate for a single second. With a freezing cold glare, he swings again, splitting the monster perfectly in two. A massive blue crystal drops as bright yellow flames quickly burn the body. The shiny gem rolls across the floor. Flicking the monster blood off his blade, Matthew turns with a soft smile and tells them they can finally breathe. The boy instantly tackle hugs him, yelling that he is a real actual hero. He completely knocks Matthew over, who just glares annoyed, asking what his deal is. The girl joins the dog pile, screaming and hugging them both tightly. She clutches his shirt, her face bright red. Sobbing, she admits she was really terrified. Pale Matthew awkwardly tries peeling them off. Then we jump back a little earlier. Matthew steps out of the room, hearing the terrified kids crying hard about what happens next. He walks down the dark hall and breathes deep. His eyes glow neon blue, raw energy spreading through the entire building. He instantly senses a boy and girl outside screaming while running from a nasty goblin. He realizes these are the exact kids he needs to find. For now, they are alive and escaping. But suddenly he senses the disgusting, heavy, dark aura of another goblin nearby. Stopping, he decides to eliminate the one heading for the gym first. The goblin slowly turns around with a truly gross growl. It whips around as he yells, demanding what it wants. Our guy stands his ground, completely glaring hard with a simple box cutter drawn. He raises his blade power, erupting. The goblin charges, swinging its axe, but Matthew dodges. Trust me, you and I want to see what happens next. You and I are jumping right into the madness. He bounces up, kicks the wall, and boom, directly behind the monster. He aims, driving the blade deep. The goblin roars, swinging a massive axe. But no, he literally flips over. It kicks the ceiling and dives back down like an absolute missile. Pointing his box cutter forward, the aura around that tiny blade just completely explodes. And just like that slice, he cuts the goblin right in half. The beast crumbles into dry sand, dropping a massive blue crystal onto the floor. Taking a step back, No stares at his box cutter. Yeah, it is totally wrecked. Tossing the blade, he mutters coldly. Anyone attacking a kindergarten is total trash. Next time, zero hesitation. Dashing off, he instantly worries about his friends. Can they survive just a bit longer? Grinding his teeth, he desperately scans the hallway for them. Back to the others. Kids are screaming in absolute panic. A boy and girl are literally glued to no sobbing. The teacher bursts in aggressively, swinging a broom. She frantically asks if Leonard is hurt. He stays totally quiet, just staring blankly ahead. Then he flashes this innocent smile. Everything is perfectly fine. Meanwhile, armed soldiers wait outside. A soldier approaches, offering a hand. Did this kid seriously kill a monster? Our boy smiles, avoids eye contact, and lies smoothly. The goblin was basically dead already. He claims he just poked it and poof vanished, but the soldier looks totally doubtful, holding up the blue crystal. He explains goblins are rank 7 or 8. A 7-year-old kid taking one down solo, literally zero chance of that happening. Now here's where you and I need to pay close attention. He pictures the kid shattering that core. That requires insane physical strength. So he directly asks what actually happened to the goblins outside. Sweating nervously, No invents a wild excuse. Maybe the goblins fought each other to the death. By the time he arrived, the survivor was basically at 1 health point. Throwing his hands up in pure shock, the soldier buys it. That actually makes perfect sense. An official steps up, deeply apologizing to the school for the horrifying breach. He loudly swears to increase security, keeping these kids totally safe. Then he points right at our boy, officially declaring him the ultimate hero. He even hands him a shiny certificate, thanking him publicly. The crowd goes wild, screaming his name. But then we cut straight to his incredibly angry parents. They glare absolute daggers, scolding him for recklessly playing hero. His first punishment, a handwritten apology letter. Then comes the real talk. Our overpowered protagonist turns ghost white. Yeah, he is completely doomed. Someone tells him to force a bigger smile, and he laughs awkwardly. Fast forward school festival time. We both know this play is going to be a hilarious disaster, right? Little Olivia sits there gracefully playing Snow White. Cute boys dressed as dwarfs surround her, while the narrator hypes up her pure heart. The 7 dwarfs love her. Kids just giggle on stage, while the teacher passionately reads the script into the microphone. Backstage, absolute chaos. 2 boys peek out looking totally terrified. One is literally ripping his hair out. The dude completely forgot his lines. No, just crosses his arms. Bro, you literally have one single line to say. The kid stares at his shaking hands dramatically, screaming that a real captain never forgets. Our main character sighs heavily. That goblin attack really messed this kid up. He remembers being super annoyed, plus they were supposed to call him captain. Winking at his nervous buddy, No promises to unleash his top-tier acting skills, even though he honestly feels completely ridiculous doing this. Now, Catherine dramatically steps up, facing the beautiful princess. She pulls out a bright red apple, winking, and says it looks super tasty. Olivia steps forward, smiling brightly. Wow, it really is pretty. The dwarfs instantly wave their arms like crazy. Never take food from strangers, it could be totally poisoned. One blushing dwarf begs her to stop. Another kid turns completely pale, then randomly screams yes. He just keeps yelling at the top of his lungs, do not eat it. The poor teacher completely freezes. The entire auditorium drops into dead, awkward silence. And yeah, embarrassed parents are slowly walking out. Watching this absolute train wreck, no sighs. The kid is literally acting like a broken robot. Catherine completely loses it, chucking the apple and screaming to just eat it. But whack, it smacks the screaming dwarf right in the face. He completely freezes up. He dramatically collapses onto the floor. The other boys instantly burst into tears, wailing that their friend is dead. Everyone stares in shock. The teacher desperately ad-libs, yelling the brave dwarf ate the poison. Raising his hand, he forces the plot forward. The evil queen refuses to quit. Pointing at the stage, he yells, the queen forces Snow White to finish it. Catherine turns totally pale hearing that. So she grabs the half-eaten apple and literally shoves it straight into Olivia's mouth. Just eat it and leave me alone. Olivia goes entirely pale, reaching out weakly. Her mom screams from the crowd. Meanwhile, Catherine sprints off stage yelling she is the stepmother and hates that name. Blushing furiously, Olivia stares blankly at the bitten apple, then just hilariously flops onto the floor. The dwarfs frantically drag the fake dead boy away. Utterly defeated, the teacher rests a heavy hand on No's shoulder. Wiping away tears, the teacher calls him their last hope. You and I know he is doomed, right? Stick with me here, we are jumping straight into the action. He clenches his fists, complaining about some bet on the best performance. Then our boy slowly steps toward Olivia. She is lying totally still, on the flower's eyes squeezed shut. But he randomly freezes when a crowd member questions his next move. Noi looks down as nasty whispers rip through the parents. They call him Scary, the exact same kid who killed a monster and got a City Hall award. He instantly goes pale. His mind flashes straight back to that brutal monster slaughtering innocent people. In his head, he sees his older self holding a weird sphere while everyone watches. That monster, literally a player, completely breaking all human limits. Out of nowhere, Anna screams his name. Noi looks up totally confused and sees Anna glowing in the crowd, hand raised, yelling that she is there. Right behind her, his proud dad screams he is the most handsome boy alive. Mom waves like crazy too. Our main character just stares in dead silence. His cheeks burn bright red, sighing at how incredibly embarrassing this is. Shaking it off, he steps right toward Olivia. Taking a deep breath, he leans over, gently pats her head, and whispers he cannot believe someone this pretty exists. And then, a forehead kiss. Olivia slowly blinks open her eyes. She stands up, staring at him, completely lost, as the entire room just explodes into massive applause. Noi grabs Olivia's hand, pulling her to the stage front for a proper bow. Instantly, the other kids swarm them loudly, cheering their epic job. They grab him and start throwing him sky high. Looking totally terrified, he realizes this is actually super dangerous. He is literally about to fall, but someone catches him. Noi opens his eyes and sees his dad praising him. Now, sitting safely on his shoulders, our boy happily yanks his dad's hair. Then he flashes his mom a massive smile. Now watch this moment closely. She asks if he finally figured out his dream job. He looks shocked, realizing she asked this exact thing last year. He perfectly remembers her warm smile back then, asking what he wanted to be. Back then, he just looked down, totally clueless. Honestly, he still has zero idea. But then, he turns, seeing all his friends smiling happily. Olivia and Catherine hold hands, happily dancing around. Noi realizes he just wants to stay happy, and nobody is ruining that. Lowering his head with a smile, he closes his eyes. Warrior. His mom beams. He asks his dad to put him down. His father happily agrees, proudly calling him his little warrior, while mom watches with red cheeks. Noi sprints back to his friends. His mom silently hopes he follows his true path. Watching him laugh so freely, she vows to support him forever. Then boom, elementary school time. During the entrance ceremony, the main speaker congratulates all the little kids starting school. Our protagonist just rips a massive yawn. It is year 3 of the goddess calendar, and he is 8 now. Catherine walks over, scolding him for acting so bored during the principal's speech. He casually replies that the speech is just super weird anyway. Sarah smiles awkwardly, repeating their teacher's strict warning to stay quiet. But Jimmy pumps his fist, totally hyped, claiming there must be insanely strong kids here. Jimmy asks when our boy will become the school boss. He shuts that down fast, telling Jimmy to take a chill pill. The whole room suddenly drops dead silent when Jimmy loudly calls him boss again. He frantically tells Jimmy to shut up. You feel the cringe too, right? Catherine gets instantly annoyed, and our guy just feels incredibly awkward. He is literally drained already. Now, they are doing classroom introductions. Catherine happily greets everyone, stating her name and claiming the Hana district. Hand on her chest, she just keeps rambling. She name-drops her old kindergarten, begs for friends, admits she loves cheesy melodramas and genuinely loves music. Noi just stands there thinking she talks way too much. Nancy raises her hand and awkwardly interrupts, telling Catherine to save the life story because they are really short on time today. Catherine sits back down without a care, saying whatever. Desperately trying to keep the schedule moving, Nancy calls on the main character to go next. He easily agrees. Hands stuffed in his pockets, he casually drops his name and kindergarten. Then he simply adds, hoping they all get along. The class stares blankly. Nancy asks if that is it. He nods yes, so she tells him to sit. Flashing an awkward smile, Nancy randomly calls Sarah next. Sarah slowly stands up, looking incredibly nervous. She shuts her eyes tight, visibly shaking with fear as she struggles to speak. Sarah eventually squeaks out her name. Noi watches his terrified classmate. Later, we jump to Sarah's house. A guy wearing a bright pink apron happily welcomes the kids, introducing himself as Sarah's dad. The gang politely says hello. Her dad asks if the walk was tiring, promises to cook an awesome lunch, and asks what they want to drink right now. Noi frowns closely, studying Sarah's father. Rubbing his chin, our boy gets a very strange feeling he knows this man. They ask for chocolate, mango juice, and yogurt. So where do you and I recognize him from? Guess we will find out. Alright, stick with me here. Sarah's dad turns to ask what he wants, leaving Noah completely confused. Recovering quickly, our boy casually orders espresso or banana juice. But when that food finally hits the table, the kids just completely lose their minds. One kid literally licks his fork clean. Everyone just devours it, absolutely mind-blown, practically begging to know what they are actually eating. Catherine smirks. Sarah's dad is a straight-up master chef. Jimmy asks why she looks so proud, and she aggressively defends her best friend. He just shrugs, makes total sense. Catherine is a massive foodie. Furious, Catherine screams at him to shut up, forcing Jimmy to back off. But he still sticks his tongue out with this hilariously lazy glare. Noah seriously wonders what kind of meal gets a reaction like that. Then he completely freezes, clutching a glass wrapped in blue flames. What did he just drink? He stares in pure shock. It is actively restoring his mana. Noah frowns hard. That is literally impossible. Unless he just chugged a magic potion. Potions are legendary mana elixirs. If you fight monsters for a living, carrying one is literally a matter of life and death. Sarah nervously asks if it tastes bad. Panicking, he immediately lies and calls it incredibly delicious. Then Noah demands her dad's exact name. Pouring tea, Sarah quickly answers family name, Jung, first name, Sok-hoon. Our guy freezes, completely stunned. Now watch closely, because a second later Noah practically lunges at Sarah, desperately begging to be best friends. He grins to himself. Jung literally revolutionized the entire global potion market single-handedly. Jung handpicked every ingredient using a super rare filtering ability to perfectly extract pure mana from them. Later on, he becomes the absolute potion king, leading the Alice Group, one of South Korea's top 3 companies. Noah shuts his eyes. He never knew Jung had a daughter. Then it suddenly hits him. Jung only survives the future because Sarah actually lived. Our guy drops a heavy hand on Sarah's shoulder, calling out her name. Pointing at himself, he swears if anyone gives her trouble at school, just tell him. He absolutely will not let it slide. Smiling softly, Sarah thanks him. Back inside the classroom, Sarah just stands there with her fists tightly clenched. She nervously mumbles about going to day 1 kindergarten with Noah, and Catherine quietly adding that she loves reading and drinking tea. Flashing an adorably shy smile, she admits she struggles with new people, hoping her classmates will reach out to her first. Noah flashes a thumbs up. She absolutely crushed it, classic best friend behavior. Teacher Nancy politely thanks her. Next, Nancy tells the class to listen up for Claire. Noah turns confused, catching an ear twitch before spotting an actual tail. Claire stands up, trembling. Whispers instantly break out. Is she a monster? One kid even loudly calls her a half-breed. Let us pause for a second because this gets brutal. Half-breeds have mixed genes, and humanity reacts to them with pure, blind fear. Claire drops her head in total shame, hated by humanity just for looking like a monster. Looking incredibly awkward, Claire introduces herself. She skipped kindergarten but still begs everyone to be friends. Noah hears the harsh whispers. Kids say their parents warned them to stay away. He realizes this prejudice against half-breeds is seriously ugly. Nancy checks her class list, but Jimmy is already jumping to his feet. He loudly shouts his name and loves sword training. Plus, his boss is teaching him mana control. Someone asks what boss he means. Genuinely offended by the question, Jimmy points straight at a totally stunned Noah. Jimmy screams that his boss is sitting right over there. Flexing hard, he announces our guy is the undisputed boss of the class. He warns everyone against causing trouble because Noah is insanely strong. The whole class erupts into wild cheers. Nancy smiles awkwardly, telling Jimmy to sit. But then her face completely darkens. Looking extremely annoyed, Nancy orders our main character to stay after school. and bring his parents, she desperately needs a word. He has zero clue what he did wrong. Slumping down, he realizes school is exactly the exhausting nightmare he predicted. Outside, the kids are still screaming that the boss rules. Dragged to the office, he knows school life is pure hell. Later, holding a tray, Noah sighs the first-year mana tests are finally totally done. Jimmy and Claire easily scored above average. But Sarah, major problem. Her test result was so weird they probably just labeled it average to completely ignore it. Jimmy happily waves Noah over to their table. Surviving the day without a massive disaster, our guy figures he can finally eat in peace. They all hang out in the cafeteria for lunch. Jimmy proudly declares he is going for seconds. Noah closes his eyes. Actually, this is his third trip. That lunch cook is definitely going to remember him. Jimmy looks completely shocked, asking how he knew the cook already memorized his name. Catherine stands up annoyed, demanding her turn for more food, while Noah just smiles. So, what do you and I make of this crazy squad? Stick with me on this one. Academy life is about to get insanely chaotic. Catherine literally explodes, screaming she is totally not a glutton. She desperately begs Sarah for some backup, but Sarah straight up tells her she is wrong. Noah and Catherine literally start clashing spoons like actual swords. Then boom. A voice cuts through the cafeteria noise. Someone stares right at Claire, loudly pointing out she has a real tail. The whispers spread instantly. Kids start questioning why she even attends. Claire nervously looks away, while bullies tell everyone to avoid eye contact. Gripping her tray tight, she walks through the packed cafeteria, spotting just one empty seat. 3 seriously stuck-up kids are sitting right there. Claire timidly asks to join. Lara brutally rejects her. Noah just rolls his eyes while chewing his food, knowing Lara is the absolute worst person she could ask. Lara glares right down at Claire, like she is completely crazy for even trying. She cruelly demands to know exactly who she thinks she is to sit there. Her little followers jump in too, telling Claire to know her place while completely trashing her cheap outfit. Frozen in pure shock, Claire just stares at the ground during the vicious mocking. They joke she found her outfit in the garbage, saying she belongs at church. Totally overwhelmed, Claire quietly stammers out an apology. Catherine completely snaps. Since when does rich kid money give Lara a free pass to act like garbage? Sarah fully agrees, calling out this absolute cruelty. Jimmy glances toward Noah and the squad, waiting for someone to step up. When the whole cafeteria erupts into laughter and Claire starts crying, he finally moves. Now pay close attention here. This specific moment triggers a super dark flashback. Our armored hero remembers hearing, "Not all half-breeds are actually kind." The guy facing him argues that because of this, people just pretend their hearts are much gentler. He calls that entire idea a complete lie. Sure, maybe some half-breed kids are sweet, but there are plenty out there who are completely ruthless beasts. Sitting right across from him, Matthew asks for the punchline. The guy firmly claims half-breeds should never get special treatment just for simply existing. With a really deep frown, he warns Matthew to stop caring so much on his behalf. Matthew asks if he actually considers himself kind, but the guy denies it. Suddenly, Matthew stands straight up, making the other man physically flinch in his seat. Casually drawing his blade, Matthew flat out asks if the guy thinks he is actually weak. Throwing his hands up in absolute panic, the guy stammers a quick no, asking why Matthew is so angry. Furious, Matthew snaps that this absolute idiot sneaked into his tent at midnight just to seriously annoy him. Sword still completely pointed, Matthew aggressively orders him out to patrol duty unless he wants a severe beating. The guy instantly agrees. Cut to the Abyss dungeon, where someone slices right into a terrifying monster. Thinking it was just another standard dungeon mob, the guy completely lets his guard down. Suddenly, he looks down in pure shock as the monster fiercely counters. A razor-sharp mantis limb violently slashes right across his chest, spraying blood everywhere. The massive beast instantly turns toward them, absolutely hungry for its next victim. As it winds up for another strike, someone panics. But Matthew violently slams right into the mantis, totally focused. The brutal hit knocks the mantis back, but it wildly lashes out at the squad again. Matthew smoothly dodges the strike, tightening his tight grip on the hilt. Hemolymph sprays absolutely everywhere as Matthew cleanly slices through its massive body. One single devastating strike finishes it. Screaming the boy's name, Matthew frantically rushes over and hoists his bleeding friend right onto his back, but a dying Parn begs him to just leave. They have come way too far to hesitate right now. A staff-wielding girl rushes up, and Matthew desperately begs for her healing help, but Parn quickly cuts him off. The girl bites her finger in pure terror, while Parn sadly reminds Matthew he knows these fatal wounds well. He is heavily bleeding out. Knowing he is actively dying, Parn says they should at least take down as many monsters as possible, piling up dead corpses around them. Someone screams at them for just standing around there. Completely defeated, Matthew finally gives in quietly, asking for Parn's absolute final words. "I know what you are thinking. Let that sink in for a second. Parn repeats his old warning, not all half-breeds are actually good, so stop heavily favoring them. Completely heartbroken, Matthew softly says he remembers. Clenching his teeth, Parn warns there are far worse people out there. He tells Matthew to stop ignoring harsh reality while the girl cries nearby, finishing that he is absolutely no different from them. His hand finally goes totally limp, and his absolute final words confess he was actually a terrible person. Staring at his dead friend in pure shock, Matthew fiercely clenches his fist, wondering why that incredibly painful memory just had to surface right now. Snapping right back to the cafeteria, Matthew suddenly stands up and calls out Lara's name. He marches right over, demanding she make some room at her table. Catherine just smirks, completely expecting this power move. Jimmy offers some quick backup, but Matthew waves him off. Suddenly, someone snatches Claire's tray, and those brutal insults start right back up. Just pure venom. Seriously, what is wrong with her? How could she possibly be this completely stupid right now? Matthew smoothly snatches her tray right back, pointing out an open seat. Shocked, Claire nervously grabs his uniform sleeve, but he calmly mentions she is being a little too clingy. Flustered, Claire instantly lets go and apologizes. Matthew just says, "It is perfectly fine," and smoothly tells her to follow him. When Jimmy yells out, Matthew casually announces his squad saved her a spot. Surprised, Claire warns that helping her out will only make things so much worse for them, and trust me, that is exactly where we leave it for now. Dead serious, Matthew says. He does not care, while the girls mock his squad like absolute kindergartners. Let's kick things off together. Someone suggests hunting those guys down, but Lara just fixes her hair and shuts it down. Looking down, she confidently states those total nobodies are not worth the effort. Catherine points straight at Claire, warning her about Matthew's stubbornness. He instantly snaps back, totally telling her off. Pointing at himself, Jimmy completely brags about their epic lunch. Meanwhile, Sarah sweetly hands Claire a warm barley tea. She offers true friendship, making Claire smile brightly. The squad warns the tea is boiling but tastes absolutely amazing. Claire lifts the mug and literally chugs the boiling liquid. Sarah watches, stunned, as Claire shovels a massive bite down. Matthew frowns, telling her to chill, nobody is stealing her food. Suddenly, Claire bursts into heavy, real tears. Catherine panics, asking what happened. Sarah offers a handkerchief while a totally confused Matthew scrambles to fix this. He decides on a game. To win, everyone must completely suppress their mana and hide their presence. Pointing up, Matthew explains they can even use mana to physically boost their speed to escape his grasp. Claire admits she literally cannot control mana. Matthew tells her to hide normally, asking if her physical stamina is okay. Catherine gets hyped, fully promising to crush him using her own awesome powers. Realizing Claire hasn't unlocked telepathy, Matthew promises to teach her later. He bans indoor hiding and tells everyone to stay close. Turning around, he gives them exactly 100 seconds. Leaning against a pole, the long countdown finally kicks off. Boom, his eyes pop open. He stretches out, starts the hunt, and easily busts his friends one by one. Soon, only Claire and Sarah remain. He literally cannot sense Sarah, admitting her mana control is next level. Now watch closely with me, this is where it gets absolutely wild. Matthew charges the bushes. Ripping them open, he shouts victory. But spotting a tail fleeing, Matthew sprints after Claire, demanding she stop right now. He grabs for her, but Claire dodges. Matthew eats dirt while she sticks a perfect landing on the roof. Claire screams she hasn't lost until physically caught. Watching the chaos, Jimmy seriously wonders if those rules count. Rolling up his sleeve, Jimmy argues they were only spotted, not caught. Catherine smacks her palm, realizing the loophole run. His sister laughs, saying she wanted a rematch anyway. Surging with pure mana, she takes off at lightning speed. Matthew blankly stares as his friends completely scatter. Gripping his poor head, he wonders what the heck is happening. Glowing with mana, Claire yells he will catch them. She looks confused while Matthew just keeps screaming. I know what you are thinking. Hiding upstairs, classic move. Sarah sneaks up there, hunting for a solid spot. Hearing Matthew officially start the game, she focuses hard, knowing she absolutely must suppress her magical aura. Mana, fully hidden, Sarah knows indoors is a trap and heads out. But suddenly, massive stacks of books catch her eye. She walks over completely mesmerized. Seconds later, she is casually strolling with a book. Looking absolutely thrilled, Sarah declares this place an absolute paradise. Then she turns around, realizes she is totally lost, and nervously mutters that she should probably just leave. But looking at the books, she calls it wonderful instead. Spotting Alice in Wonderland, she wonders what it is. Suddenly, a strict-looking older man with glasses appears right behind her. Totally startled, Sarah spins around. Panicking, she begs him to keep reading. The old man happily continues, explaining that Alice is chasing the white rabbit. Matthew literally grits his teeth finding her. Sarah is just casually sitting on the old guy's lap. Matthew angrily scolds her for vanishing during the game. The old guy gently mentions she should have said her friends were waiting. Sarah awkwardly admits she forgot them. Matthew's sister randomly praises him, leaving our poor guy utterly confused. Annoyed that she completely forgot the squad, he gets mad. Sarah apologizes, and he lightly flicks her forehead. Rubbing her sore forehead, she listens to his lecture about warning them. She apologizes again, making Matthew quickly back off before the tears start falling. Matthew quickly apologizes to him, but the old man insists it is completely fine. He admits he was bored until she arrived. He invites Sarah back, thrilled to finally find a fellow bookworm. Sarah asks if he is serious, and he nods. She promises to return tomorrow for the story, but Matthew interrupts, saying it is late and time to go. He turns to leave, but the old man asks them to wait for a second. The old man offers a ride home. Moments later, a massive car waits on the street. He invites everyone inside. Matthew privately wonders who this guy is. Jimmy praises the soft seats, and Matthew suddenly realizes this car is insanely expensive. The old man tells the driver to go. Matthew watches it leave. Crying in the rain, he admits his jealousy. Trust me, you and I both know the broke friend struggle is real. You and I are about to dive into absolute chaos. Matthew stares at the classroom, totally stunned. The teacher just wrote class president election on the board, and guess whose name is front and center? Matthew's. Totally confused, he shoots his hand up, demanding to know who nominated him. Catherine looks away casually, mentioning she heard he actually wanted the job. Furious, Matthew demands a name, and she just points straight ahead. Jimmy flashes this cheeky little grin and slowly raises his hand. Glaring daggers at him, Matthew snaps that Jimmy shouldn't expect a single ounce of help from him. He calmly raises his hand flat out, rejecting the nomination. But the teacher just laughs, telling him he is stuck with it. Matthew straight up shouts that he is entirely unfit to be president. Caught off guard, Catherine calmly reminds him that every kid has hidden potential. Matthew immediately yells right back at Catherine. Why didn't she warn him earlier? Since Matthew is flying solo, the teacher asks if anyone else wants to run. Instantly, Laura shoots her hand up with a massive bright smile. The whole class immediately turns to stare at Laura. Glancing sideways at Matthew, she confidently tells the teacher she wants to run for president too. Matthew stares at her, completely lost. Then boom, a massive box of burgers appears. Smiling, Laura announces her dad bought lunch for the entire class. The classroom absolutely explodes into cheers. The kids instantly swear to vote for Laura as long as she keeps bribing them with burgers every month. Matthew's friends watch these massive sellouts with absolute pure disgust. Someone shoves a burger at Matthew. Grinning right beside him, Laura sarcastically thanks him for his super valuable vote. Shooting her an absolute death glare, Matthew flat out refuses to give her his vote. Dropping that harsh truth, he slowly backs away. He sighs, watching her manipulate everyone like a total pro. But hey, pay close attention here, because you need to see what catches his eye next. Jimmy is just standing there, mouth hanging wide open, practically drooling all over his wrapped burger. Meanwhile, Matthew's friends completely reject Laura's food in their own hilarious ways. Seeing their solid loyalty actually makes him smile, looking ahead with total confidence. Flash forward, and it is finally time for the elementary school spring trip. Smiling brightly, the teacher announces roll call, telling everyone to raise a hand and shout their name. Laughing out loud, she adds that the president and vice president absolutely must help out. Twirling her hair, Laura happily agrees to the job. Matthew answers too, looking absolutely completely miserable about it. Laura stands right beside the teacher, holding a little stick. She taps random stuff and hands out pretty flowers, while the teacher guides the kids. The kids laugh, happily clapping along. Opening up his lunchbox, Matthew actually finds a super sweet note saying he is loved. The girls nearby smile, telling him he seriously needs to look at Jimmy's crazy lunch. Sitting right next to him, Catherine is super touched by his sister's sweet note. Holding her sushi, she joins the others, staring at Jimmy's insane lunch in total shock. His food is literally shaped like a bear. Thinking about his own chef dad, Matthew admits he is honestly really enjoying his meal today. He stares at Jimmy in pure shock, while Catherine curiously asks what those tiny bear paws are even made of. Holding his drink and little snack, Jimmy just smiles, bragging that his mom promised it was super tasty. Matthew and Catherine give him this incredibly weirded out smile. Then Catherine calmly points out that his mom clearly didn't even pack that lunch herself. A boy suddenly sprints through the forest. Matthew looks around, totally confused. Now watch with me, this is where everything completely flips. Tripping over a massive tree root, the kid screams, terrified by whatever freaky monster is chasing him, before crashing violently into the dirt. Completely pinned to the ground, he is entirely helpless. Spotting a gigantic monster paw, he freezes in sheer terror. 7th grade hellhounds glare down like starving beasts. The kid screams his lungs out for help as a hellhound glares at him. Terrified, he looks away right as blood sprays absolutely everywhere. These freaky monsters start violently shoving each other, and one actually shrieks for them to stop. 2 rabid beasts straight up start fighting. 2 wolves snap their heads back to stare at their leader. The entire pack crouches low, and then the massive hell wolf roars at them to move out. The monstrous pack charges full speed straight toward Matthew's group. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, the kids shout excitedly, opening their hands over and over. But the small paper slips resting in their palms are completely blank. Jimmy and another girl sadly admit they got absolutely nothing this time around. But Matthew yells at them to just drop it and forget about it. Still grinning like a total maniac, Jimmy insists he absolutely must find that treasure. Looking seriously annoyed, Catherine suggests they just draw again. Everyone agrees, well, everyone except Matthew, who simply starts walking away. Catherine grabs his shoulder real tight and demands to know where he is going. Totally irritated, he follows the others anyway, wondering why they wandered out this far. Suddenly, Matthew remembers the incredibly dangerous dragons over near the Uijeongbu area. The kid suddenly whips around after hearing a super weird noise. Claire and Olivia nervously ask him what that sound was. Pressing a finger right to his lips, Matthew warns them to stay completely silent. Boom! A gigantic monster blitzes past them, massive paws easily clearing bushes in a single leap. Catherine points right at the beast, asking what the heck that thing is. She is pointing straight at a crazed wolf aggressively growling down at the kids. Matthew gets absolutely furious, completely failing to understand why this nightmare had to happen right now. And that is where we leave it for now. The Uijeongbu monster's completely shattered soul's protective cocoon, moving south and causing a massive, devastating tragedy with countless victims. Let's jump right into this wild manhwa. Stick with me. The wolf snarled like absolute crazy, while Catherine just froze in pure terror. Then, it leaped jaws wide open. Her foot snagged a rock. Catherine ate dirt, tumbling hard, as the beast launched itself straight at her face. Hitting the ground, she shielded her head and screamed. But Matthew, our guy, rushed in, kicking that wolf so ridiculously hard, it slammed into the dirt. He actually swung a dinner fork, pumping raw magic right through the silverware. Matthew started stabbing this giant monster over and over again. The other kids just stared in total shock, as flames literally roasted the beast. Without even looking back, he casually asked Catherine if she was okay. Still on the ground, she shakily nodded yes. Then Gina marched up right behind him, clearly demanding some serious answers. Looking totally terrified, she told Matthew this was definitely not the captain she remembered. He just casually wiped his face, claiming he was totally fine, maybe just a little stressed. See, whenever Matthew hunts monsters, he shifts into his immortal player persona, pure hatred, completely losing his mind in the fight. Staring down at his own shaking hands, he knew he could never let these kids see his dark side. Clenching his fist, he gazed off into the quiet distance. The kids nervously whispered about making a run for it. But Matthew suddenly remembered wolves always hunt in packs. With an entire swarm charging down the mountain, keeping everyone alive was basically impossible. He only had one real option left. The kids watched him super closely as Matthew barked at them to listen up. Seconds later, they scattered, creeping quietly through different parts of the dark forest. One girl literally tossed her scarf onto a flat rock and just decided to take a break. Lara just parked herself right on the stone, ordering everyone else to keep hunting for treasure. When a couple smiling kids asked to rest too, her eyes went ice cold with fury. Absolutely terrified, the kids instantly bolted, telling her to just enjoy her break. Meanwhile, Lara stayed put, totally glued to her phone screen. Suddenly, Lara snapped her head toward a massive noise. A whole crowd of kids came sprinting right down the mountain in absolute panic. Now here's the part you and I need to watch closely. Confused, she asked what was happening. A massive monster pack was chasing them. Suddenly, a wolf leaped right onto her rock. She screamed in pure terror, tightly covering both her eyes. Out of absolutely nowhere, something sniped the monster, dropping that wolf totally dead on the spot. Still holding her ears, Lara looked down, then slowly raised her head in pure shock. Matthew was standing right there with a gun, angrily barking at her to get down the mountain. Heavy tears completely flooded her eyes as she stared right at her savior. The rest of the vicious pack locked onto the running kids. Shaking with fear, Lara desperately grabbed Matthew's sleeve, practically begging him to keep her safe. Looking totally annoyed, Matthew told her to stay out of his way. Turning right back to the group, he ordered everyone to listen up carefully. Jimmy watched him nervously as Matthew yelled for everyone to run straight toward the mountain base. Glancing away, Matthew stated he was heading back for the others. And of course, brave little Jimmy tried to tag along. Matthew shot him an absolutely deadly glare. He told the kid to stop playing hero and just focus on surviving. Jimmy sadly apologized. Scanning the group, Matthew declared that from this second on, they were a team. He warned them these hounds had strong cores, meaning they had to hide their mana completely. Then Matthew started throwing food everywhere, realizing those snacks actually still carried a faint mana trace. He explained how these monsters had absolutely insane noses, and would definitely track that magical energy. Following that fake scent would give the kids a perfect distraction. Closing his eyes, Matthew focused hard, knowing he desperately needed to pinpoint the pack's exact location. You and I know what comes next. A huge force shield flared around him. He looked ahead, glad he finally bought everyone time to escape. Matthew quickly bounded across the rocks and trees. Up ahead, he spotted a dark, super heavy layer of power completely surrounding the monsters. Checking his gear, he realized his mana pool was already cut completely in half. He had to save it. Then hearing distant screaming voices, he snapped his attention right back forward. Stranded people were desperately begging for help with everything they had left. One poor guy was literally screaming through his tears. Drooling heavily, the beast casually licked its lips. The hellhounds had them totally surrounded. But then, one wolf suddenly froze completely, hearing a weird noise. Boom, Matthew dashed right in and sliced the thing clean in half. The rest of the monster pack just watched him brutally slaughter their buddy. Staying completely calm, Matthew spotted a sick weapon sticking out of a fallen man's pocket. He reached right down, gripping that handle super tight. Quickly inspecting the blade, he realized it packed enough raw mana to wipe out the whole pack. Pointing the sword straight at the roaring pack leader, he smirked and challenged them to attack. The beasts growled furiously, and one impatient wolf instantly lunged right at him. Leaping way too high, it left its chest completely wide open. Matthew saw the fatal weak point and drove the glowing sword straight through it. The remaining monsters kept charging wildly. Matthew just glanced sideways, then casually started chopping them all down one by one. A sneaky hound attacked from his blind spot, but he sidestepped it perfectly. His blade easily pierced right through another wolf's chest. Yanking the bloody blade free, he faced the endless swarm. Then Matthew slammed his raw power straight down into the dirt. In a massive burst of crazy energy, he launched himself into the sky. The monsters just stared up as he unleashed his magic right back down. Thousands of tiny magic needles rained down like literal artillery. They shredded through those wolves in seconds, leaving the entire pack horribly mangled. Matthew calmly landed. The blast sent the monsters flying. You and I just witnessed one wild fight. Let's dive right into this madness. Heavy power just keeps crashing down, completely crushing these howling wolves. Without a single word, Matthew takes off running. He has to outrun that massive energy surge fast. One wrong step, boom. Total absolute explosion. The forest goes completely dead silent. Someone else is standing right there, and Lara absolutely freezes in pure raw panic. Matthew calmly tells her to run if she wants to survive. Staring in total shock, Lara just questions him again. Those furious wolves keep snarling wildly. Grabbing his sweater, a totally nervous Lara stares and asks where he is heading. Matthew warns her to step back, and she slowly lets go. Then it hits him, the boy she brought along is super hurt and seriously needs immediate help right now. Completely stunned, Lara just watches the boy rush off into the distance. Then she looks back at Matthew, silently begging for an answer. Without hesitating even a second, he sprints forward. Fueled by raw power, Matthew shoots straight into the dark forest. Grinning like crazy, he launches into the air, saying he found exactly what he wanted. Hiding inside that thick black smoke, a deadly pack of 6th grade hounds. Their leader just roars at Matthew in pure, unfiltered rage. Floating high up there, he stares right back. Absolutely zero fear. Then he blasts his energy straight into the black maze. Smiling, Matthew calmly tells these monsters they are already dead. Sharp shards keep falling while the angry beasts glare. Then those glowing pieces shoot straight at them. Watch closely, this gets wild. Matthew lands lightly, treating this entire fight like a simple game, while the pack leader watches from above. The massive wolf howls loud, ordering an all-out charge. Matthew just calmly glances back at the two deadly monsters right behind him. They quickly realize they are completely trapped. Gripping his blade super tight, Matthew looks off with absolute total confidence. One wolf drops straight to the ground, dead silent. The rest just keep charging in fast, but Matthew holds his glowing magic sword totally steady. Then he marches straight into the savage horde. They try tearing him apart, but he shields his head and sprints right past a dead beast. His sword is still glowing with bright blue mana. Matthew faces down the rushing wolves and their leader up above. Visibly annoyed, he mutters that they are insanely stubborn. Meanwhile, the rest of the gang runs fast through the dark forest. Remembering Matthew's strict warning about survival, everyone says they completely understand. Catherine and Jimmy urgently hurry ahead of the entire pack. Soon, the exhausted group stops dead in the deep woods. Jimmy gives the girl a totally confused look, desperately asking where they should even go now. Clutching her chest, Olivia admits she is absolutely exhausted, but they just have to keep moving. She remembers Matthew calling her their main navigator. Glowing blue magic fills Olivia's eyes. Pointing left, she warns them that something truly awful is waiting over there. Claire listens closely and completely backs her up. The kids are completely worn out, but they force themselves to push forward. Jimmy looks away, practically shaking in pure terror. Furious, he desperately looks around for just one player to grab his shaking hand. Catherine screams at Jimmy to stop looking back and just run. She remembers being warned to watch out for blind panic. Matthew had stood right there firmly, telling her this was all part of the brutal test. Catherine angrily clenches her teeth in pure frustration. Suddenly dark magic sparks nearby, and Olivia screams that something terrible is right ahead. The boy stares at the swirling black magic in absolute freezing terror. A massive paw pushes out, and a terrifying spiked hound crawls right from the dark hole. Catherine and Jimmy can only stare at it totally frozen. Head lifted high, the giant monster lets out a super deep, bone-chilling growl at everyone. You and I both know this spells absolute disaster. Jimmy asks what it's doing as more monsters appear, and the kids look up in sheer terror. They are now completely surrounded. Looking around, Jimmy suddenly remembers Matthew saying he was the only one here who could actually fight the strongest beast. Realizing this reality, he steels himself for the worst. The boys bump fists. Jimmy stands perfectly still, eyes tightly closed, gripping his sword. He remembers being a little kid practicing his sword swings and asking if he was doing it right. The furious wolves charge straight at Jimmy. Zero fear. He swings the magic sword easily, cutting one savage hound right down. Seeing their fallen packmate, the other wolves actually hesitate. Grinning like crazy, Jimmy loudly shouts that he can actually do this while the angry monsters keep growling. Jimmy quickly grabs his own hand to steady it. Clenching his teeth, he glares hard at the dirt in pure, unfiltered, raging anger. The monsters keep rushing in fast. Jimmy leaps onto one to dodge its heavy attack, but he still ends up getting pretty badly hurt. The rest watch him in total paralyzing fear. A confused Claire looks on as Jimmy recklessly runs forward, screaming out that he absolutely will not give up. The pack keeps chasing him hard. Jimmy aggressively pulls pure magic into his bare fist. A wolf springs right at him and his fist slams directly into its mouth. Jimmy just stares down at his hand, totally confused by what he just did, as another angry wolf closes in fast. He harshly shoves it back before it can pass him. Snarling wildly, the monster turns and comes straight for Jimmy instead. Still confused, Jimmy touches his own stomach. Then the massive beast's paw slams right into his chest. The wolf throws its huge jaws open with a deafening scream, sending the girls into pure panic. Claire looks at Jimmy in pure terror, flashing back to everything that happened between them. Meanwhile, the huge wolf opens its deadly mouth even wider. Its razor teeth sink right into Jimmy's hand. Catherine and Olivia desperately rush in to help as the air around them literally starts burning up. The girl prays they survive this. Then the hole twists into a glowing portal, leaving them sprawled out. That's where we leave it. Trust me, you'll want to see what's next. Let us jump right in because things are about to get absolutely wild. Wolves are howling and charging straight for Jimmy. A dark barrier appears, and Claire prays it holds, but pure panic completely takes over her face. Looking from above, they are all totally trapped together. The poor guy just stares at the girls, absolutely terrified. Suddenly, legs dangle in midair. A mysterious figure appears floating slowly down from the sky. The kids stare at her, absolutely frozen in place. Smiling sweetly, Noin gently tells them to close their eyes. Then she glares at the wolves. These mutts are dead meat. Meanwhile, Matthew casually stands in the fire, facing the pack. Holding a thermos. Yep, he chugs rice wine straight out of it. Carelessly tossing the bottle, he draws his sword for an epic battle. With a cocky smile, he declares game over. The bottle shatters. Matthew blasts toward a wolf, activating his heavenly step. Explosive magic blasts monsters in literally every direction. But more packs just keep coming. Bam, his fist smashes a hound snout, shutting it up fast. He tears through monsters, then points his weapon right at another wolf. Boom, dead in seconds. The rest keep blindly charging, but Matthew glares them down like an absolute boss. His sword flashes, slicing everything. He rushes in, swinging that blade in a crazy, wild dance. Gritting his teeth, he stares down the pack until only the alpha remains. Pure confidence fills his eyes. He charges again, throwing open a heavenly gate. Raw magic surges through him. Through clenched teeth, he finally admits he is getting pretty tired. Watch closely, because this timing is absolutely insane. They push faster, both lunging at the exact same moment. His punch smacks the beast, launching it backward. Suddenly, dead serious, he opens fire. Bullets absolutely shred through the air. But the monster keeps coming. Matthew looks stunned as massive flames burst from its mouth, rushing him. Suspended in midair, fire engulfs the entire zone. His gun keeps firing non-stop until that monster is completely riddled with bullet holes. Matthew watches calmly as it drops. But wait, the giant alpha leader steps right out of those flames. Completely out of ammo, Matthew grips his weapon tightly, ready for close combat. The giant beast just studies him. Flashing a sly grin, Matthew raises his glowing magic sword, asking if it still has strength for round 2. Gritting his teeth, he jokes that was just the warm-up. The alpha lunges roaring, and Matthew rushes right back. Charging the massive wolf head-on, he totally ignores its terrifying threats. Intense sword magic explodes in literally every direction. Matthew dives right into the black hole. Covering his nose, he realizes it isn't poison. His sword absorbs the wild magic. Matthew, and the Alpha clash in a chaotic storm of flames, yelling, "This is insane." He brutally forces through the beast power. His magic starts shattering. Angry about his draining mana, he yells as massive flames swallow everything around them. Bam! The intense fire violently blasts Matthew backward, smashing him straight into the dirt. Panting hard, he realizes he blew tons of mana on defense and still got absolutely wrecked. Still gripping his sword, Matthew slowly drops his head. Suddenly, flashy armor equips onto him. A massive crowd of monsters screams to back off. You and I are probably thinking he has done right. Nope. A totally crazed smile spreads across his face. A special gift triggers only at critical health. Massive energy surges, lifting him high into the air as the Alpha growls in pure confusion. That epic power shoots straight toward the beast. The baffled wolf looks away, while Matthew screams that it is officially dead meat. The monster looks completely lost. Swinging blindingly fast, Matthew slices right through its massive paws, sending that wolf crashing down. Matthew leaps and sword pointed straight at its heart. Sparks of raw power explode literally everywhere. The injured wolf growls as dark magic floods its body. Matthew stares fearlessly while a massive black sphere swells, growing bigger by the second. Strolling closer, Matthew mocks the giant beast, asking why it is just hiding inside. He taps his sword, deciding his blade is strong enough. Pointing his weapon at the dark sphere, the sword pierces right through. His power totally wrecks the flames. The furious wolf bares its fangs while Matthew stares it down from inside the sphere. Super calmly, he reminds the beast about his death threat. Full of absolute confidence, Matthew walks straight toward the monster. Swoosh! His sword cleanly sweeps over its head. The wolf gets sliced to pieces, flying everywhere. Completely exhausted, Matthew finally drops to the dirt. Looking up at the sunset, he mutters that this nightmare is finally over. The daylight fades fast. Lying on the cold ground, he shuts his eyes and drifts to sleep in the forest. Meanwhile, Noin smiles sweetly and asks everyone to close their eyes. Glaring at the remaining wolves, she whispers, "They are finished." Covering her face for just a second, our main character confidently raises her hand. People are frantically fleeing the packs, totally confused why no heroes have shown up. Magic pours straight into her fan and a fierce tornado slams the wolves. Wondering why no one reported this, she thrusts her fists forward. "Trust me, you and I will want to see what happens next. Stick with me here. You're about to watch these massive tornadoes absolutely liquefy some monsters. Blood everywhere. The storm literally rips everything to pieces, and no Yusa, she just stands there smiling, dialing up the chaos. Then our OP lead glances sideways. The kids, staring right at her in pure absolute terror. Instantly, she shuts off the magic, floating gently upwards. Flashing a soft smile, she tells the trembling kids not to cry if she scared them. But Jimmy and Catherine are totally fangirling over how badass she looks. The others just point excitedly. Shocked they aren't crying, Yusa just smiles back. The huddled kids keep staring wide-eyed. Suddenly, Jimmy and Catherine freeze up in panic. She gently pushes her magic forward, checking for internal injuries. Glowing mana scans right through the kids' bodies. Little Olivia just watches her closely. Pulling little Olivia into a warm hug, Yusa gently asks if she wants to be a player. Jimmy instantly yells that he should be the player instead. Fists shaking, he protests until Yusa pats his shoulder. Laughing out loud, she hugs the adorable kids. Then she turns, thanking Claire for sending that life-saving rescue message. Claire looks down, sobbing that she literally did nothing. Still weeping, she hugs Yusa super tight. She tells the kids to head down, rescue teams are coming. But they instantly beg to know if she's staying. Glancing at Jimmy and Claire, she admits she still has people to help. But she can't just abandon them here. "Now pay attention," she smirks as a monster hides right in the dark shadows. Giant hands grab a tree. Letty stares into the darkness, totally terrified, until Ken finally steps out, complaining about the awful trip. Yusa tells the kids to follow. But Jimmy argues their captain is still missing. Instantly, she tenses at that name. She has zero clue who this captain is. Cut to Matthew looking down, getting completely scolded for being so reckless. Bandaging his back, the medic warns that his injuries are bad enough to make him pass out. Matthew casually asks why everyone's so mad. Gritting her teeth, a girl completely snaps at the medic. Sarah yells right back. She's the one patching him up, so she absolutely gets the right to complain. Throwing on a shirt, Matthew apologizes, asking if she feels better now. From inside the tent, Sarah asks for some alone time. He quickly agrees. Suddenly, Matthew snaps his eyes open. He's sitting in a stark hospital room, hands completely clean. He is absolutely shocked. His wounds are completely gone. Then a sudden knock makes him turn around. Smiling in surprise, Matthew greets his visitor. No Yuna steps right in, asking if anything still hurts. He smiles, saying he's totally fine, while secretly wondering exactly how much she knows. Sitting down, she explains she found him and rushed him straight here. She introduces herself as Yuna. Matthew just gives this incredibly awkward fake laugh, choosing his words very carefully. Totally caught off guard, he looks away. How long was he out? Are his friends actually okay? Yuna calmly replies that they are completely safe. Exactly 6 hours have already passed. Smiling warmly, she adds that his family is already on the way. Matthew laughs awkwardly. He has absolutely zero idea what to tell his parents. I know what you're thinking, he is totally lying. Smiling warmly, she brings up that massive pile of dead monsters. How exactly did he end up there? Matthew stays quiet, awkwardly scratching his head. Playing dumb, he claims he cannot remember anything. Averting his eyes, he claims he blacked out. But Yuna stands up, pressing him about the monsters. Tapping her fan on the bed, she stares him down, guessing he was the one who killed them. Matthew completely brushes it off as impossible, but Yuna just studies him, insisting it was him, especially since he won the Brave Child Award last year. Gripping her fan, she teases him. Matthew desperately tries dodging the question, but freezes when she drops a massive bomb. His fingerprints are on the stiletto. She just keeps smiling. Matthew finally realizes that making up another excuse is totally pointless. She already knows everything. Watched so closely, Matthew finally gives in calmly, offering her some extremely useful information. Hooked, she asks what it is. He refuses to say. Yuna notices he completely stopped playing the victim. A huge smile spreads across Yuna's face. Leaning in, she asks exactly what he wants in return. Looking at the floor, Matthew actually shocks her. He wants absolutely nothing. With a faint smile, he says he just wants a normal kid's life. Later on, Yuna leaves the hospital and heads straight to her sleek car. Sitting inside, she remembers Matthew's completely crazy request to investigate the powerful heirs of the Dongan Company. He drops a massive bomb about their Azure Ocean clan connection, and that's where we leave it. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Let's jump right back into this glorious mess together. Yuna glares, demanding if he'll keep his word. Matthew just smirks. Zero evidence means he officially joins her clan. She coldly reminds him that getting in isn't exactly easy. Crossing his arms, Matthew fires right back. Does she finally believe he soloed those hounds? She just deflects the question. But Matthew lays out the ultimate win-win scenario. Either prove her husband's loyalty or score a top-tier recruit. Totally defeated, Yuna stares outside. She immediately barks an order to investigate the Dengun Company heirs, specifically targeting the women. Without looking back, she demands a deep dive into her husband's shady ties plus reports on Gangnam's rising monster activity. Looking away, she thinks hard. Matthew's serious warning about new monsters keeps echoing. He also told her to take full credit. Following through, Yuna strictly orders that she'll close the Loaf Mountain case. Her driver shoots back a super hateful glare. Meanwhile, Matthew flashes a huge, satisfied grin. His master plan, go back to playing a completely normal elementary school kid. Yuna finds his confidence hilarious. Matthew chuckles and looks away. By 2 o'clock, a massive rank 7 boss and 100 hellhounds swarmed Loaf Mountain. The breaking news, some mystery player totally wiped out the rank 6 hounds. The whole incident remains locked under heavy investigation. Scrolling his phone, Matthew checks a report confirming 34 victims, randomly listing 1 elementary student. Watch closely here. The internet is totally blowing up while this crazy investigation keeps going. A few months fly by. Claire beams as everyone congratulates her. The group celebrates Catherine, flashing a massive smile. Matthew teases that playing nice girl really doesn't suit her. Meanwhile, Olivia happily shares homemade chocolate. Jimmy runs off. Flashing a huge grin, he declares this party will be epic. Totally suspicious, Matthew asks if their dad seriously approved this. Confused, Claire wonders what everyone is whispering about. Backing away, Jimmy insists they do not need to know. Catherine announces the morning assembly, leaving Claire completely lost. Fast forward to the evening. A huge crowd keeps cheering for Claire. Everyone genuinely smiles, celebrating her. Overwhelmed, Claire actually bursts into tears, admitting she knew they were planning a secret surprise. Out comes this giant, gorgeous cake. Catherine smirks, saying she has lots left to do. The photo captures her 8th birthday. With the room plastered in photos, Catherine whispers that some girl literally threatened a worker to make sure his dad showed up. Matthew simply turns away from her. For some quick context, the KKK company ranks 7th in South Korea. Their massive monopoly covers electricity, construction, and ads, though they barely have any influence over medicine. Matthew bluntly tells Catherine to wipe that smug look away. Smiling coldly, he adds a true heir would share the name. She just walks away, snapping at him to do whatever he wants. I know what you're thinking, completely normal kids, right? Gripping his fork, Matthew admits things got messy, but totally fine. Staring at Claire's family, he viciously stabs the cake, silently swearing he'll absolutely destroy anyone who messes with them. Jimmy flexes his tiny arm, bragging he'll show off his real skills. Matthew brutally tells him not to trip first. Zero worries. He swears everything will be perfect today. Matthew is stunned by his absolutely insane confidence level, but then he turns instantly, feeling the vibe completely crash. The students look furious, so he asks what happened. Catherine makes the boy explain. Turns out the teacher promised epic nuggets and pizza for winning. Our hero glances at the teacher. She is literally crying, realizing feeding this mob will totally bankrupt her wallet. The official raises his starter gun aggressively, yelling for everyone's complete attention. Jimmy drops into position, already tasting that sweet victory. Bang, he sprints out like an absolute rocket, his teammates screaming the hype. They shout Jimmy's name and Matthew sighs. Jimmy is absolutely sure he won this. With the captain watching, he locks onto the finish line. But suddenly his entire body turns to pure lead. Just one step left, boom, he collapses. Panic hits the team, the poor teacher hauls him up while he groans. Matthew sighs again, 0% surprised. Jimmy pushed his engine way too hard. The kid desperately needs a basic self-control lesson. Then, completely out of nowhere, a girl tackles him right from behind. Turning around, he sees his sister Anna. Bubbling with hype, she brags about winning the 100-meter dash. He instantly calls her the absolute best. Anna tells him to take care of himself before zooming off to crush her next event. He waves back, reminding her not to overdo it. Watching this, Catherine realizes he honestly acts way more like Anna's little brother. So what do you and I take from this? Claire walks away defeated while our hero proudly flexes his absolutely awesome sister. Let's dive back in. Catherine agreed she was amazing while the other girls glared. Claire asked if he was secretly rooting for Anna over their squad. Playing dumb, he claimed he was just daydreaming about lunch. Catherine instantly called his bluff. He was staring at his sister, caught red-handed. Matthew nervously looked away, switching the subject to Olivia. Claire just pointed sideways, saying she was right over there. Right on cue, Olivia came sprinting up, smiling huge and thrilled to find them. They were chilling on a blanket with Matthew's neighbors, Malie and Todd. Immediately, Olivia popped the question, could they do her a favor? Suddenly, she grabbed the girl's hand, yanking her forward and yelling to hurry. They marched straight to the event judge, chattering away super excitedly. A second later, high-five Olivia flopped right down next to our guy, letting out a big sigh of relief. Passing her some water, he asked how she dragged Malie over. Popping the bottle, she just grinned and dropped one single word. American. That completely threw our guy off since he totally assumed she was Italian. Turns out Malie told his mom she spoke English. Sarah explained that was exactly why Olivia was the only kid hanging with her. This girl absolutely played everyone. Staring at her, he was honestly stunned. Back when they first met, she was just a massive crybaby. But now, sharp, smart, and way more mature. Olivia caught Matthew staring and tilted her head, making him immediately snap his eyes away. He leaned forward, tossing a quick glance at Jimmy. The dude was finally bouncing back after the potion wore off. The loudspeakers blared, calling everyone back after lunch. Matthew quietly prayed Jimmy would eventually become even half as competent as Olivia. Matthew wandered over to Olivia and Claire. They were chatting with some totally random women he had never seen, so he said hello. Handing over the snacks his mom packed, he leaned in and whispered, asking Olivia who these random ladies actually were. The women just laughed, and Olivia explained that her aunt recently became a regular customer at their cafe. Rubbing his chin, Matthew was dead, sure he knew that aunt. Still connecting the dots, he walked past an English tent when a girl yelled. It was Lara, flanked by big bodyguards. She smugly asked if he was hungry and offered some tea. Ignoring her completely, he just kept walking, thinking about lunch. But Lara wasn't having it and aggressively chased him. Now watch carefully. Pointing right at him, she told her dad this was the boy. The man coldly asked if this was Matthew, his daughter's bully. Aggressively demanding to know what Matthew's father did, he proudly announced himself as the CEO of KK Pharmaceuticals. Matthew just sighed. She really went crying to Daddy. He flat out replied that both father and daughter talk way too much for a totally pathetic drug company. Boom. Harry instantly blew up. The angry man swung his hand right at the kid, but his palm stopped inches from Matthew's face. He froze. How the heck could a tiny kid stand there completely fearless and disrespect him? With all those massive bodyguards and suits standing around, it honestly felt like facing down a president. Matthew casually pushed the hand away with one finger, asking what was wrong. Scared, Harry's eyes practically popped out. Absolutely furious, the guy raised his hand for round two. His fist flew straight at Matthew's face, but then boom, someone dashed in from the side. You probably thought Matthew got hit right. Wrong. The attacker took the punch. Seeing the man standing there with clenched fists, Matthew realized it was his dad. Blood literally dripped down Harry's nose. John shook his fist and snapped, demanding how Harry dared strike his son. He grabbed Matthew's shoulders, frantically checking if he was hurt. Matthew mumbled he was fine. Secretly annoyed, his dad jumped in. Meanwhile, Harry scrambled up, pointing furiously, completely mind-blown that some nobody dared to strike him. The bodyguards instantly swarmed Matthew and his dad while the raging CEO screamed out orders to grab them immediately. Matthew gritted his teeth. He wanted to crush this guy himself. But John just stepped right in front calmly, saying he had it entirely covered. Standing behind him, Matthew made a dark promise. If anyone touched his dad, they were dead meat. Still, he decided to trust John's lead. A massive crowd gathered. Harry furiously screamed, asking if John even knew who he was dealing with. John just calmly said yes. The furious CEO shoved his own guards away, aggressively demanding John's actual identity. John coolly introduced himself right to the president of KK Pharmaceuticals. Slipping on his glasses, he smoothed his hair and asked if that made it easier. Harry literally jumped, staring in pure shock, hands totally frozen. John stood there looking like an absolute boss, as the CEO sputtered out department head at Sirius, panicking. Harry wondered why a massive big shot was here. Then his eyes shifted to the kid. It clicked. This boy belonged to a completely different way higher power tier. Matthew was absolutely floored. His dad, a Sirius department head. Even Harry noticed how stunned the kid looked. Sirius was basically top 2 in all of South Korea. Legendary for cars and high-end player gear powered by pure mana. Shakily pointing at John, Harry demanded to know what he was doing here. Smirking, John noted he finally remembered him. Here's the lesson for us: karma hits fast. John frowned, making the CEO shrink back and stutter an apology, terrified of the strategy head. Stick with me here, let us jump right back in. Matthew was totally stunned. This was the production division. John just patted his head calmly, saying he only came to watch his own kids compete. Then he casually dropped that Harry had beef with his son. The terrified director finally realized exactly whose kid this really was. Harry was furious, but his KK company was tiny compared to Sirius. And John, a massive executive running their whole device department. Sweating bullets, the guy bowed in a deep apology. Messing with a heavyweight like John meant instant corporate suicide. Pointing at his daughter, he quickly claimed Laura also wanted to apologize. Teeth clenched, she looked completely ready to fight back. But her dad loudly yelled at her to apologize right now. The girl just froze in total panic. Nearby, kids whispered about how Laura fought Matthew and lost completely. They laughed, saying karma finally struck since she always bullied everyone. Laura just dropped her head in absolute fear. Others warned their friends not to look. She forced out a shaky apology, burst into tears, and just bolted. Her dad awkwardly grabbed our hero, saying they had to leave. That earlier hit. Let us just call it even. Sweating pure buckets, Harry played it cool. He bowed respectfully as father and son walked away, telling the boss to take care. Matthew could totally tell this guy was completely terrified of making things worse. His dad turned him around. Dropping to one knee, John gently said he never has to fight these battles completely alone. Just come to him. Our boy stood quiet, and John gave him this incredibly warm, kinda sad smile. He reminded Matthew he was still just a kid. Asking your parents for help is totally fine. Autumn leaves fell. Matthew just stared at him, totally lost. John grabbed his hands, sharing that genuine, deep, fatherly warmth. Even with a grown adult mind, Matthew thanked his dad right then. This time he swore he would not lose him. Here's where it gets wild. A suited man waited in a totally ruined building, blowing out smoke. He glanced at the shady guy on the couch, asking if dragging himself out here to hire him was truly needed. Turning around, he dropped details on a huge job. Some annoying people were blocking him, and he wanted them permanently erased. The guy checked his phone, asking about the payout. The suited man instantly called a lackey holding a heavy suitcase. Inside, pure cash. $1.5 million up front, with the exact same amount promised later. The guy silently inspected the payout, reaching out a crazy blue whirlwind whipped up. Instantly, all that cash just vanished straight into a dark portal. Job accepted. The poor lackey shook his head, completely confused about where the dude went. His boss simply muttered, "Oh my god." Then he just grinned. Flicking his cigarette away, his manic laughter echoed loudly through the entire ruined building. Over at the Dawn Mall shopping center, Anna was absolutely thrilled. Matthew just walked quietly right behind her. Nellie snuck up behind our guy, resting her hands on his shoulders. Honestly, it had been forever since his last mall trip, totally draining him. Leaning in close, she teased that they literally just got there, hoping he was not already exhausted. She turned back to Anna. Tate quickly apologized to Matthew, who just asked the older guy for some really good food. You feel that too, right? Something feels totally off here. Staring at Tate, Matthew sensed a super dark vibe because the dude literally had 0 mana. How could a regular office worker hide his aura perfectly? A bright blue glow flashed in our hero's eyes to investigate him closer. Catching the intense stare, Tate frowned just a bit and asked the kid what was exactly wrong. He played it off like he was searching for someone, but something felt super sketchy. Tate just mentioned the girls went up to the 5th floor. He sighed. Finding them in this crowd would not be easy, especially since his sister could hide her mana perfectly now too. But then Tate pulled out his phone, telling him to relax. They had a guaranteed way to find them. Our main character was completely stunned. He stared at the screen in pure shock. The phone was live, tracking their exact location. Tate casually slipped the device right back into his coat. When Matthew asked if Malie knew about this, Tate called it a secret. That made the vibe way creepier, but our boy Fake coughed and moved. Suddenly, a creepy hooded guy walked their way. He brushed right past them, baring his teeth in a twisted grin as he muttered, "Let us begin." After splitting up, he quickly glanced back. Blue flames suddenly flared all around that mysterious stranger. Spotting the arm tattoo, he recognized him instantly. Flashbacks of a completely ruined city surged right through his mind. In his past life, he faced this exact hooded freak holding a sword. The guy crossed his arms and stuck out his tongue. He remembered that grin perfectly. It was the legendary killer known as Nameless. Tate asked what was wrong, but Matthew was panicking, wondering why this psycho was suddenly here. Looking ahead, in total confusion, he told his uncle something sketchy was happening. Tate immediately scanned the crowded area, casually stating there were 3 of them. "So, what do you and I make of this? We are about to find out." Tate pointed at a tracksuit guy, saying all 3 felt completely wrong. "Alright, let's jump straight into this wild manhwa. Notice that bald guy and the dude in the Panama hat." The guy lifts his hand and boom, 3 glowing orbs appear out of nowhere. In a split second, he blasts them forward, taking down his targets instantly. Uncle Tate immediately yanks our main character back, whispering that they need to run. Looking over his shoulder, he realizes the terrifying truth. These guys are absolute legit players. These creeps are scanning the entire area. They mean serious business here. Peeking around the wall, our guy asks about the final target. Tate whispers that the dude wearing the Panama hat is secretly watching the whole crowd. Pure bad news. The 2 players casually stroll past each other, tapping their pockets real quick. Our main character follows the bald dude, sensing some major red flags. Suddenly, the villain digs into his pocket and drops this weird, mysterious stone. It glows bright blue. He instantly recognizes it as a magic stone. Jaw clenched, he realizes what is coming. Huge bursts of energy just explode. One confused shopper literally stares into a swirling blue vortex. Everyone in the mall turns as a massive portal rips wide open. A little girl asks what is going on, while some guy mutters about mana shifting. Tate wildly scans the room. Suddenly, terrifying monsters rush the totally panicking crowd. Now, pay close attention because things get absolutely insane. Goblins pour out of blue flames, cornering a crying kid, while the villain, Nameless, calmly answers his phone. Pure chaos erupts everywhere. Monsters flood the entire building, and Nameless coldly orders his squad to start the operation. The emergency alarm suddenly cuts out. Flashing a twisted grin, he literally tells them to slaughter absolutely everyone. Hearing this over the panic, our guy clenches his fists. The horrifying reality hits hard. This is a massive terrorist attack. Before he regressed back in time, nobody ever saw a nightmare like this coming. It is just way too much to process. But from this exact moment, the whole timeline changes. Little Anna screams, hugging her brother tight as a blinding flash erupts. A monster flashes its fangs. Our protagonist feels a shadow jump at his back, but he turns just as Uncle Tate completely obliterates the beast with a single punch. Tate grabs him by the shoulders, shaking him awake. Looking dead serious, he yells that they have to find Anna and Marie right this second. He nods hard. They both sprint toward the stairs, knowing saving their family is the only thing that matters. Tate charges ahead, literally crushing monsters while checking his phone like crazy. Our guy asks about the girls. Tate says they are stuck on the 5th floor. But suddenly both of them slam to a dead stop. Tate glares. Our hero asks if this is the mana user. The Panama hat villain smirks, throws his hands up, and smugly asks where they think they are going. A super bright glowing orb appears above his hand. Analyzing the threat, our guy guesses he is a high-tier player. Running out of time, he hesitates, but Tate just blindly charges straight in. Bam! Tate crushes the player right in the face. The guy stumbles backward, loses his hat, and eats dirt. I know exactly what you are thinking. How is Uncle Tate this strong without gear? Our guy suddenly realizes his uncle is an absolute powerhouse. Tate winds up for the final blow. But shockingly, our protagonist steps in and blocks him. Instead, he violently stomps the guy himself, screaming that a quick death is way too good for trash like him. He just keeps kicking, raging at how pathetically easy this is. All the pathetic whining from his previous life echoes in his mind. He closes his eyes tightly, super frustrated because Nameless remains a total mystery. Standing near the stairs, our hero asks Tate what his real deal is. Blushing, Tate nervously stammers. He just wanted to knock him out, mumbling that kids today are literally terrifying. Going back a few minutes to the start, Anna drops her dress. She and Marie just stare as panicking shoppers totally stampede by. Anna completely panics, asking what is going on. Marie realizes monsters must have spawned during the mana shift. She closes her eyes, staying perfectly calm. First move, scan for enemies. When she snaps, her eyes open. Intense glowing blue flames are literally burning in her pupils. Using X-ray vision through the walls, she easily spots 3 targets left, 2 hiding in the back, and 1 right in the middle of the hallway. Anna thinks they got lucky, only 6 monsters total. They just have to safely sneak right past them. She turns back to comfort her aunt, bravely promising to protect her. but Marie suddenly screams for her to watch out. A monster lunges right at Anna Marie, instantly grabs her arm and violently yanks her out of danger. Anna screams her aunt's name in terror. But Marie smoothly pivots, shifts her whole stance, grabs a simple clothing hanger and chucks it like a lethal missile. The crazy impact sends the beast flying backward. Anna is completely shook, so this is mana. Meanwhile, Marie just side-eyes the broken hanger, wondering if she pays for it. Anna realizes her aunt is a totally legit player. Marie violently waves her over, shouting to evacuate. Uncle Tate and our guy are waiting. Anna looks at her aunt like she is a superhero, but Marie stays completely deadpan, telling her they have to move right now. A massive pack of wolves suddenly charges them. Marie spins around defensively while they sprint for safety. Trust me, you gotta see this ending. Massive blue energy explodes completely, blasting those monsters away. You and I are jumping right into the absolute chaos today. Those wolves easily dodged her strike, moving way too fast. Leaping back, Malie realized her mana was going to run dry. She desperately needed a real weapon. Spotting an escape route, Anna bolted forward, yelling that an escalator was right there. Pure panic. Malie screamed at her to stop. But as Anna looked up, a giant wolf lunged straight at her, freezing the girl in absolute terror. Staring down the beast, Anna remembered the giant monster from earlier, but this time, that memory did not terrify her. It completely wiped away her fear. A glowing blue aura covered her as she dodged. Then she struck hard, slamming the wolf straight into the dirt. Honestly, even she was completely shocked by her strength. Anna stared at the beast before landing safely. Malie caught her right away, flashing a relieved smile and asking if she was hurt. Anna nodded, she was fine. But the rest of the wolves glared dangerously, trapping them from every single angle. The two girls nervously scanned the beasts. Malie quickly asked if Anna could make the massive jump to the escalator. Anna confidently agreed. Stepping right onto the railing, the two girls leaped toward safety together. They actually cleared the huge gap in a single bound. The wolves stood there completely stunned before quickly chasing after them. Malie kept sprinting, her face totally deadpan. Fighting them without proper gear was basically impossible. She desperately needed something heavy to swing. A savage wolf lunged, but she snatched up a heavy metal pipe. Swinging with absolutely everything she had, she smashed the monster. Tossing it aside, Malie charged the next target. Her makeshift weapon completely shattered, but she somehow wiped them all out. Anna loudly cheered that Malie was amazing, and she smugly agreed. Nearby, random cosmetics covered the floor. Our guy grabbed a bottle and chucked it hard, but the enemy easily blocked the hit. Now watch closely here. As the enemy lifted his leg to attack, the protagonist instantly slid under him. The guy swung wildly, but our boy just kicked his face. Blood instantly covered the loser's face. He casually glanced at Tate, declaring he was finished here, and asked what his buddy had found. Smirking, he told him to wait a second. Tate thought it over, pointing straight ahead as he mentioned they could easily spot them from up there. Suddenly he completely froze. A dead wolf just fell from above, followed by even more monsters dropping down. Looking up, he finally spotted Malie and Anna. Glancing down at a monster corpse, the protagonist muttered that they seriously needed a weapon first. Tate quickly asked if he wanted some backup. Scooping up a sharp dagger, our guy said this would do the trick, gripping the hilt tight. Tate studied his friend with a completely serious expression. Then he turned, spotting a strange guy on the upper floor, radiating a massive blue aura. Staring at the stranger, Tate asked if that guy was the boss here. The protagonist told Tate to protect the girls, and his buddy promised he would. Then, our protagonist glared upstairs, confidently saying he would crush that idiot personally. Puffing on a cigarette, the sketchy guy asked who they were and if they felt lucky. Malie bravely stepped in front of Anna, telling the kid to stay close. The thugs approached, muttering about leaving before the annoying Shinra clan showed up. But first, one creep stuck his tongue out, suggesting they should have a little fun beforehand. Anna deeply frowned, calling him completely disgusting. Malie whispered for Anna to go hide, promising she would find her later. But Anna tearfully shouted that she wanted to stay right there. The creep kept walking closer, asking who gave her permission to run. Suddenly, another random thug popped up right behind Anna, sarcastically asking the same thing. Malie instantly swung her heavy pipe at the guy. She put all her strength into it, but the thug casually fired his gun. The gunshot blasted the pipe right out of Malie's hands. Covering his ear dramatically, the thug whined about his eardrums and told her to behave. I know what you are thinking. Absolute cringe. Malie just glared back, dead serious, while this weirdo in a hat literally licked his gun, asking to play. Meanwhile, the second thug stepped toward Anna, bluntly telling the kid to scramble before the Shinra guys arrived. Poor Anna slowly backed away, begging the man to stop. She pressed herself flat against the wall while he creepily told her not to panic. Reaching his hand out, he tried acting friendly, claiming he was actually a nice guy. Then he aggressively slammed the wall. Anna immediately bolted. He lunged forward, his hand glowing bright blue, and grabbed her wrist. Instantly, a massive shockwave of pure mana exploded from Anna, completely blasting the guy backward. At the exact same time, Anna manifested a solid barrier directly ahead. Blocked outside, the thug was completely stunned that a little kid had such insane mana. Pulling out a sharp knife, he actually considered selling her for cash. Then he charged right at her. He slashed viciously, but the blade totally bounced off the shield. He wildly stabbed the shield, cursing loudly as he wondered why it was completely unbreakable. Holding her ground, Anna finally realized this trick came directly from Matthew's strict training. Annoyed, the thug tossed his useless knife aside, complaining this was getting him nowhere. Anna flashed a proud little smile, amazed she actually pulled the move off. Suddenly, he just smirked easily, shoved his bare hand straight through her magic barrier, and laughed. Grinning like a total creep, he grabbed Anna's tiny hand and whispered, "Gotcha." Elsewhere, random people were desperately fighting monsters, screaming for the famous Shinra clan to rescue them. But then they turned and spotted a brand new nightmare. It was a massive level 83 swamp slug, and a commander ordered all ranged fighters to attack it. But some overly confident guy charged in with an axe, yelling they were useless. He loudly bragged that every monster was exactly the same. You just had to chop them into pieces. So what do you and I learn here? He attacked the slime instantly, froze in horror, and got completely absorbed. Stick with me here. Up on the top floor, a guy watched the mall panic below, hearing people scream that basic attacks did absolutely nothing. He just smirked. Their absolute terror was buying him precious time. While Melly hid in the dark, the mysterious guy barked orders to finish the job fast. Out of nowhere, Anna got grabbed, totally shocked. She screamed, asking how he did that. He just laughed it off, bragging that pro players ignore cheap tricks. But suddenly, a massive blast of fiery mana flew straight at his face. He barely threw up a shield in time. Melly was firing pure energy straight from her palms. Shooting non-stop, Melly yelled at Anna to run, so she bolted. But this guy literally started clapping, grinning at Melly, asking if she had skills too. Melly leaped back as he charged. While Anna sprinted away, the villain just mocked Melly, asking why she played hard to get with a top-tier pro. Melly bit her lip hard. Kicking off those heels, she tore her dress so she could actually fight. Dropping into a combat stance, she hissed she was nobody's toy. He just smirked, calling her magic cute, but warned that cheap tricks would never win. Instantly, his smug grin vanished. A massive hit completely shattered his barrier, and fresh blood dripped right onto his shoes. Staring back, he realized her stats had just spiked off the charts. Spotting those glowing magic circles around her, he asked if she used a power buff. Watch closely here. Blinding light flooded the room. Catching his breath, he asked if she was already running out of gas. Glaring at Anna, he sighed out loud, asking why she kept running when escaping was literally impossible. Grabbing her by the head, he mocked her to be a good little girl and play nice. But bright blue energy was already surging into Anna's legs. She jumped onto a shelf, grabbing a heavy toy box to launch. Instantly, the creepy stranger threw up his shield. But instead, he furiously kicked the shelf, cursing her out as Anna completely lost her balance and fell. Smirking, he planned to blast her leg clean off, but then flinched. Her barrier crashed right into his. Hands up, he growled that he tried playing nice, but she was getting way too arrogant. Frowning hard, Anna started counting down in her head. Gathering insane mana in her bare palms, she hit 2. Boom, Anna launched herself straight off his barrier. With bright blue energy pouring out, the guy was left totally speechless. He reached out, assuming she would just fail again. But Anna remembered Melly's moves and decided to steal her exact technique. Compressing all that energy into a glowing sphere, she copied Melly perfectly. Then Anna launched the massive mana bomb straight at his face. The villain could only stare in absolute shock. A blinding flash erupted, and the epic blast completely leveled the entire room. He turned back to check the smoking rubble. Meanwhile, Anna dashed right out of the store, gripping a baseball bat super tight. Spotting her, he wondered if this little kid actually beat his partner. He was totally out of ammo and running way behind schedule now. I know exactly what you and I are thinking. Blood covered his hand, and fighting both was a terrible idea. Running away hurt his pride, but he would let heaven judge him later. Melly screamed out loud, warning Anna to stay back. Anna froze, realizing that despite her crazy strength, Melly's legs were completely tied up. The man crept up behind Melly, smirking that it was time to play dirty. Gripping a sharp knife, he grabbed her violently by the throat. Absolutely terrified, Anna tried yelling, but he barked a lethal warning for her to stay completely still. Pressing that cold blade to Melly's cheek, he swore one step meant blood. Suddenly, the second guy ambushed Anna, slamming her brutally onto the floor. Pinning her down, he laughed like a maniac, asking if she seriously thought he died. Trash like her could never beat a top player. Looking totally devastated, Anna realized how bad this would end. Her vision blurred, and suddenly a massive, terrifying wave of pure power exploded out of her. Throwing his arms up, the villain panicked, wondering if her mana literally just multiplied 10 times over. That crazy energy storm swirling around, Anna just grew wilder. He realized if this kept going, she would literally explode. Melly fought back hard, but he ruthlessly stabbed her right in front of Anna. Tossing Melly over his shoulder, he yelled, asking if Anna wanted everyone dead. Claiming he would actually help, he moved in to grab her while his partner viciously struck the back of Anna's head. Anna hit the floor, fading out fast. One creep muttered it was a shame leaving her behind since she was cute and packed insane mana reserves. Inside her own mind, Anna desperately wished for more strength. Suddenly she stood in this blinding white space, looking around, asking who was there. A mysterious echoing voice asked if she craved true power as glowing runes suddenly appeared. Clutching her chest, Anna asked if it would really make her strong. But suddenly Matthew yelled not to listen. Anna flinched in total shock. She flashed back to that sunny house and Matthew's panicked warning. They survived back then, but the next time could end in absolute total disaster. He promised to teach her absolutely anything she ever wanted, but only if she swore to live a totally normal life. Holding out his pinky finger, he made her swear never to listen to that dark inner voice. Crying, Anna just smiled, took his hand and promised. Back in the real world, her hands trembled as she silently begged Matthew for his forgiveness. Trust me, you will love what happens next. The villain smirked, completely unaware Anna was finally embracing that dark power to protect everyone. Flashing back to her friend's suffering, she boldly declared she needed strength to save her aunt. The guy just swung hard, telling her to go to sleep. Let's jump right into the madness. Anna's eyes glow bright yellow. She screams for power and bam, he goes flying. Terrified, the second thug screams about that idiot coming back. Anna looks up. Is it Tade? He throws a coat over her, calling her incredibly brave. Anna smiles, lowering her eyes as Tade steps forward. His turn to play. The villain scowls, completely annoyed by this absolute bear of a man. Tade charges lightning fast, grabs his head and just slams him. Tade carefully scoops Molly up. The remaining punk grabs a knife, shaking like a leaf. Keeping Molly safe, Tade watches this guy charge with a total death wish. Smack. One punch to the face sends him flying back. Bright blue energy bursts around Tade. After what they did to his friends, pure payback time. He beats the guy totally senseless, promising maximum pain. Then we flash back to a few days before this mall disaster. A guy screams that he did exactly what he was told. What more do they want? Gripping his chest tight, he suddenly whips out a hidden weapon. He charges the stranger, screaming he will kill him and the traitor. He thrusts his spear but freezes. A blade strikes. This insane power totally scrambles enemy senses. The assassin is already right behind him with a rope. He sighs heavily. This guy talks way too much. He easily takes him down, tying the rope to a ceiling beam while dropping a dark message from the boss. Hanging him in the air, he coldly promises to handle his family. No need to worry about the wife at all. The guy shakes, then goes completely still. Checking the news on his phone, the killer casually thanks him for his hard work. Goodbye. Now keep your eyes peeled because things are about to get insane. At a warehouse, a guy confirms the Shamwa clan left. He pulls his hood up, thinking they moved incredibly fast. Suddenly, someone asks about the random kid standing right behind him. What kid? He turns around and just freezes. Matthew is standing right there, smiling, joking that he spotted him just in time. The dude stares in absolute shock. Who the heck is this kid, and how long has he been creeping there? Glaring at our main character, he figures they can just wipe him out and move on. The thug draws his sword, mocking the scared kid for following strangers. But then Matthew casually swings his own little blade. The guy smirks, warning him about the consequences. Bam, our protagonist drops him in a single hit. The whole warehouse freezes in shock. Grabbing his head, Matthew completely panics, muttering that the guy was absolutely not supposed to die. The leader holds back the angry mob. That is no ordinary kid, everyone gasps. Smiling like an absolute menace, our boy tells them to chill. Every single one of them starts violently shaking when he casually speaks their language. Why so scared of a kid with a tiny knife? He gloats, feeding on their fear. The mob charges, and Matthew's hand bursts with blue aura. Using heavenly footwork, he absolutely tears through the entire mob. Crimson splashes everywhere across the warehouse. Holding his knife, our boy asks why the boss finally stood up. If he stayed seated, Matthew would have come to him anyway. I know you are thinking the same thing I am. The boss is totally baffled. Did this kid actually wipe out B- ranks in 1 second? Realizing a head-on fight is pure suicide, the boss quickly vanishes into the thick smoke. Sprinting past, he assumes the kid is training for the 12 thrones. Still, he should be totally invisible. Suddenly, the boy whips right around. Dodging the sneak attack like nothing, glowing, blue energy wraps around Matthew as he violently kicks the guy away. Standing over the loser, Matthew says the nameless one does not even matter anymore. People only remember him because he was a total outcast. A massive purple aura explodes from the boss. Matthew just casually dodges every single strike. Knife in hand, the kid easily weaves through every deadly blow. The boss is losing his absolute mind. How can a child move like this? Ducking down, Matthew says he knows that exact feeling. He sweeps the guy's legs, mocking that without his special power, he is pure trash. Jumping up, our boy tells him to relax. The guy lunges back, but Matthew promises he is not actually going to finish him off. Matthew just slashes his knife anyway, crimson splashes everywhere. Oh no, Yuna. Matthew stands near the doctors, begging her to cover up his giant mess. She dramatically flicks her fan. Fine, but he owes her big time. He asks if that just means a favor later, then begs her to deal with the knocked-out boss. Raising a hand, she walks over to the unconscious guy. She warns Matthew that next time he is absolutely not getting off this easy. Kneeling down, Matthew reaches out, saying he always wondered what was behind those weird glasses. The guy begs him to stop. Matthew rips them off. Our boy instantly recoils. Yuna hides behind her fan. They both cover their mouths, looking totally sick to their stomachs. So what do we take away from this? Always keep the glasses on. He calls the guy a completely disgusting flounder. Suddenly, he turns to see his parents and sister walking over. They are smiling, his sister waves, and Matthew beams back with pure joy. Alright, you and I are jumping into some absolute timeline madness today. He runs over screaming for Anna while the news blasts about the December 17th Dawn Mall attack. Gripping the remote, he listens hard. The broadcast confirms it, the culprits are caught. The nameless one Divine Wind no Yunha of the 12 Thrones and the Shinra clan crushed them. 23 total casualties. He just stares dead at the screen as the government issues official apologies. Slowly he sinks into the couch, processing that insane TV broadcast. Watching Matthew's family laughing outside, a soft smile hits his face. He whispers, he finally found it. Later inside this massive domed building, our main character takes a seat across from No Yunha. He notices she quietly threw up a privacy barrier exactly like Korea's top mage, Divine Wind. While Olivia's dad brews some coffee, Yunha points out this is his first time ever agreeing to meet. He admits he owes her a massive thank you. Sipping his lemonade, he asks for the full story. Setting her drink down, she drops a bomb. The government just announced the first death sentence for the nameless. Staring out the window, he asks the million-dollar question. Who hired them? Yunha simply says she absolutely cannot tell him. Gripping his glass tight, Matthew asks about the Dawn Company's ultimate fate. Now pay attention here, things get crazy. She mentions Drake, the president returned and the heirs completely backed off to handle the wild public backlash. Popping her fan open, she stands to leave, claiming she has lots to learn. Then Tom walks over smiling. He tells the happy kid the others will arrive shortly. He is totally welcome to hang out and play, which he gladly accepts. Heading back, Matthew remembers that guy clutching his head and that insanely creepy smiling king. The three sons fought a brutal war for the throne, with the eldest winning. He also remembers crying over a body surviving the Kraken, his sister's miracle, and those kids surviving kindergarten. Buchan incident casualties dropped massively. The Dawn Mall strike completely failed, and the Dawn Company's succession line totally flipped upside down. The future was actively shifting. Flashing back to a bloody kid and a laughing Sarah, he swears things change now. He checks his watch. Our guy smirks at his drink. Evening finally blankets the entire sprawling city. At dinner, Matthew listens to his sister's huge announcement. But the absolute second, Anna says she wants to be a player, he straight up chokes. Dropping his spoon, he stares in pure panic. Mind racing, he wonders if the timeline seriously just changed again. Slamming the table, he loudly and completely shuts down this crazy idea. Anna looks totally crushed while her brother yells that player life is completely dangerous. Hand on her chest, she nervously argues he cannot know unless she tries. After all, he was the exact guy praising her talent earlier. He snaps back that yes, she has talent, but he only taught her mana, control for health, not to build some hardcore player. Their parents look so confused as he angrily rants about avoiding mana exhaustion, but Anna refuses to back down from her massive player dream. Matthew slams the table again, demanding why she would throw away a perfectly normal life. Let's pause. You and I know player life is brutal. Upset, Anna fiercely insists she just wants to save people. Meeting her brother's angry glare, she bravely claims she refuses to just stand around completely helpless. Mom smiles warmly, eyes closed, saying that is wonderful. She should absolutely follow her own heart. The baby starts crying and Matthew yells he hates this. Mom calmly soothes Yuan, straight up telling Matthew this crying is entirely his fault. Desperate, Matthew turns to his parents asking if they seriously think Anna becoming a player is totally fine. Tracy looks at him with deep concern, asking what he means. Obviously, she knows the job is dangerous. Still, she and her husband smile gently. If Anna wants it that badly, they choose to fully support her. Anna happily hugs her mom, thanking her while Dad leans in for a hug. Matthew just lowers his eyes in sadness. Later, inside an office, the girl rubs her head and orders Clark to give the quick summary. Flicking on the screen, he reveals the Dawn Mall attack wasn't random. It was an inside job by the company. Pulling up a chart, he explains the Dawn Company is fractured between President Drake and his three sons. The oldest and middle sons are prime suspects since the youngest lacks power. He points to smiling Alex and gloomy Archie. He notes the oldest son is notoriously cruel. Most expect him to inherit the company simply because he is the eldest. The middle son, unlike his brother, actually has a way better personality and is a highly capable manager. Arms folded tight, a guy asks the girl running the meeting if this confirms a massive terrorist attack. She confirms Alex attacked Archie's mall. So what do you and I make of this rich family drama is lethal, and that is exactly why the president just left house arrest. Stick with me, Clark points right at the screen, warning them about way bigger problems. More intel to check. Pushing up his glasses, he flashed a hit list, proving Alice definitely brought more than just the nameless. The Azure Ocean clan was totally in on this too. One guy at the table absolutely lost it, screaming to know if everyone realized how insanely serious this actually was. Pulling up the chart, Clark showed how 92 Hounds got completely wiped out on Mount Bukansan. Azure Ocean snagged 7 mana stones but only sold 3. Obviously those missing 4 were used to summon those Hounds for the huge ambush. The girl guessed they were just hoarding them to hike prices. But he instantly shot that down. Grade 7 stones are way too easy to farm. So she asked straight up, what were the real odds Azure Ocean organized that ambush? Frowning hard, Clark said he ran market data against the Shinra clan supply. Based on those raw numbers, the chance of them being involved was exactly 0. Clasping his hands, the old man pointed out that this was honestly just one massive wild theory. 0 solid proof. The whole table went dead silent as he added it was still super possible and everyone really needed to wake up. All eyes hit the screen. Covering her mouth, she brought up Gilseong-jun and that massive April scandal with Dangun. When No found out, she completely snapped. Now watch this. Pulling up that clan chart, she explained Gilseong-jun was just waiting for the drama to cool before targeting Dangun. That was exactly why she called this meeting. Seeing her smirk, the old guy asked the real question, does this mean all-out war? Waving his hands, one guy totally panicked. He reminded them Azure Ocean had Divine Wind, plus the absolutely overpowered Lightning King from the 12 Thrones. Frowning, he realized even a prodigy like the Lightning King was super young. Going head-to-head with No would be a pure nightmare. Slamming the table, the girl sighed and instantly crushed their hype. They were not going to war. She spread her arms calmly, even as Clark furiously shouted that ignoring Azure Ocean was completely impossible. Shredding the files with pure raw energy, she announced they were backing the Alice Group heir instead. Smiling coldly, she burned those documents to ash to block Azure Ocean. Bam, we jump to Matthew's classroom where a totally confused guy is yelling. Our main character just smiled super awkwardly, wondering how they somehow all ended up together again. Sitting at their desks, Catherine pointed out the obvious. Classmates again, Claire totally admitted she was terrified of splitting up. Smiling warmly, our boy happily greeted Laura. He was honestly glad she made class 1 to avoid awkward run-ins, quietly praying this school year would be way less chaotic. Jimmy suddenly leaned over, pointing straight ahead. Look at this. A bunch of super pissed off kids were glaring right at them, and apparently they'd been staring forever. Gripping his desk, Jimmy angrily offered to go smash some heads, but Matthew quickly stopped him. Our guy just shot them a dark frown. Instantly, the kids across the room panicked and looked away. Catherine glanced at Matthew, who was literally covering his buddy's face, asking if he was seriously never going to clear up those wild rumors. She explained that everyone literally thought his dad was a total demon who nearly beat the KK Pharmaceuticals boss to death. So naturally, the entire school was absolutely terrified of him. You and I know the actual truth. He stared in shock, wondering when they became the bad guys before awkwardly admitting those rumors were basically facts. Crossing her arms, Claire asked if things were actually all right. Matthew just shrugged, looking confused, doubting anyone would even dare to test him anyway. Then, the guy suddenly asked what on earth his buddy ate to get so insanely jacked. Standing up super proud, hands on hips, Jimmy bragged about hardcore training and chugging Olivia's dad's special juice. Stunned, our MC demanded he repeat that. Panicking, he suddenly remembered telling Catherine and Claire that drink was strictly a mana potion. Imagining the whole class roasting his height, he suddenly realized that juice didn't just restore mana. It literally caused huge growth spurts. From now on, he desperately needed to start chugging it too. Matthew looked super depressed right as a kid sprinted in screaming that the teacher was coming. Then the man himself finally walked right in. Standing behind him, Jimmy muttered about rushing back to his desk. Up front, Bill casually introduced himself as their brand new homeroom teacher. Staring hard, he frowned deeply. This guy's mana flow was completely bizarre. Seriously, who was this new guy? Shutting his book, the old man sat surrounded by huge piles of dusty tomes demanding a full report from his assistant. Gripping the files, the man confirmed Laura's expulsion request was handled exactly as ordered. The old guy listened closely. He explained how even KK Pharmaceuticals kids got shoved into a separate class while Olivia's crew was grouped up. Watching Olivia smile, he asked about Kim Gunn's family. Trust me, you'll want to see what's next. You and I are about to see some wild grandpa energy. Staring out the window, he asked who dared cross her. She was basically his real granddaughter, and revenge was definitely on the menu. Grabbing the files, he asked for the plan regarding Olivia's class. The man explained her teacher retired from a brutal injury. But make no mistake, the guy was still an absolute beast. Skimming the file, the old man checked his past rank. The answer, Regulus Clan S rank, an absolute heavy hitter. Seeing Bill's perfect record, he decided the guy was solid. Then flashing back to Olivia quietly reading, he asked who she actually wanted in her class next year. Sitting right on her grandpa's lap, she smiled brightly. Staying with her friends would be completely awesome. Her dad tried to manage expectations, but grandpa, he instantly promised to make her wish a reality. Looking worried, she quickly said it was fine, acting super mature. Surprised by her understanding, he smiled and asked to make a prediction, picturing her happily walking those academy halls with her friends. He confidently declared that even in their second year, Olivia was staying in the exact same class. Closing the book with a warm smile, the old man asked if that sounded like a fair deal. Glancing back at the book, he admitted he already had someone who felt exactly like his own granddaughter. Meanwhile, at another building, things were getting super intense. Anna stood across from her brother, who warned her to watch out for the incoming dust. Super hyped, she pumped her fists, asking how he met this legendary aunt. He casually replied, they literally just bumped into each other by chance. A sudden gust of wind blew the dust away. Anna stared eagerly as her brother announced it was finally here. Watch closely because this entrance is legendary. A wild blue whirlwind formed right in front of them, blasting dust absolutely everywhere across the building. The girl looked up, completely stunned. Then a mysterious woman stepped right out, hiding behind a gorgeous fan. Noah smiled, apologizing for the dramatic delay and asking if they waited long. Thrilled, Anna bounced next to her brother and yelled, "Not at all," even though she was definitely late. The girl just stared with sparkling eyes, clasped her hands, offered a deep bow, and excitedly yelled, "Hello." Smiling shyly, Noah told her to drop the whole divine wind of the 12 Thrones title. Just calling her auntie was perfectly fine. Staring at this shy kid practically glowing, Noah realized Anna possessed an absolutely insane amount of raw mana. And the crazy part, she actually knew how to control it. If the outside world found out, guilds would wage war to claim her, causing absolute chaos. But right now, she was safely hidden. Our main character cut in totally annoyed, asking if the sweet greetings were over and if she brought the goods. Flashing a sweet smile, Noah casually handed over an energy ball. He grabbed it, explaining it was actually a specialized device containing a magic stone. Matthew picked it up, examining it closely with one eye shut. Rolling the glowing stone between his fingers, he nodded in approval. Then he glanced at his super determined sister, asking if she was truly ready. Closing his eyes, our main character drew the sword from the device, promising he wouldn't hold her back anymore. Still hiding behind her fan, Noah watched the girl point her blade at her brother, who seriously warned her to stay perfectly on guard. Gripping the magic stone tightly, he admitted he had no idea how much she actually understood. Tossing it forward, he announced the brutal training was officially starting. The stone instantly lit up. He stepped back, watching closely, as it released a massive, blinding burst of raw energy. I know what you're thinking. Cute, right? Well, just wait. A little pink ear popped out. She gripped her sword as a Class A creature named Bori appeared. Anna stared in total confusion. Glancing back at her brother, she honestly asked if that adorable little thing was actually a deadly monster. Matthew just stared at his hesitant sister, coldly ordering her to kill it. He frowned, flashing back to her crying and clinging to their mom. Ultimately, her pure stubbornness won out. But since she chose this, she desperately needed to learn exactly how ruthless a player's path had to be. He watched silently as she stepped toward the little Bori sword drawn. The creature just smiled happily, walking right toward her. Anna smiled back, saying it looked completely harmless. Instantly, her brother sprinted forward, screaming at her to never drop her guard. She turned around anxiously, and boom, Bori suddenly mutated, growing massive with its terrifying mouth completely unhinged. Twisting into an absolute nightmare, it lunged straight for her face. Anna froze in pure shock as her brother leaped in, kicking the monster away. The twisted creature flew backward, skidding violently across the concrete floor. Bori lay there, taking massive critical damage. Standing protectively in front, Matthew gave a harsh lesson. Never judge monsters by appearance, and never hesitate again, or it's game over. Gripping her sword, the girl looked down in shame as her brother asked if they should stop. She remembered him fearlessly charging through broken cars to fight. Then she pictured Melly fighting bravely, gripping her own blade tight. Right there, she decided she was totally done being the helpless one needing protection. She wanted to protect her loved ones too. Eyes burning with new confidence, Anna raised her sword, refusing to leave this heavy burden entirely on her brother. She had to break through this fear. Soon, her gleaming sword was absolutely dripping with monster blood. The magic stone lay in a dark puddle nearby. Staring at the bloody blade in sheer terror, the poor girl finally dropped it to the floor. So what do you and I take away from this? Real training is brutal. Anna collapsed, waving weakly as her brother rushed over while Noah marveled at her surviving 15 tries. Stick with me here. Matthew watched his sister staring at her bloody hands, absolutely sobbing. He sat right down, pulled her into a tight hug, and whispered that she did perfectly. Noah watched him calm Anna down. She thought about the brutal hell it took to reach this moment. Because in this crazy world, players simply have to be strong. Seeing the crying girl, it clicked. Matthew forced his own sister to kill that monster. No just smiled, snapped her fan shut, and called him one terrifying kid. Fast forward a few days, we cut back to the boys' classroom where Bill aggressively grabbed a box. He slammed it on the table. The order class leaders hand out milk to everyone, and once they finished, every single empty carton had to come right back. Standing by the door, another guy barked at everyone to line up and grab one. Matthew smirked, tossed a carton to his buddy, and told him to chug. The boy smiled, remembering that time he gave one to Chloe, even though she absolutely despised it. But Jimmy stopped him cold, handing him a very specific one instead. Matthew looked down, completely confused. Boom. A magic cocoa packet right in his hand, the stuff that instantly turns plain milk into chocolate. He stared at Jimmy, absolutely mind-blown. Jimmy just grinned and told him to keep it. The madman actually snuck out earlier to buy it from a shop. Matthew frowned. What if the teacher caught them? Jimmy completely brushed it off. Honestly, since when did they ever care about breaking the rules? Matthew closed his eyes. Was he spoiling this kid way too much? He dumped the cocoa and Jimmy violently shook it and offered him a sip. Holding up the carton, Jimmy looked super curious. He asked what the packet label actually said. Matthew checked the box. Reading the tiny text, he realized it was a message praying for their fellow countrymen over in Italy who were struggling hard. And that hit him like a truck. He instantly realized exactly what year it was. Later, Matthew casually strolled up the stairs, hands in his pockets. He remembered Anna saying she was in 6th grade, group 4. That image of her crying just kept looping. Sure, it was literally for her own survival, but he still felt like garbage. Walking down the hall, he just hoped she wouldn't be mad forever. Out of nowhere, some laughing kid in the hallway slammed right into him. He spun around, saw Matthew, and immediately started yelling. Matthew just stared blankly until the loudmouth started looking nervous. Hands on his hips, the guy leaned in and mocked that Matthew didn't even look like a 6th grader. Like, who gave him permission to be up here? Suddenly a bunch more boys circled him, demanding a full apology for the bump. Then they aggressively demanded to know his grade. Matthew just raised a single eyebrow, staring dead at their leader. Now you're gonna want to watch closely here. He looked familiar. Boom, it clicked. This was Bruce, that masked guy from before. Matthew remembered Bruce was the boss of the Sunbuck District kids. The guy wasn't strong, but he was incredibly slippery, amazing at spotting weaknesses, and a fast talker. In the local underworld, basically all the juicy intel from the Sunbuck slums flowed straight through Bruce's crew. Watching him throw this massive tantrum, Matthew realized Bruce had survived Sunbuck since childhood, which completely explained his underground intel network. Suddenly, one of his lackeys violently shoved Matthew, grumbling about kids these days being way too arrogant. Bruce aggressively grabbed Matthew right by the collar. Hoisting him up, he gritted his teeth and threatened to teach him some serious respect. Suddenly, a teacher shouted nearby, demanding to know what was going on. Bruce violently hissed at everyone to keep their mouths shut. Meanwhile, Matthew was coldly calculating his counterattack. Hidden behind his back, he slowly formed a glowing energy fist. He figured he'd give Bruce a tiny scare. But the idiot just yanked his arm back, screaming that Matthew was totally dead meat. That hidden mana hand curled its fingers ready for a lethal flick. But then Anna spotted the whole mess. Bruce completely froze when someone screamed his name. Honestly, Matthew was shocked too. Everyone slowly turned toward the furiously angry girl standing right there. Bruce looked incredibly embarrassed for a split second before instantly getting mad. Anna just stood there, hands on her hips, screaming that she warned him about bullying. Bruce quickly spun to her, flashing the most awkward smile ever, desperately stammering that this wasn't what it looked like. Yeah, I know exactly what you're thinking. Does this absolute idiot have a crush on his sister? Bruce was flustered, waving his hands in pure panic. Matthew was absolutely seething inside. How dare this street punk like his little sister? He stood there, clenching his fist, while the goons frantically tried making excuses. They claimed Matthew bumped into him, apologized, and they were just teaching him some basic manners. Anna aggressively shoved Bruce backwards, demanding to know if he seriously just tried teaching her own brother a lesson. Bruce just blinked, asking what she just said. The guy stood there absolutely shell-shocked. Anna sighed, gently fixing Matthew's sweater, while the background goons mumbled that they looked literally nothing alike. Then, both siblings slowly turned, hitting Bruce with a simultaneous death glare. Scratching his head, Bruce awkwardly threw up a hand and apologized, sweating and swearing it would absolutely never happen again. Still super annoyed, Anna grabbed Matthew's hand and dragged him away. Behind them, Bruce desperately yelled out, begging to know if that was really her little brother and if he was hurt. The idiot even waved with this goofy smile, swearing that if anyone ever bothered Matthew, he would personally take care of it. "So what do you and I take from this?" Matthew just grinned. He knew this absolute clown was getting utterly destroyed next time. "Alright, you and I are jumping right back in." Walking home, Matthew glances through the trees, asking if Anna actually likes that guy. She points out Bruce is technically older. Trailing behind his flustered sister, Matthew pushes harder. What does she honestly think of him? Anna just strolls along, hands behind her back, before spinning around with a massive smile. Leaning in, eyes closed, she drops a total bombshell. Matthew is her absolute favorite, so he has zero reason to be jealous. He just stares, totally caught off guard. She offers to walk him to class, forcing him to awkwardly cough into his fist just to hide his red face. Anna practically tackles him with a hug, teasing that he loves her too. Meanwhile, flashback a few days, their grandma is out walking in the pouring rain. Carrying heavy groceries, she sighs, thinking about how long it has been since the grandkids visited. Remembering a recent video call, a warm smile hits her face. Matthew and Anna are just getting so incredibly big. Seriously, she can hardly believe how fast they are growing up. Then, suddenly, a weird noise echoes from the dark alleyway. She turns instantly on edge. Just her imagination. Nope. It is coming from the trash can. Peeking inside, she completely freezes. It is Polly. Just curled up in a tiny ball, hugging his knees. She sighs heavily. He is a half-breed kid. Reaching in, her heart breaks at how ridiculously small he is. How much trauma has this poor kid faced? She softly asks if he is all right. Her hand grazes his cheek. He is absolute ice. Instantly, Polly stares up at her, eyes wide with pure, unadulterated terror. Cruel rumors flood his mind. Half-breeds get sold, treated like literal punching bags, and tossed out like garbage because society flat out does not care. Now watch closely with me here. Panicking, he slaps her hand away and painfully tumbles right out of the trash. Throwing his hands up defensively, he shouts, demanding to know who she is, and desperately begging her to back off. Looking at his filthy, soaked clothes, she realizes something awful. He really is completely alone, hurt, shivering, and abandoned in the freezing rain. Polly weakly waves her off, warning her to stay back. But come on, there is zero chance Grandma is leaving him behind. Shielding himself with his arms, he squeezes his eyes shut tight. Then he bravely peeks out just a little bit. Leaning in close, she covers him with her umbrella. With a gentle voice, she offers him a real home if he has nowhere to go. Jump back to the present. The family pulls up to Grandma's house, hopping out of the car. She beams, patting Anna and Matthew, amazed by how much they grew. Tracy immediately puts her hands on her hips, pouting. Apparently the kids are only this sweet for Grandma and never for her. Pulling the grandkids into a tight hug, Grandma looks right at Tracy and totally roasts her, saying she still acts like a giant child herself. Then she shoots a cheeky smile at John, joking that he must have a tough time dealing with her totally crazy daughter. Next, Grandma bends down toward little Yoon with a super warm smile. Yoon nervously clings to her mom's leg. Grandma casually mentions they met last year, even if Yoon forgot. Still hiding away, Yoon listens closely as Grandma asks her age. Suddenly, Yoon bravely runs right over. Flashing a super shy smile, she holds up 3 tiny fingers. She is a big 3-year-old now. Grandma bursts into laughter, scooping her into a huge hug. Calling her absolutely precious, she declares, "It is time to finally eat dinner." She is ordering everyone's favorite chicken. The happy family heads straight through the gate. But stepping into the yard, Matthew freezes. Pure mana flares in his eyes. Anna turns around, totally confused. He is scanning the house. There is crazy mana inside. It does not feel like a monster, though. The energy is way too calm. Shushing Anna, Matthew signals her to stay completely quiet. A thief, maybe. You and I both know he cannot let this slide. Crouching low, he slowly pushes the door open to ambush the intruder. Nobody messes with Grandma's house, but sneaking inside, he spots Polly sitting on the floor. Wait a second, this kid is way smaller than expected. Polly's cute ears twitch. He turns around blankly, asking if the fried chicken finally arrived. But Matthew is not taking chances. He rushes in lightning fast and absolutely tackles Polly. Right on cue, Grandma walks in carrying Yoon with the parents trailing behind. The whole group completely freezes, staring in absolute shock. Grandma looks at her grandson, asking what on earth all this crazy noise is about. Pinning Polly down with the table totally flipped, Matthew interrogates him. How the heck did he get here? Polly grits his teeth, entirely confused by the attack. Polly angrily scratches his head while Matthew suddenly realizes the truth. It is actually Polly. He just stares as the poor kid rubs a massive bump. Cut to someone pouring a refreshing drink. Anna's parents sigh, finally admitting Grandma made the right call. Grandma insists she totally meant to explain everything once they all arrive today. The parents nod in agreement while the boys aggressively stuff their faces at the table. Then Grandma dives into the story of finding Polly. Matthew glares at this new kid, realizing his whole timeline has drastically changed now. Polly whines about being constantly stared at while eating. Turning to Grandma, he acts like a total brat, absolutely refusing to share his food. Matthew keeps glaring at him. When Grandma offers food, Polly rudely tells her off. So what do you and I make of this? Matthew is absolutely furious. You and I are about to witness the absolute funniest way to humble a bratty kid. Stick with me. Polly just kept running his mouth, holding his soda. Before it escalated, Matthew simply stood up. He smiled at Grandma, claiming he and little Polly were just going outside for a nice friendly walk. Polly was practically screaming, begging for literally any excuse to stay inside, but Grandma completely bought it, thrilled they were bonding. Dad just casually told them to be safe. Anna actually tried to tag along, but Matthew quickly told her to wait. He ordered Polly outside. The brat immediately snapped back, claiming he never agreed to go. So Matthew just grabbed his collar and completely dragged him right off that table. He bluntly warned the kid he was coming along no matter what. Cut to sunset, Matthew had literally dragged this boy all the way out to the front gate. Boom. He tossed Polly straight into the dirt. Still gripping his Pepsi, the kid grabbed his aching back and desperately tried to stand up. Then he looked down, absolutely furious. His chicken hit the ground completely ruined. Polly instantly started screaming at Matthew for destroying his precious snack. Matthew just shrugged, saying there was nothing he could do, and snapped his fingers. Now, you and I need to watch this part closely. A massive energy dome trapped them, totally shocking Polly. Matthew calmly stated nobody could hear them now. Tossing the bottle casually over his shoulder, he flat out said Polly was acting like an absolute animal. Raising that bottle high, Matthew promised to fix his garbage attitude personally. Polly leaped up, fists completely clenched, ready to brawl, screaming about how much he hated him. Matthew instantly lunged, swinging that bottle before the brat could even blink. The strike was fully charged with raw energy and hit insanely hard. Matthew made his feelings perfectly clear. He hated this brat right back. Before Polly could even recover from that brutal first hit, the next heavy swing came crashing down. Smack, Matthew just kept swinging, demanding basic respect for his granny. The exact same woman who literally saved this ungrateful kid and gave him a bed. That final strike hit even harder. Boom. Polly crashed face first into the dirt, completely unable to get back up. Looming right over him, Matthew listed exactly what words Polly should never ever say to his poor granny. He demanded some basic manners, while Polly desperately screamed for help. But Matthew just coldly reminded the kid absolutely zero sound escapes this energy dome. Back inside, the totally clueless family kept gushing over their cute new friendship. Meanwhile, Matthew casually added that only telepathy could ever pierce his barrier. Clutching his pounding head, Polly screamed that was impossible. Matthew just stared at him like he was an absolute idiot. What crazy nonsense was he feeding a 10-year-old? But wait, he suddenly remembered Polly's future lie about learning telepathy super early in life. Matthew loudly asked if that lie earned him another brutal smack. He raised the bottle high again, and Polly instantly panicked in pure, absolute fear. Trapped inside that dome, every single desperate cry for help was completely blocked off from the outside world. We all know the real story, right? Well, next day, Polly is practically on all fours, totally traumatized by his hidden bruises, while the happy family sits around him. After hearing his age, Mom and Dad casually asked about his grade. Polly proudly bragged that he had never attended school and wasn't planning on starting now. Matthew's eyes instantly shifted color, flashing a genuinely terrifying warning. That absolute dead stare paralyzed Polly, forcing him to wrap up his sentence and immediately shut his mouth. Matthew clearly remembered hearing how Polly always got bullied at the Magic Academy. He walked right over, squeezed Polly's shoulder, and kindly offered to join his class. Polly figured second grade was fine for the others, but flat out rejected going himself. While Mom sweetly asked for his thoughts, Matthew aggressively used his telepathy to forcefully secure his agreement. Completely defeated, Polly unwillingly accepted second grade. Matthew just smiled. Granny just beamed, saying the two boys got close so fast, and Mom totally agreed. Poor Polly sat there, completely confused, wondering why nobody noticed Matthew's insane death glares. Forced into faking a laugh, he looked at his happily clueless family. Right then and there, the brat finally realized he was absolutely trapped. Matthew slowly shifted his terrifying gaze toward Polly, while the kid desperately tried ignoring him. Then Matthew grabbed him right by the collar. "Time for another little walk," he whispered. Polly screamed no, but it was way too late for that now. Scene change midday at the embassy. Amanda sat at a fancy table sipping tea, flanked by two dead serious guards. Across from her sat two Italians, Albert and Susan, seriously discussing how to send thousands of Korean refugees back home. And in exchange, they demanded help killing some North Atlantic monster that wasn't even top tier. Amanda calmly raised her teacup, asking if supplying their troops with potions was enough. Albert immediately started praising those potions' insane effects. But then he pushed to trade Mediterranean mana alloys. Amanda just raised an eyebrow. Didn't Italy desperately need those resources for themselves? Boom, Susan suddenly raised an energy-coated leg and completely smashed that beautiful white table right in half. Amanda stayed chill calmly, telling her guards to step up. Panicking, Albert frantically begged for their help in exchange for taking the Korean refugees. Susan just sneered, openly mocking the Korean players as pathetic failures who couldn't even protect their own goddess. Amanda. She just calmly asked for a simple napkin. Albert snapped, telling his partner to back off. Susan just kept insulting Korea until Amanda finally decided to respond. Using her insane remote control power, she slammed Susan right out of her seat, pinning her hard to the floor. Amanda flatly stated she'd support Italy purely for her own people. She promised to send 2 12 Thrones members. Then Amanda just stood up and snapped her fingers. So what do you and I learn here? Never cross her. Let's jump right into the madness. Albert and Susan clutch their throats in pure agony, while Amanda just strolls away, totally ignoring their screaming death threats. Without backing down even an inch, she orders them to report every single detail to their bosses. Susan completely loses it. Ignoring Albert, he swears he is going to kill her and charges forward, but slams face first into an invisible wall. Albert just glares at his reckless partner, his eyes flashing bright blue. He uses his power to pin Susan totally in place, making it crystal clear that moving equals instant death. Amanda glances back with a smirk, glad to see at least one of them actually has a working brain. The ambassadors get kicked out right after. In the absolute second those massive doors slam shut, Susan erupts into pure, uncontrollable rage. Meanwhile, over at the Blue House, someone is seriously stressing out, trying to keep everyone calm. Ron reminds Amanda that since she is basically a goddess now, she actually needs to follow the rules. Amanda makes it painfully clear she is ignoring that advice. Neville asks how Ron could even assume she thinks like him. Shooting Neville an absolute death glare, Amanda warns him to never bring that up again. Neville instantly backs off. He walks over and hands her some paperwork. Turns out the ambassador sent over a massive gift, a literal Maserati. He adds that Big Mama shipped it from Italy for friendship, basically proving exactly how she looks down on Korea right now. Completely shocking, Neville Amanda coldly orders the luxury car to be shipped straight back to Italy. Looking down, she brings up Big Mama. She knows exactly how terrifyingly smart and cunning that woman really is. Now, pay close attention here. Amanda knows arrogant bosses do not make mistakes, so she orders heavy surveillance on those guests to hunt down their secret plot. Neville takes the order, and the heavy office door clicks shut behind him. Amanda stands right up and heads straight for the exit. Ron tries sounding hopeful about the deal, while Amanda praises the absolute genius engineer who invented that pharmacist potion. Shutting the window, she promises to properly thank Italy after sealing the deal. Ron nervously warns her that provoking those ambassadors is an insanely dangerous move. Amanda just stares right at him, flatly asking if she looks like some basic bodyguard. Ron looks away in deep thought. Amanda points out the divine spear is right next door, so if anyone is in actual danger, it is definitely the ambassadors. Later on, she is happily strolling down the street. The doctor just confirmed she is exactly 6 weeks pregnant today. Watching a plane fly high overhead, she keeps walking until her phone suddenly buzzes, completely grabbing her full attention. It is her boyfriend asking if she ate lunch yet. Wanting to drop the baby news in person, she plays it cool and mentions she just visited the hospital. She asks him to come home early from work so they can talk things over. He quickly agrees and ends the call right there. Smiling, she really cannot wait to see him. Checking her phone again for Valentine, she hesitates and then totally freezes. Susan is standing right in front of her. This sudden ambush absolutely terrifies her. Susan just smirks, asking how she ended up here. He creepily adds that she looks even prettier than last time. Albert steps up right behind him, pointing out that things are going pretty terribly for her right now. Susan covers her mouth, staring right into her eyes, and orders her to come along. Meanwhile, Tate is working hard when his office phone suddenly starts ringing. Seeing Molly calling, he is super surprised since they literally just spoke. He answers fast, asking what is wrong. Instead, Molly just thanks him for absolutely everything, leaving him completely confused and starting to panic. She begs him not to look for her anymore. Tate immediately jumps from his chair, screaming desperately into the phone, trying to get her back. With her hands shaking badly, Molly powers off her phone. Sitting right next to her, Susan smugly praises her for making the right choice. He claims they should let normal people live normal lives, a comment that visibly annoys Albert. Outside the day is perfectly warm and super bright. Complaining about the brutal heat, the girls suggest finding a cafe with blasting air conditioning. Matthew and Laura both agree in an absolute heartbeat. He mentions he needs to drop his bag off first and will meet them later. Catherine firmly tells him to wait up for her as well. The girl warns Matthew not to show up late like last time. Suddenly, they spot a group of grown men forcing Molly toward a super sketchy car. Matthew freezes in pure shock. You and I both know everything just instantly clicked. The guys are wearing masks, making it insanely obvious. Molly is only cooperating because she is threatened. He leans forward wondering what massive mess Tate got dragged into. Matthew literally cannot remember a single conflict with Italy happening this entire year. Then he thinks back to everything that actually went down. The second class, Leviathan, was finally completely defeated, and the government sent 3 thrones straight to Italy. That cost Korea massive military power. The Divine Spear lost his left arm, the railgun broke going fully berserk, and everyone assumed the florist died in battle. But now, it really looks like she actually survived. Molly was taken hostage, and Susan somehow entered Korea acting like an ambassador. As Matthew remembers, those wild events sparked massive protests across several different countries. In the very end, Big Mama ordered Susan's brutal public execution. Terrified of what could happen to Molly, Matthew tells Laura to stay put and absolutely not follow. He tries calming her desperately, wondering how to reach Tate right now. Energy wraps his sneakers. Stick around because you absolutely need to see what happens next. Stick with me because this is where things get absolutely wild. He blasts forward at breakneck speed, leaving his girl completely clueless. He already planned his next move. Matthew sprints around the corner hunting that car. But he freezes. The ride is already parked dead in its tracks. Albert and Suchan are just standing there smirking like absolute villains. Matthew realizes instantly. Yep, they totally saw him coming. Suchan steps up with some serious attitude. Stopping right in Matthew's face, the guy starts demanding answers. His voice drops ice cold, demanding what Matthew wants. The dude is totally ready to brawl. A wild left hook flies, but Matthew blocks using pure mana. That heavy counter sends Suchan literally flying sideways. For a second time, just stops. The guy stares back at Matthew completely baffled. Getting up, he asks in pure shock, what is actually wrong with this crazy kid? Suchan jokes that kids today are raised on mana. Albert just smirks. Getting dead serious, Suchan bends his knees for a massive jump. He launches sky high, screaming he will literally beat the power right out of him. Dropping low, Matthew easily slips past that heavy kick. It hits him fast. This guy is actually trying to kill him. Matthew instantly forces raw mana down into his legs. They glow bright. In a total flash, he teleports behind Suchan and swings hard. A brutal kick aims for the head, but the guy dodges. Here's the part you need to watch closely. The man spins, thrusting forward for a fatal strike. Seeing an opening, Matthew redirects mana into his legs. While Suchan reaches out, Matthew strikes back with pure energy. Flipping backward through the air, he completely catches his enemy off guard. Hanging mid-air, he forms a super tight mana sphere and blasts it right at his face. Suchan blocks the heavy hit, staring down the kid. Matthew lands smoothly on the road, standing tall. Shaking his stinging hand, the man admits Matthew packs serious power. Then boom, Suchan moves in a terrifying blur. Closing the distance instantly, he taunts that he is still just a kid. Matthew glances back right as Suchan clamps a brutal hand around his throat, squeezing hard. The villain is straight up enjoying this, not planning to stop. Matthew tries blasting him with mana, but Suchan shuts it down instantly. Laughing, he reminds Matthew he is not the only mana user around here. Our boy knows he desperately needs an escape plan. Things look totally hopeless. With air running out, he needs a move. Suddenly, Mom steps out of the vehicle demanding they let her son go. She yells at Albert, throwing their promise right in his face. Nobody touches her family. Suchan asks if she actually knows this kid. Not buying her act, he chokes Matthew even harder. Mom keeps screaming for his release, but Suchan argues this kid is way too dangerous. He wants to finish him right here. Finally, Albert calls him off. Out of options, Suchan finally lets Matthew drop. Releasing his brutal grip, he casually strolls back toward their ride. Matthew coughs up his lungs as the villain walks past. Mom rushes over, frantically checking if he is okay. Kneeling down, she actually thanks him for trying. Matthew is stunned. A heavy silence falls and she just lowers her head. Slowly, she pulls off her wedding ring, pressing it into his hand. She tells him to give it to Dad. Confused, Matthew begs for answers. Let that sink in for a second. She looks completely terrified, practically begging him to just take her message. Holding his hands over the ring, she whispers to tell Dad she was truly happy. Matthew pleads for her to stay, but she remains totally silent. He screams for his mom as she walks past the villain. Suchan warns Matthew to run away right now while he is still feeling generous. Then he literally grabs the kid by his head and tosses him aside like straight garbage. Matthew slams brutally hard against the rough pavement. Telling him to behave, the guy shuts the door and that car speeds off. Matthew just sits there in the dirt, totally crushed. He literally risked it all to save his family, protect his friends, and stop the massive tragedy at Mount Buchanan, but at what terrible cost to his own life. Picking himself up from the garbage, he totally zones out. Pulling his thoughts together, he realizes he did absolutely everything possible to rewrite this timeline. Staring down at that ring, he knows a future without his mom is completely worthless. Clenching it tightly, he swears he will never let her erase herself. Meanwhile, through a partly open door, John wipes his sweaty forehead after grinding endlessly. They are rushing crazy fast to finish this massive government order. He even jokes about skipping sleep entirely to hit the tight deadline. Then Laura walks over and offers him a drink. John checks the glass, flashing a tired smile. When she questions his sanity, he laughs it off and sips. Suddenly, his phone lights up with a call from Matthew. John picks up immediately, asking what is going wrong, while Matthew just apologizes for calling him so randomly. John tells him to cut the apologies and just explain exactly what happened. Matthew practically begs his uncle for some help. Deep in thought, John glances over at his potion shelves. Meanwhile, behind the massive one-story potion workshop, some girls are busy training their mana skills. Noah wraps her fierce energy tightly around a massive tree trunk. With one simple snap, the entire tree violently rips right out of the dirt. Roots lash at Nancy as she braces. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Let's dive right back into the absolute chaos together. Nia watched Nancy dodging those lightning-fast strikes mid-air. Nia instantly cranked up the pressure. Pure mana snagged Nancy's legs, dragging her straight into that massive magical storm. Nancy knew she was hopelessly outmatched. But wait, something razor-sharp suddenly sliced right through that tornado. Bursting through the dome, Nancy shot out, riding a literal flying mana surfboard. Nancy yelled that this training was pure torture. But Nia just smiled, told her to get stronger, and swung her magic rod again. A gigantic whirlwind completely swallowed Nancy, pulling her straight down. She fought hard to balance, but quickly started free-falling. Thinking on her feet, she summoned pink mana jelly right below and landed perfectly safe. That jelly totally absorbed the impact. Bouncing right back up, she charged Nia, who was just charging up more power. Loving her student's stubborn energy, Nia fired again, but Nancy threw up that jelly for a flawless block. Nia honestly respected the clever trick, chalking it up to wild, youthful imagination. Blocking those heavy mana strikes twice proved Nancy had real talent. She totally saw her massive potential even while coasting to an easy victory. Bam! Massive tree roots suddenly shot out the ground, trapping Nancy's legs. She dropped down, utterly defeated. Dangled high in the air, Nancy completely surrendered while Nia clapped for her. But Nia refused to let her down, calling it bonus training. Now pay close attention here because the vibe flips completely. Tabby called Nia, meaning something was terribly wrong. Was he in huge trouble again? That terrifying thought hit her hard while staring out at the pitch-black streets. Cut to Tabby going full combat mode at home. He packed heat brass knuckles and a sharp blade. Giving his weapon stash one final look, he slammed the case shut. Rocking just pants and white socks, he stood up. Tossing his shirt aside, he glared at his own jacked physique and just looked completely frustrated. He seriously thought he was getting soft. Cue the flashback to his youth holding ice cream while Melly screamed at some total creep for touching her. Two massive guys instantly grabbed the creep, pinning his arms completely back. Tabby casually strolled up, handed Melly her ice cream cone, and just glared. The guy freaked out, swearing he just came to chill. Tabby didn't care one bit. He slipped off his jacket, stepping up to protect his girl. Frozen in pure terror, the creep gritted his teeth, desperately trying to look tough. Huge mistake. Tabby sent him flying with one absolutely brutal punch. Blood literally sprayed right onto Melly's ice cream. The entire crowd went wild over his insane raw power. Melly thanked him, which instantly made our tough guy blush. You and I are definitely thinking the same thing. Sudden mafia drama. Oh yeah. Meanwhile, Big Mama's rise to absolute power was officially announced. The other crime bosses absolutely despised this setup. Nobody wanted to bend the knee, and furious shouting echoed across the room over this power shift. The chairman demanded total silence. His so-called brilliant master plan marry off the mafia boss's children. Everyone instantly objected, but he shut them all up by listing the crazy financial perks of this union. He swore it was strictly a temporary alliance for max profit. After a deadly pause, her father dropped the absolute bomb on Melly. He bluntly ordered her to marry another Don's kid. Melly exploded with rage, begging him to stop, but her dad stayed dead silent. Meanwhile, the groom-to-be was out at some fancy club, shamelessly flirting with women. Her father demanded she marry this absolute playboy and carry his kid. Melly looked visibly disgusted. This whole arranged marriage existed just to breed an heir who would inherit both families' massive power. Just imagining that future kid's influence literally shook the room. The Don fully intended to control the child. That detail only fueled her absolute fury. Tabby just watched in silence while the others tried calming her down. They pressured her hard to think about the family's future and just accept her fate. Everyone took his side, hyping up this ultimate heir. Then her father hit a new low, claiming a real daughter would do this for family. Melly shot up from her seat, absolutely furious, and screamed her flat-out refusal. The Don viciously barked at her to do her duty. The entire room ganged up on her, demanding she pop out a worthy heir. Desperate, she glanced at her brother for help, but he just stayed totally silent, hiding his own pain. That completely shattered her final hope. Utterly defeated, she lowered her head and finally agreed. Everyone emptied the room, leaving Melly at the table with Tabby silently standing behind her. Heavy silence, but they both just knew. By nightfall, massive guards were already posted right outside her door. Tabby sneaked in, practically begging her to explain everything. Standing near the window, he desperately needed her honest feelings. Melly sat there completely shattered. Trust me, seeing Tabby kneel to hold her hand just hurts us both. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the chaos she is finally breaking down. She completely loses it. Melly refuses to be an object or let her kid be used. Tamid gently grabs her hand, looking her dead in the eyes. He kisses her hand. Run away with me, he begs. Peeking through her tears for the very first time, real hope actually lights up Melly's face. Curtains blowing in the wind. His promise hangs in the air. Real hope. He is already tracking her phone signal. Hiding the device, he vows to save Melly. Taking a breath, he opens the door and steps right inside. But standing right at the entrance, Matthew. Tamid stares at the kid, instantly snapping to high alert. Trying to read the kid, Tamid faces him. Matthew simply demands to join. Cut to their car, zooming down a dark highway. Tamid drives, while Matthew completely zones out the window. Sure, this kid is stronger than most players. But fighting the triads, dragging a boy into this deadly mess feels completely wrong to Tamid. Glancing over, Tamid warns him they can still turn around. They are heading into pure danger. Matthew's response, he already knows that. Tamid tries explaining again, but Matthew totally shuts it down. They talked. They are going together. End of story. Frustrated, Tamid turns back to the road. Changing this stubborn kid's mind completely impossible. Staring at the phone tracker, Matthew asks if Tamid actually knows her spot. Tamid nods. That phone signal is leading them straight to her. Pointing ahead, Matthew spots Alice's hotel. Tamid asks if he wants armor because walking in there unprotected is an absolute death wish. Checking his knife and elixirs, Matthew shrugs. He would love the armor, but the fit is just way too small. Bulky gear ruins his speed anyway. Tamid watches the kid check his bottles. Yep, the shadow spider venom is completely ready. Now, watch closely. Tamid feels like he is marching into a literal war, but Matthew, completely chill. Tapping the necklace ring, Matthew mentions he brought the exact one Tamid gave him earlier today. You know how to use it, Tamid asks. Mana instantly pulses from the ring. Matthew nods silently, praising Melly for crafting this brilliant mana-boosting wedding ring. Matthew suddenly flashes right back to the Abyss mission report. The Southern Europe Alliance survived. The whole world hyped up the team that escaped that deadly black dungeon. All eyes locked on one book. Every single player desperately read through that mission report, but the dark truth inside those blood-stained pages, pure nightmare. It exposed Italian frontline players carrying the Mahan name, and the poor woman used to breed that bloodline, labeled their mother. You and I both know the original timeline was a tragedy. Tamid died failing to save her. But Matthew, he is ready. The car finally parks. We are here, Tamid says. Stepping into the night, he tells Matthew not to regret this choice. Two suited guards immediately mock them, treating them like random street punks. Matthew just smirks. Regret is for guys like them. The guards storm over, shouting this is restricted, and ordering them away. Tamid asks if he is ready. Matthew just nods. Boom. In a total flash, our duo launches forward, slamming the guards and dropping them instantly. Meanwhile, inside, Susan lounges on a couch with a drink, complaining about why they suddenly changed hotels today. His lackey assumes there is a reason. Susan thinks it is super sketchy, moving on the exact day they discovered the meeting. Twirling her hair, Melly savagely mocks him. Maybe the hotel just absolutely hates idiots like him. Susan snaps back with insults. But a lackey nervously points out nobody even knew Melly would be here. Susan just grins, flashing right back to the news of Melly's rescue. He admits he had no clue. Without that live broadcast, they never would have shown up. Glaring at Albert, he notes her brother confirmed she was here. Arms crossed, Melly laughs. It is pathetic that grown men tracked one girl to Korea. She openly asks if these Mahon guys even know the meaning of shame. Triggered, Susan wedges the bottle between his legs and sneers sarcastically, calling her Princess Valentine. Pure rage in his eyes. He tells her to sit quietly. Totally annoyed, she acts so confident nobody will dare lay a finger on her. Standing up, he marches over. He warns her they are not sparing her out of kindness. Totally confused, Melly asks what he means. Grabbing her shoulder, Susan flashes a sick, twisted smile. If he wanted to, they could have dragged her into bed long ago. Smack Melly slaps his hand away, calling him a psycho. Then she spits right in his face, leaving his lackeys totally stunned. Susan's face twists with absolute fury. Hurling filthy insults, he screams she must have a death wish. He raises his hand to strike, but zap, a massive lightning burst freezes him. Terrified, he turns around. Albert is glaring back with literal murder in his eyes. So what do we learn here? Never push an angry brother. Trying to laugh it off, Susan wipes the spit and storms right out. Stick with me, here we are jumping right into the madness. Albert demands answers, but Susan grumbles it's total garbage. A goon grabs Albert's tablet while he glares downward. But then bam, he snaps his head up. His sister is calling. Crossing her legs, Melly casually demands a bento box from the 24-hour convenience store. Oh, and bread for dessert because she's absolutely starving. Massaging his temples, Albert screams for Tom. Super awkwardly, Tom wonders if they could maybe just call a maid instead. Shooting him a total death glare, Albert asks if he's deaf. His sister wants food from the 24-hour store right now. Terrified, Tom agrees. But just as he starts to leave, he spins right back around. He asks if Albert remembers he's Major now, not Valentine. The glasses guy just glares super hard. Albert straight up tells Tom to chill out. Tom laughs nervously, mutters it will be fine, and sprints away. The door shuts, leaving the siblings in dead silence. Melly suddenly stands up. Albert demands to know where she's going, reminding her she is totally grounded. Looking absolutely exhausted, she just asks if he seriously still has zero tact. Then, boom, she dashes out, slamming the door hard. She screams she needs the bathroom so loud, Albert's ears practically start bleeding. Inside the bathroom, Melly hunches right over the toilet, completely unable to throw up. She flashes back to Todd, kissing her hand. He promised to protect her from the whole world, begging her to run away together. Absolutely heartbroken, she looks up trying to say his name. But she chokes up, hiding her face and shaking with pure grief. Meanwhile, Susan is using the urinal, just whistling away. He figures he will call the servants on his way back. Now pay attention because you don't want to blink here. He suddenly freezes. Killing intent spikes as Matthew flies in, aiming a lethal strike. Susan barely blocks the strike with his bare hand, but his legs totally give out. He slams hard into the wall behind him. Dropping to the floor, he cracks his neck. Matthew sneers that he got super lucky. Realizing exactly who just ambushed him, Susan starts screaming. Matthew swings his massive blade and orders him to zip his pants up. Readying another strike, he says he only has seconds. Flashback time. A few hours ago, our main character cast acceleration for insane speed. Standing inside a glowing magic circle, she stacks crazy buffs on him. First up, strength magic to massively boost his raw muscle power. More auras wrap around him. Defense healing, mana regen, and pure magic resistance. He halts the ritual, thanking her. But he's worried innocent hotel guests might get caught in the crazy crossfire. She just laughs, saying, "Don't worry. The government already evacuated the entire hotel." Smiling, he fixes his belt. Problem solved. Uncle John hooked him up with potions. Buffs are active. He is fully ready to brawl. Cut back to the bathroom, Matthew just glares at Susan. It's the perfect chance. The guy is completely unarmed and trapped in a tiny space. Biting his lip, he knows he can't waste this moment. But Susan zips his fly and charges the kid, screaming he will absolutely destroy him. Loading heavy mana into his massive fist, he swings right at Matthew's face. But Matthew just casually slips right past him. Susan's fist absolutely demolishes the bathroom wall. Matthew kicks off the tiles, aiming straight for a headshot. He knows his buffs and potions guarantee a clear win. Pure fear and absolute rage flash across Susan's face. Matthew mocks him, asking if he wants his full power. Susan panics, throwing up a magic shield. Matthew just charges in, sword swinging hard. Boom. The heavy blade smashes into the barrier, sending huge cracks literally everywhere. Susan backs off, realizing this isn't the same guy from the streets. 3 shield layers already shattered. I know what you're thinking, he is totally cooked. Matthew swings in, mocking his hesitation. Then, bam, he drives a brutal kick right into him, launching him straight into the wall. Coughing blood, Susan smashes against the tiles. He throws up another shield, but Matthew is relentless, hammering the magic barrier over and over. Susan is totally panicking. The space is way too tight, with zero room to dodge. Fighting in a bathroom is an absolute disaster. The magic shield starts cracking. Matthew follows up with a vicious strike, snapping a dagger right at his head. Knowing he has to escape, Susan drops the shield, barely dodges, and absolutely books it. Getting distance, he whips out a gun, aiming at Matthew. Matthew instantly casts a magic shield, bracing for the bullet. But when he opens his eyes, he notices something is completely off. Susan straight up bolted out of the bathroom, looking absolutely ridiculous. Matthew screams, asking why he's running away. Raising his massive sword, he unleashes a crazy wide slash. A huge energy wave blasts straight toward the exit. The blast slams into Susan's shield, right as he clears the door. The barrier shatters, slicing sharp fragments right into his furious face. Susan is full sprinting for the exit, barely keeping up. Matthew curses himself for missing. How is a coward like this guy from T-Tai? Ripping out his gun again, Susan glances back at Matthew and calls him a very bad kid. He fires while screaming in panic. Trust me, we have to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are jumping right in. Matthew dodges bullets like an absolute pro, shouting that today is not his funeral. He grabs a yellow potion, realizing his buffs are practically empty. No hesitation. He tips the bottle straight back and chugs the whole thing. Susan just stares completely clueless about what he just drank. Smiling, Matthew remembers Albert having tea with Amanda, guessing it is a goddess potion. Susan scoffs. He thinks this kid is way too cautious and should have died already. Realizing he cannot reach the 18th floor in time, Matthew spots kitchen knives behind glass. Perfect timing. He desperately needs a weapon. Right behind him, Matthew spots a completely shattered window and immediately sprints straight toward it. Whoosh. A flying knife rips past his face. He barely dodges, eyes turning dead serious. Another blade clashes against his sword. The massive shockwave completely blows the room to pieces. Susan panics, wondering what kind of monster this kid is. Matthew stays chill, promising to end him. Another heavy strike knocks Susan backward as Matthew charges in. This time his shield holds. Sensing Matthew is finally running out of gas, Susan smirks. He grabs his arm, yanks him close, pinning him down instantly. Snatching away the sword, he growls that he really should have killed him earlier. Don't blink, because what happens next is insane. Raising the blade like a maniac, Susan mocks him, but suddenly, dark energy swallows the floor. Matthew unleashes restless souls, trapping his enemy in a circle of pitch-black magic, forcing him back. The wild shadows surge upward instantly, gnawing away at his glowing protective magic. He tries breaking free, screaming at the creepy black tentacles devouring his mana. Then he looks up. Yeah, he spots real trouble now. Using heavenly steps, Matthew blitzes forward at blinding speed. He starts with a sweeping/violently pushing Susan. He combos him with manic dance. Susan desperately blocks, screaming to know what is happening. A brutal hit sends him flying backward, completely obliterating tables and chairs on impact. Finally getting some distance, both fighters prep for round 2. Susan flashes a crazy, hungry smile, yelling that this kid is absolutely messed up. His attacks are definitely losing steam. Matthew just smirks, asking where his cocky attitude went. Outside, someone waits. Albert glares at the door, telling his sister it is for Valentine. Dead silence answers inside. Turning the corner, he mentions he will be gone a while. Need anything, just hit the intercom or bother Tom. Stepping into the hall, he waits right by the door, thinking with closed eyes. Adjusting his glasses, he mutters, "It has been ages." Cade marches over, eyes literally blazing with pure murder, screaming to know where his girl is. Albert meets him with dead, icy anger. Stepping away from the door, he walks forward. He asks if Cade knows the penalty for kidnapping May. The answer is death, but he offers one chance. Raising a hand, Albert orders him back to Valentine. But before he finishes, Cade absolutely wrecks him. Smashing him right through the wall using brass knuckles, Cade refuses to wait around. Albert gets the message. He immediately draws his gun, aiming right at a battle-ready Cade. You and I both saw that coming, right? Well, think again. Anyway, let us jump back to Matthew. Wiping his face, Matthew asks what Susan meant about him actually losing his nerve. Chugging another potion, he casually says he still has plenty. Susan gets absolutely furious. Tossing the bottle, Matthew asks where that big talk went. Did he seriously lose his edge already? Susan answers by sneering. He unleashes a massive energy wave. Matthew struggles, blocking it before power creeps up his blade, triggering an explosion that violently launches him high into the air. But despite that massive blast, Matthew somehow perfectly sticks the landing. He looks up, completely stunned, as giant wolf monsters suddenly surround Susan, mocking him. Susan asks if those potion drinks just made him even weaker. The hounds charge in. Susan laughs like crazy, telling Matthew to play with his dogs. Jumping high, Matthew unleashes a crazy storm of energy needles. When the wild beasts keep coming, he coats his sword in pure glowing mana. The dense energy twists tight around the blade, morphing it into a giant spear. Using point breakthrough, he blasts towards Susan like an absolute missile. Manic Dance activates again, raining down an insane barrage of non-stop heavy blows. Matthew violently twists his glowing mana-coated sword, scoring a direct hit. In a total panic, Susan whips out a gun. Bang, bang. For one heart-stopping second, the bullets totally freeze midair as a glowing magic shield pops up around Matthew. But nope, the shot shatters the barrier and rips right through his shoulder. They back away totally separated. Matthew grabs his bleeding shoulder. Susan smirks. So who do you and I think actually survives this madness? You and I are jumping straight into the madness. Susan lifts her weapons, grinning like a total maniac. This boss is actually a ranger. A massive storm of purple energy arrows appears. Susan just glares at Matthew with pure, unhinged malice. Matthew freezes for a split second. Then he blasts forward, dodging the deadly shots right as they completely obliterate the floor. More arrows load up overhead. Calling Matthew a slippery brat, she aggressively dares him to dodge these too. The arrows blast forward, locking onto him. Planting his foot hard, Matthew unleashes a flurry of lightning-fast sword swings to parry the incoming barrage. But one sneaky shot actually slips through, brutally slicing his hand open. Going completely berserk, he swings like an absolute madman. Another shot rips right through his leg, yet he still violently slashes down the remaining projectiles. Somehow he manages to stay standing after blocking it all. The entire room is completely wrecked. Exhausted but totally raging, he glares ahead. Lifting her gun, Susan locks eyes and declares playtime is officially over. Suddenly attack dogs chomp onto his legs, a hidden trap, but wait, he spots a massive chandelier hanging right overhead. With absolutely zero room to dodge, he channels raw mana into his blade, preparing a totally desperate move. The heavy chandelier smashes down behind him. He aggressively dashes sideways, grabbing a dropped gun while the panicked dogs let go of his bleeding legs. Charging straight at Susan, he violently kicks the dogs away. He directly clashes with her blade, and she barely blocks it, staring in total shock. Susan screams, asking who he thinks he is. A massive counterstrike sends our hero flying backward, landing right on a glowing purple seal. Now, pay close attention because this is where it gets crazy. Magic seals cover the floor. Boom. A massive explosion goes off before he can even react. A deadly magic trap glass shatters everywhere as thick smoke fills the destroyed room. Our boy is left sitting in a pool of his own blood. Gasping for air, he wipes his face. This head-on strategy is basically suicide. Desperate for a quick heal, he pulls out another glowing elixir and pops the top open. But Susan creeps up from behind with a twisted grin, snatches the bottle away, and mockingly asks if he planned on sharing. Hiding his total panic, he knows he messed up. Twirling the potion, Susan arrogantly brags about how their country's items instantly restore stamina. Taking his chance, our hero quickly stands up to retreat, using his Heavenly Steps technique. But Susan is way too fast, attacking before he can even blink. Matthew tries to block, but the impact smacks the sword out of his grip. As his weapon skids away, Susan laughs at his pathetic escape attempt. She lands a brutal strike to his chest, yelling he is not going anywhere. The insane force launches him backward, while Susan coldly promises him a painfully slow death. He violently skips across the floor, triggering multiple hidden traps. Another massive explosion rocks the entire building. Standing under the broken roof, Susan proudly watches the destruction. She laughs, saying stray dogs only learn after a brutal kicking. Flashing an incredibly smug smile, Susan asks how a total loser ever thought a sneak attack would actually work. Thick blood slowly pools across the floor as the smoke clears. Susan casually turns her back on the crater. But then her eyes narrow. Gun raised in the dark, she mutters, the kid could not have died that easily. Suddenly, a shadow moves. You and I both thought it was game over, right? Think again. Tossing a shattered bottle, he casually steps right out of the smoke. His entire body glows with intense aura. Pointing her gun, Susan calls him an absolute lunatic, screaming about how many potions he just chugged. Wiping his face, he jokes it was just a simple fruit mix. Susan stares in pure terror, sensing his completely broken aura. He was literally at death's door, but his stamina is overflowing, his power boost is locked in, and his mana is spiking to insane levels. Panicking, Susan asks if this power is a special gift. Smirking, he holds up a glowing necklace and ring, saying, it is way better. He has this buff too. Susan goes ghost white, activating the ring's yellow magic. Our boy powers up again. Susan throws her arms up, wondering how overpowered this kid is. But quickly recovering, Susan flashes an evil smirk, realizing there is still a fatal opening. Seeing Matthew weaponless, Susan assumes his aim is terrible. Wrapping her weapons in dark aura, she arrogantly believes she holds the ultimate high ground. Matthew smoothly reloads his gun and takes aim. Susan quickly steps aside, thinking the kid just made a massive rookie mistake. He fired way too early. With her own weapons lined up, Susan thinks this is her perfect moment to instantly take back control. Wrong. Matthew bursts forward at unbelievable speed. Dashing right past Susan, he smoothly snatches his dropped sword off the ground. Susan turns around, completely horrified. Before she can even process it, Matthew has already coated his retrieved blade in a massive, overwhelming wave of golden aura. Calling her a total idiot, he launches a brutal slash and completely severs Susan's hand. Susan stares at the bloody stump in absolute shock, coughing up blood before violently screaming and clutching her arm. Here is what you and I learn from this. Pointing his glowing sword, he coldly tells Susan their nightmare has just begun. You and I are diving into pure chaos right now. Tossing Susan's insult right back, the sword flies straight into our hero's hand. Susan is fuming completely, seeing red as our guy happily reminds him that he is definitely no puppy. Resting the heavy blade on his shoulder, he calls Susan the real dog here. Meanwhile, another hallway looks totally quiet. Bang. A gunshot shatters the silence. Tabby bursts in brass knuckles, ready hitting the ground incredibly hard. Dropping his Fierce Beast 3 technique, he rips the floor apart. That wave of destruction rushes straight for Albert. Instantly whipping his gun up, Albert pivots. A mana blast flies by, but he kicks off the ground perfectly, dodging Tabby's wild attack. He sticks the landing smoothly. Not a single scratch on him, but Tabby hits overdrive. Bouncing off the walls, he launches right at his brother, aiming 10th level hell straight at his face. A total miss. Albert calmly notices his brother getting weaker. Grabbing Tabby's fist, he just shoves a gun right in his face. Sighing in total disappointment, Albert literally shoots him right in the gut. Yeah, that fight ends real fast. Tabby freezes completely as Albert cruelly pokes that fresh wound. The empty bullet shell hits the floor. Mocking him, Albert asks if he will just stand there. Coughing blood, Tabby suddenly pops a second-level gladiator shield around himself. Then he smiles like a total lunatic. Surging with fresh energy, he swings again. Here is where it gets crazy. Albert easily dodges the punch and lists 2 reasons Tabby will lose. His moves are way too obvious. Drawing dual pistols, Albert names the second reason Tabby's mana is empty and his potion effect is fading. 3 rapid bullets smash that shield, leaving it barely surviving. Albert explains the potion absolutely ruined Tabby's movement, forcing him to rely only on basic, simple defense. That shield cracks as Albert calls him a fool, quietly sweating his low mana. Then the barrier shatters. Albert lines up the kill shot, but Melly bursts from her room, screaming at him to stop. This was never their deal. They swore to leave her family alone. Albert points a gun at his sister, mocking her talk of promises. Aiming right at her forehead, he calmly says they are almost done and orders her back. Instead, Melly walks up, pressing her head to the barrel. She grabs the gun, daring him. Albert's face twists with pure anger. Melly tells her lover it isn't worth it. Gun, literally in her face, she reminds him about Susan and Tom Moran. Does he actually think playing hero helps anyone here? She tries reasoning with him about his goals. Suddenly, his old promise hits her. He swore to protect her. Exhausted and hurting, she says one word is enough. But Albert loudly interrupts, ordering Tabby to freeze. Tabby totally ignores the death threat, stepping right forward. Albert coldly pulls the trigger. Melly screams in horror, but Tabby simply raises his hand. Albert instantly freezes in total shock. Can you believe this? Tabby catches the bullet midair. Dropping the crushed bullet, he says one word from his girl is enough against the whole world. He glares forward with absolute madness. Tabby tells the shaken girl he needs her. She whispers his name. Swinging wildly, Tabby demands an answer. Boom, that punch unleashes a massive fiery blast. Seeing it too late, Albert barely dodges using a panicked shield. Surrounded by roaring flames, Albert starts panicking. Clutching his bloody hand, Tabby turns back to his girl. Covering her eyes, she reaches out, begging him to save her. Golden energy wraps her, repeating the plea with an enhancement buff. Meanwhile, Matthew faces down Susan again. Circling him, Matthew mocks Susan for overreacting. There is a literal severed hand in a bloody puddle. Matthew casually walks up, hovers his foot right over the chopped hand, asking if Susan can magically heal it. Susan panics and begs him to stop. But with a totally cold stare, Matthew just stomps down, crushing the hand. Watching his hand squashed, Susan loses his mind. He screams in pure rage, exploding with an intense scarlet aura. A massive magic circle pops up as he channels highly explosive magic. Matthew realizes this is a massive area of effect bomb. He jumps back from the glow, hoping distance saves him, but the blast radius is crazy. Then it finally clicks that explosive energy is literally tracking the mana trail left by his footwork. Boom, scarlet and blue energy violently tears the room apart. The shockwave blasts Matthew backwards, sending him tumbling hard. He digs his heels in to stop, only to see Susan already charging a brutal rapid-fire attack. So what do you and I make of this? Matthew pops his aura, charging straight through the scarlet arrows with wild eyes. Alright, jump back in with me. Susan is grinning like an absolute maniac, wildly swinging his sword to push Matthew back. Matthew launches off the ground, sending another massive sweeping slash straight towards Susan. Susan panics. But then boom, a sudden flash of red energy rips right through Matthew, completely stunning him. Shaking, the kid desperately prays this isn't game over. His tiny body is hitting its limit way too fast. Susan smirks and goes for the kill, thinking the boy is done. But this is Matthew's opening. Bam, a magical cage instantly spawns. It is Susan's imprisonment spell, locking Matthew right behind its metal bars. Banging against the cage, Matthew needs to end this fast. He slashes the metal, but his sword straight up snaps. Gritting his teeth, he braces as Susan charges. Suddenly, Matthew's hand explodes with pure glowing purple energy. He slams his palm down, unleashing the Grudge Soul skill. Susan screams, demanding to know what he is doing. Veins bulging, completely wrapped in a blazing red aura, Matthew screams he already lost one hand anyway. The shockwave hits. Both fighters get blasted backward. Hearing his own arm bones shatter, Matthew glances down in pure agony. Screaming for him to die, Susan swings again. Matthew perfectly dodges, but his leg suddenly locks up as he shoots. Now pay attention here. The bullet strikes the red-haired psycho, but Susan's blade flares crimson as he violently thrusts forward. Scarlet energy wraps Matthew's leg, slamming him hard to the floor. The gun slips. Susan delivers a brutal stomach punch. Another vicious right hook straight to the face. The red-haired maniac screams out yet another insane death threat at the bleeding kid. Shaking violently, the boy's hand finally hits the floor as Susan looms right over him. Stepping closer, Susan summons glowing red arrows overhead, declaring it is officially over. The deadly projectiles violently crash into the ground. Staring into the smoke, Susan cracks a massive smile, laughing, thinking he finally won. But squinting through the dust, he realizes Matthew is still breathing. He lunges forward, deciding to just choke him out. Suddenly his wrist gets grabbed. Matthew bares his bloody teeth and viciously bites right into the maniac's hand. Cursing loudly, Susan throws a wild punch, screaming to let go. Matthew goes flying straight back into the wall. Standing over him, the red-haired freak calls him a pathetic insect, claiming this proves how worthless he is. Susan says he is out of options. Coughing up a massive puddle of blood, Matthew wonders just how devastating his internal injuries actually are. As Susan's red aura violently flares up again, Matthew notices the psycho's mana is completely spiraling out of control. Susan suddenly drops to his knees. His energy overloads, realizing it is a brutal mana counterflow. Gritting his teeth, he demands answers. Matthew casually reveals a vial of glowing green liquid, calling it a lethal grade 6 poison. Opening one eye, he explains it is shadow spider venom. It wrecks mana flow and is highly lethal. I know what you are thinking. Susan finally realizes the truth. Matthew actually hid the deadly poison inside his mouth. Collapsed, Susan asks if Matthew really wants mutual destruction. Matthew smirks. Did he seriously think poison was his only trick? Popping the vial open, Matthew calmly states he obviously packed the antidote too. Susan just lies there, violently cursing. Bending down, Matthew scoops up his gun, totally mocking Susan's arrogant tone as he aims directly at his enemy. Susan panics, warning Matthew not to get cocky. He is a tradition. Killing him would literally shatter the entire world's balance. Matthew stares down coldly, while Susan desperately claims this execution will make the whole world his enemy. Is he really ready for that? Matthew just tells him to shut up, shoving the gun barrel right into Susan's mouth. Staring right into his eyes, Matthew coldly declares that the survivor decides what a life is worth. Tightening his grip on the trigger, he adds, he will decide if the world becomes his enemy. Susan lost, so he better accept death with some actual dignity. Susan's eyes go wide in pure terror as he screams. A single gunshot loudly echoes through the totally wrecked room. The gun heavily drops to the floor, and an absolutely exhausted Matthew quickly sinks down too. Leaning beside overturned furniture, he downs his very last potion before heading to Tade. But wait, someone is secretly watching him. Clutching a bag, a trembling man is absolutely paralyzed by what he just saw. He stares in pure horror, realizing a kid just killed Tready. He bolts, terrified that Matthew will execute him next. Honestly, though, a half-dead Matthew does not even have the energy for that. Remembering those suited men, he decides getting paid is his top priority until the Korean players arrive. Tom angrily grits his teeth. Nearby, the blonde girl watches the utter chaos. Tai's fist erupts in fire, while the man with glasses intently stares right at the flames. An explosion blows a massive hole in the wall. So, what do you and I make of this? Did that enhancement actually make Tai this insanely overpowered? As the fiery man rapidly closes in, Albert's pupils instantly shrink in absolute sheer terror. Stick with me, you and I are diving straight into absolute chaos. Someone screams stop, they turn and boom, a knife to her throat. Fight over. Tom snatches May from behind. He orders Tate, drop your mana right now, or she is dead. Tate looks away desperate, calling her name. She grits her teeth while Tom barks for everyone to freeze. Glaring at Tate, he shouts the order, drop the weapon, hands up. Is Tom bluffing? Nope, not even a little bit. Tate slowly puts his hands up. Albert adjusts his glasses. Tom growls they need to hurry up, time is running out because Susan is officially dead. Albert reloads while Tate stalls, bringing up other players. Then bam, Tom's head snaps back, blood streaming down his face. Mai and Albert just stare in shock. Sweating, the blonde girl looks away, smoke literally curling out from the gun barrel. Glasses guy actually smiles. Tom is finally gone. Closing his eyes, Albert admits he waited ages for this kill, just never expected it today. Cold sweat drips right down Tate's face. Scanning the trashed hallway, Albert says their family got wiped out here. Dark shadows crawl around his feet as he offers Tate one final deal. Standing over Mai, Albert declares they must return to Valentine. With Susan gone, they can crush Meron and rebuild Valentine completely. May throws her hands up. Is her brother insane? Susan dying does not help them. But listening to his crazy talk, she realizes this is not her brother anymore. Leading Valentine totally broke the guy. Albert claims they can use Susan's death in Korea, let Meron fight here, and lose it all. With his gun still on, Tate Albert demands they come home. Valentine gave them everything, so they must live for the family. Albert spins around quickly when a voice asks why should they? Watch closely, this is wild. Matthew steps up with a knife, asks who Albert thinks he is, and completely slashes his leg. Albert towers over him. Gritting his teeth, Albert kicks him hard. But Matthew instantly stabs his leg again, forcing Albert to aim the gun right at the kid. Matthew clenches his jaw through the pure agony blood pouring from his wounded thigh. Stretching his hand out, Albert decides this is useless. Tate needs to die first. But his pupils shrink in shock as Mai hugs Tate tight. Behind Albert, Matthew says he is making his choice too. Staring straight ahead, the bleeding kid begs her to stay, hoping he bought enough time. Smiling, she promises never to leave again. May's eyes snap open, enhancement activated. A glowing blue dome spawns right before Albert. Glasses guy grits his teeth, cursing out loud. She smiles, telling Tate to survive. He leaps up, totally agreeing, as his massive fist literally bursts into raging flames right before Albert. Blood streaming down his ruined leg, Albert grits his teeth, remembering how that crazy kid wrecked him. He already took way too much damage. Knocked backward over Matthew, the kid just hopes Tate remembers he is down there. Bam! Albert slams into the wall, coughing up blood. Covered completely in flames, Tate marches forward. Bright blue energy wraps around Albert's hands. He whips out twin pistols instantly, firing a skill called continuous shooting. Tate blocks everything with his burning fist. Holding firm, he swings an absolutely massive punch right at Albert. You and I both saw this coming. Tate's flaming punch absolutely smashes Albert's face, blasting him straight through a cracked wall. Shattered glass flies everywhere. Falling backward, Albert desperately thinks he absolutely cannot die here. He remembers May believing he actually saved her, dealing with all that humiliation and the dark blood promise he made to Valentine to completely destroy Maron. Then flashes an older memory, holding his dad's hand, swearing to restore Valentine. Blood pours from his coughing mouth. But Albert tells himself this is just the beginning. He refuses to die. Crashing onto the cobblestones, his bleeding hand grabs some rubble. He violently drags himself out of the hole. If he is breathing, he still has a fighting chance. Smoke blurs his vision. He realizes he has to run from Tate immediately. But as the smoke clears, Albert notices something massive. A girl steps right in front of him, calling him by his official title, the Italian ambassador. The redhead smiles, announcing he is under arrest for planning that massive terrorist attack on the Alice Hotel. Crossing her arms, she says, the game has officially changed. They absolutely cannot let him be a regional threat anymore. Now, sitting on the floor with his hands tied, someone asks why he is treated so harshly before stating he masterminded the hotel attack. Albert yells that it was not him. He argues they are illegally questioning the Italian ambassador, totally violating his freedom. Amanda just raises a hand calmly, asking what he plans to do about the videos. One shows him killing Tom, another shows Susan kidnapping an Italian woman. Albert grits his teeth hard. Amanda smirks. Would anyone seriously believe a grade school kid killed Susan and planned a terror attack? Her eyes gleam while Albert stares dead ahead. And that's where we leave it. Amanda mentions 3 snakes, proving she mastered Italy's twisted politics. Alright, you and I are jumping straight back into the absolute madness. She crushes a snake underfoot, warning Albert his run is done, and Susan died, stopping Maron. She drops another bomb, more Italian players already landed in Korea, and things are about to get incredibly messy. Looking down, it suddenly clicks for Albert. Tom was never his only watchdog. A smiling guy flashes into his memory, and he finally gets it. Mechanron was pulling the strings silently. Sitting across from him, Amanda casually mentions they already grabbed the other Italians. She wants a deal. Exhausted and wrapped in bandages, Albert simply asks for her price. Stepping forward with a smirk, she makes it crystal clear. After dealing with endless lies, she demands a massive payout. Clouds roll over the hospital. Outside Matthew's room, someone loudly asks if he will ever actually listen to his poor mother. Tracy yanks his ear hard, reminding him this latest stunt just bought him 12 solid weeks of recovery time. Matthew totally admits he messed up. Sitting by his bed, she asks if he finally understands why she hates seeing him push his limits. Matthew smiles and promises he gets it. Tracy just stares quietly for a second. Finally, she stands up, promises to return soon, and orders him to behave. Matthew quietly watches the heavy door click shut. He instantly remembers the girl chasing him down when his parents visited. Scratching his head, Matthew awkwardly whispers a tiny apology. Now watch closely because things get wild here. He grabs the remote and tomorrow's broadcast pops right onto the television screen. The reporter breaks down the massive explosions at the Alice Hotel last night, which completely terrified the local town for hours. Then, she shifts to the Italian players. The official story. A crazy red dungeon spawned inside the hotel from unstable mana levels. With 0 civilians around, the Italians staying there bravely rushed straight into the dungeon themselves, resulting in a total wipeout minus Ambassador Albert. Watching the screen, Matthew knows anyone clueless about the real fight would totally buy this lie. So basically, Korea and Italy teamed up and swept everything right under the rug. Bam! The door flies open. Tavy and May barge in, loudly calling him captain and checking on him. May rushes his bed while Matthew begs them to drop the captain title. But nope, she fires back that a captain is a captain and he needs to own it. Remembering their bright red faces from earlier, he asks if they still feel super guilty about ditching him at the hotel. Matthew looks totally lost as they suddenly bow their heads. Mai tearfully thanks him for saving her, swearing she would live in pure despair without his rescue. Tavi jumps in next, saying he completely owes Matthew his life. Embarrassed, Matthew begs them to stand, but they stay glued down. Then Mai drops a dramatic oath about holy bonds forged under the moon and stars. Not to be outdone, Tavi vows to give absolutely everything to his savior and protect his new brother's honor forever. Hands on their hearts, they passionately declare if anyone asks their origins, they will say the sun is their father and the moon their mother. May and Tavi beam with total pride. Matthew just looks down, sighing heavily. Then he almost has a heart attack. May excitedly insists on saying captain, suggesting their future baby could be his trusty assistant. Tavi gets absolutely hyped about this idea, while Matthew is mentally screaming in pure panic. I know what you and I are thinking. He wants zero part in this mafia life. Then his brain short-circuits. Wait, what baby are they talking about? Tavi pulls May into a massive hug as she cheerfully announces they are officially expecting a kid. Matthew happily congratulates them, simply relieved they made it out alive. Then Mai pulls out a small red bag, telling him to check this out. Taking the items, Matthew asks what he is looking at. Passing the cards over, she playfully tells him to read the names really closely. Boom. 2 ID cards prove May and Tavi legally took Matthew's last name. Staring blankly, Matthew asks what the heck this is all about. Mai happily explains they desperately wanted a totally fresh start, so a legal name change was absolutely perfect. Winking, she claims, borrowing the captain's family name just felt right, so this is their new identity. Matthew just stares at the plastic cards in absolute deadpan silence. Suddenly, a massive scream rips right through the hospital halls. Books are stacked up everywhere outside. A guy chills in a chair while Tavi mentions this man single-handedly killed the news rumors and completely saved their team from getting publicly exposed. Bowing deep to the gray-haired man, Tavi fully admits they owe him big time. Staring at the floor, Tavi remembers everything this guy did for them, from gifting their first Korean house to completely cleaning up this massive disaster. The older man just smiles warmly, claiming he barely pulled any strings at all, and tells Tavi to stand up straight. He mentions the dark-haired girl, noting the goddess was super curious about them. Tavi has no clue she was impossible to handle. Having zero excuses, Tavi just awkwardly thanks him again. Standing right in front of the bespectacled man, Tavi quickly learns the exact same logic applies to potions. With Alice losing ground to Dawn and Union Group, he ditched the hotel industry entirely, dumping all his cash into the medical field instead. Smiling, the gray-haired man warns Tavi to stay sharp. The goddess stopped digging, but here's the thing. You and I both know her word absolutely cannot be trusted. Stick with me because we are diving right in. Being completely broke, Tat just closed his eyes and nodded when the guy offered him a job as his personal player. Turning his back, the older guy made it crystal clear, absolutely zero pressure to accept. No constant shadowing required. Pointing at a picture of an old man with some kids, he promised that whatever Tat decided, he would keep protecting those children just like always. Smiling, the guy with glasses joked that Tat better stop glaring before he burned a hole right through him. Hearing that Tat finally said yes. With that photo of happy kids still showing, the man admitted he just wanted to protect those bright, innocent smiles in the old man's world. Deal sealed. The heavy door slammed shut right as the old guy thanked him. Staring at the photos, the guy with glasses sighed about getting old. Looking at his window reflection, he realized he was getting way too emotional over this. Gripping a red book, he quietly asked his wife what she thought. Beautiful golden sunlight spilled right over those pictures resting on the windowsill. Now watch closely because everything goes nuts right here. Huge waves crushed the ship. A boy screamed, a blue orb flashed, and boom, a massive beam absolutely blasted the deck. A terrifying beast erupted from the ocean. Someone screamed, the real nightmare was starting. A huge shadow swallowed the panicked crew, while attack orders echoed. The exact second it surfaced, that massive leviathan crashed brutally into the ship. Wooden debris scattered everywhere. One crewmate gritted his teeth in pure panic. That gigantic second-class leviathan loomed over the wreckage until someone bravely stepped up. The beast cranked its massive jaws wide open, right as giant ice spikes erupted in its way. Gripping a glowing divine spear, he stared down the monster, roaring to attack. That deadly ice spike launched straight toward the leviathan. Leaping off the edge, he yelled he'd carve a path. Landing hard on the ice, he faced a terrifying dark shadow with glowing red eyes. Gritting his teeth, he swore he would take this thing down even if it cost him an arm. A colossal iceberg blasted up. The leviathan roared with its jaws wide open, while the white-haired warrior launched himself straight into the danger zone. Insane energy swirled around his weapon. He chained Plumbud, Frost Current, and Mountain Peak before unleashing his ultimate move, Northern Storm. He launched that spear right at the Leviathan. Meanwhile, far away, someone scrolling the news realized his remembered timeline had barely changed at all. No pictured that exact white-haired warrior, perfectly recalling that in just a few short years, the guy would actually step down from the 12 thrones. Cut to the academy exam's second day. A little girl called out to her brother right there on the street. Little Yoon, chilling right in Matthew's arms, begged him to play because she was dying of total boredom. He stared at the exam hall, wondering what delayed his sister. He just figured the insane number of applicants was dragging the entire test out. Sweating bullets, he feared something went wrong. Let's rewind a few hours to when applicants were still in training. You and I both know these exams always get wild. Day 2 wasn't about raw talent, it was testing who was genuinely fit to become a real player. Top experts judged the whole thing. Sipping his mug, the head supervisor ordered the cameras zoomed dead on Hall 2, specifically on numbers 39 and 40. A bearded examiner raised an eyebrow. Was he talking about Eva, the absolute beast boasting the highest internal mana out of everyone? Another judge chimed in, saying her skills were simply undeniable. She was known as a top seed way before she even applied. Eva flawlessly vaulted a hurdle, running with confidence. While the girls pushed forward, the big boss demanded number 39's name. It was Anna, beaming as she ran. Red energy violently erupted behind Eva, while massive magic circles covered the ground. But Anna smoothly dodged every single hit. The examiner stared, completely dumbfounded. The boss asked if she was a secret seed too. Nope. A guy with glasses confirmed Anna was just an ordinary everyday rookie. Still, the supervisor ordered everyone to keep watching both the seed and the rookie. The bearded guy bet they'd find a reserve 3, but another expert noticed the craziest detail: neither girl was using any mana. The supervisor was totally stunned. Watching the girls push forward, panting heavily, he finally realized they were crushing this brutal test using pure physical strength alone. The exam finally wrapped up, and the official results dropped. Eva number 40 snagged first place in exactly 6 minutes 36 seconds with a grade 5. Anna number 39 grabbed a close second at 6 minutes 39 seconds. Anna flashed back to a red-haired girl warning her to ditch mana. She remembered getting crushed between logs, whining about why perfect mana control even mattered for players. But while being dragged by a tree, the girl dropped some hard truth. Players constantly get thrown into terrible, totally unpredictable situations. They have to know how to survive without their powers first. Looking back, Anna totally admitted she was right. Everyone relied way too much on mana. Anna's eyes practically sparkled. As Eva chugged some water, Anna confessed she never expected anyone else to ditch their mana too, happily admitting that Eva was way faster than her. Eva glanced over while Anna hyped her speed. Flashing a big grin, Anna admitted she never expected to pass by, running totally mana-free. The two locked eyes. Eva shyly looked away. Trust me, you and I will love these two. Alright, let's dive into this wild exam arc together. With applicants collapsing everywhere, Anna wondered if Eva just absolutely hated people. Soon a proctor stood up to drop the final exam rules. Pointing back, he announced a massive, brutal labyrinth waited behind those giant doors. The catch. The maze constantly shifted, and every single applicant would spawn at a totally random starting point. But get this, assistant supervisors actually set up safe zones with snacks and drinks so students could catch their breath. Weapons, magic, teaming up, basically do whatever it takes to survive out there. Suddenly, a fiery red-haired girl marched over, demanding to know if they took first place. Hand extended, she confidently introduced herself as Ila. Ever the polite one, Anna flashed a bright smile, saying she was thrilled. Shaking hands, Ila instantly bragged about coming from Yoonggek Elementary, near the Cocoon, calling herself a total genius. Anna practically choked on the girl's massive ego. Then the pink-haired girl suddenly grabbed Anna's hands, practically begging to form a team. Anna pointed out they'd spawn in totally different spots. Smirking, Isla just suggested regrouping inside. She also demanded a strict non-aggression pact. Our pure, innocent Anna happily agreed on the spot. Anna turned around, inviting Eva to join the squad, but got coldly rejected. Anna just waved cheerfully. Flipping her hair, Ela asked if Anna was okay, loudly complaining about Eva being super rude. Another girl gossiped that Eva probably had 0 friends. Anna just shrugged it off, saying she really didn't need any comforting. Sweating nervously, Anna heard kids trashing Eva for being arrogant. Honestly, surviving this place is already an impossible quest without the drama. She noticed Eva quietly wiping away her sweat. Remembering that super intense eye contact earlier, Anna figured friendship was totally possible. Then Eva just dropped her gaze. A split second later, Eva looked away right as the exam officially started. The man stood pointing at the massive doors. Now watch closely, because here's where it gets wild. Everyone dumped inside. Anna stared at a confusing crossroad. Which path was the right one? Squeezing her eyes shut, she remembered a classic trick for when you're completely lost. In her memory, the red-haired woman bent a finger telling her to follow the mana flow. Anna snapped her eyes wide open. Bright blue energy streamed deep into the maze. Spotting the exit, she sprinted. Suddenly, she spun around at a cheerful greeting. Some guy stood there calling her first. He tossed over a water bottle, praising her for making it this far. Anna happily thanked him. She chugged the water down, but her eyes went wide when he offered a literal hint. Anna hesitated, muttering that this was still an exam. The proctor just waved it off, claiming the test was brutally hard anyway. Pointing down a dark hallway, he promised it was the right way. Anna bolted, completely missing his super creepy smile. Sprinting ahead, Anna suddenly stopped. She was totally confused why the mana flow vanished, but figured a teacher wouldn't lie. Spotting a crowd of students and another teacher up ahead, she breathed a massive sigh of relief. She nailed it. Ela turned around, screaming Anna's name. Jogging over, Anna was told her timing was absolute perfection. They were about to get the right path as another girl desperately begged for hints. Wiggling a finger, the man asked where the sun rises. Everyone yelled together, "The east." Ela said, "Let's go east. But you and I can spot the trap." Anna knew something felt very, very wrong. That bright blue energy was clearly flowing in the exact opposite direction. As the man pushed them to hurry up, the blue aura kept flickering. Anna started sweating in pure panic mode. These teachers were literally baiting them to fail. Meanwhile, another guy cheered, totally hyped. They reached the very last fork. At this final checkpoint, the teacher warned that only one of the three paths meant survival. With the clock ticking down, they desperately begged for the answer. The guy just scratched his head, playing dumb. Then he literally winked. 4 kids instantly dashed down a path, loudly bragging about finishing absolutely first. Suddenly, a voice ordered everyone to freeze. They turned. Anna pointed the completely opposite way, looking dead serious. Blue energy flared wildly around her as she declared the true mana was heading this way. The squad glared, pushing back hard. The teacher literally handed them the answer, so why was she ruining their endgame? Sweat dripped down her face as some random kid yelled. The exit was straight ahead. The bun-haired girl screamed, the teacher picked it, while the bob-haired girl snapped. She was way too tired for Anna's ridiculous forced ideas. Anna blocked them, annoying Ela. So what do you and I think happens next? Let's dive back into the madness, guys. Isla completely brushes Anna off while that dark-haired dude just glares in pure doubt. Of course, the peanut gallery has to chime in. They mock her, laughing that snagging second place gave her a massive ego trip against the actual teacher. Anna just bites her lip, visibly trembling. She literally only stated facts. Now she's desperately wondering, what would Matthew do here? Then his old warning hits her like a truck: trust nobody. She remembers asking her brother if that really meant zero trust. He just looked dead at her. In the player world, 100%. A real player trusts their own gut above everything. Grabbing her belt, she promised she got it, and he ordered her to never forget that rule. Crossing her arms, Anna wonders why those exact words are suddenly echoing today. She confidently points ahead. That is the real exit. But the group just scoffs, telling her to go solo while they take the other route. Ela crosses her arms as Anna just says, "Fine." Boom, bright blue energy wraps her legs, lifting her straight up. The group stares, thinking she's totally lost it. Anna just smiles and instantly dashes forward. The red-haired girl shrugs it off, ordering her squad to move. She honestly thinks Anna is completely crazy. Leela locks onto the glowing light down the hall, dead set that the real exit is right there. But Anna still sprinted down a totally different path. Leela just smirks, entirely convinced this choice will finally boost her past second place. Now watch this part closely with me. She steps up thinking she won, then boom. Her shoe vanishes and Isla instantly gets teleported away. She drops right back into the center of the maze. Meanwhile, Anna chills by a drink machine, completely relieved the exit was so close. Did she actually clear it? Her hand is literally shaking as she hits the button. That exam dragged on forever, so her team is definitely waiting. Figuring Matthew and Yun are starving, she grabs her drink, but then suddenly hears a voice. Eva is standing right beside her, dropping an absolute bombshell. Only 2 people actually passed. Turning slightly, Eva confesses she only rejected Anna's team-up offer earlier for a specific reason. And nope, she definitely does not hate her. Anna just smiles at Eva's adorable social awkwardness, thanking her for the cold drink. Popping the can open, Anna admits she has no clue about the final results, finally introducing herself. She hands Eva a drink, declaring they should totally be besties at the academy. Eva just quietly stares down at the freezing can. They clink their cans together, and Eva finally shares her name. Cut to outside, where clouds drift by as Matthew holds Yoon in his arms. Their parents are sleeping soundly on a nearby bench, while he wonders when Anna will finish. Meanwhile, back at school, the third years hit their desks. Jimmy leans over, covering his mouth to whisper straight to the boss. Up front, Bill is writing on the chalkboard, throwing a quick glance back. Jimmy mutters that Bill is their homeroom teacher yet again. Matthew points out the crazy fact that they all landed in the exact same class. Grinning from ear to ear, Jimmy admits he saw it coming, but it's still wildly awesome. Now, you and I both know that is zero coincidence. Claire thinks it's completely rigged. She handed her grandpa a wish list, and suddenly everyone is magically right here. Poking Matthew right in the spine, Claire demands to know if he pulled some sneaky strings. He completely plays dumb, calling it a funny coincidence. Matthew stays super stiff, dodging all her wild theories. He vividly remembers overhearing her rich grandpa at the hospital ordering the doctors to protect him. Out of nowhere, Bill sneaks up and absolutely smacks Claire with a massive book. That bump is huge. He scolds her for totally ignoring the very first lesson. She panics and apologizes, but he coldly orders her to clean the teacher's lounge later as punishment. Claire timidly nods. She has literally never been chewed out like this before, looking completely and utterly embarrassed. Then Bill glares right at Matthew. "Yeah, you too, buddy." Matthew tries complaining, but Bill points out he was happily chatting away just the same. Defeated, Matthew slumps his head, accepting his terrible cleaning duty. Jimmy, meanwhile, is practically dying of laughter. Huge mistake. His smile vanishes. The second Bill adds him to the hit list. He panics, yelling, "Wait, why me?" His friends instantly shoot him a death glare. Bill flat out says it's for laughing. Matthew groans, asking if he really had to, while Claire aggressively demands if he seriously found her getting smacked funny. With both of them shooting literal daggers, sarcastically hyping up their fun cleaning session, Jimmy realizes his life is officially over. Pushing up her glasses, Catherine lets out a heavy sigh. They are third years. Why are they acting like absolute toddlers? Olivia just giggles. Then the scene cuts right over to the high school players' academy. Anna throws her hands up in pure excitement. Eva rushes over for a big hug, admitting she missed her and passed the exam too. Anna pats her back, hyping up the fact they even got placed in the exact same class. Absolute massive win. The nearby students stare over, completely surprised. Anna is just about to suggest heading inside for their very first class. Suddenly, crazy excited whispers erupt across the entire hallway. She wonders if a superstar arrived. Everyone instantly recognizes those iconic white boots. She claimed a throne at 22, wielding a jeweled staff. The students just stare at Grace in absolute awe. "Trust me, you're going to want to stick around for what happens next. Stick with me on this one." Grace just smiled as the crowd absolutely lost their minds over her. She forced a super sweet smile, but inside completely fuming. Being called Holy Mother made her feel way too old. Grace finally stopped in front of the girls. Talk about awkward. 4 whole years had passed since she last saw Anna. After the whole Kraken disaster, they looked super nervous. Anna was literally sweating, wondering what Grace wanted. Meanwhile, Grace was absolutely mind-blown. Anna had grown up so fast and her mana levels basically off the charts. Grace glanced at Eva, super curious about her too. Anna leaned in and whispered, "Is this lady a total weirdo?" Eva just blinked in total surprise, completely clueless. Anna nodded. Then Grace realized Eva was Elder Nagmon's daughter, stunned by how mana completely transformed her. Grace covered her mouth. This is what she actually cared about. But honestly, Anna had absolutely zero clue who she was. Grace grabbed Anna's shoulder, practically begging her to become her student. Anna totally froze as holy light flared around Grace. Grace honestly figured unless you were a time witch or no Yunha, nobody else could teach Anna how to control that insane mana output. She leaned in fast. But Anna just scratched her head, awkwardly mumbled an and flat out rejected her. Grace was completely shell-shocked. Hands literally shaking, Grace demanded an explanation. Anna just shrugged, saying she didn't know her and already had an amazing teacher. Then Anna quickly said her goodbyes and just bolted out. Students swarmed around Grace as she mumbled an amazing teacher. She just stood there crying, heartbroken that Anna genuinely did not recognize her. Suddenly, her phone rang. Stepping aside, she answered the call and nervously asked the clan lord what was going on. The students totally groaned at the interruption. One poor kid was literally just about to ask for her autograph. Grace's face dropped instantly. What? Her frown deepened. Turns out she was needed for a massive monster horde tied to brutal murders in Guashan City. Missing posters were plastered everywhere. When that first person vanished, everybody just assumed it was a totally normal disappearance. Now, pay close attention here. Soon, multiple mangled bodies turned up, completely shredded by some terrifying wild beast. That is when reality hit. Against a bloody backdrop, those giant claw marks pointed to one very terrifying answer. It was absolutely a monster. Terrified crowds gathered outside the palace with signs aggressively protesting the goddess and her failing government. To stop the massive panic, they held an emergency council and immediately pulled in Guashan City's top clans. The kings Regulus and Blades joined in. Out by the Guashan Reservoir, nasty spike-tail monsters hid in the trees. These were Class 6, sharp tails, and they rushed him. The boy just swung his sword, swallowing the monsters in epic flames. One hit the dirt, screaming. The hero stomped his foot right on it. It was Victor. Leaning down, he demanded to know how they stayed hidden perfectly. Greg popped up behind him, pointing out that any beast controlling a horde this massive had to be insanely smart. Suddenly, another razor tail ambushed them, but Victor blocked it effortlessly, guessing their leader probably ordered them to hide from humans whenever danger showed up. Then, he brutally cut it down. Victor asked how Greg knew their exact thoughts, adding that low-level monsters like these barely even move without a mana source. Greg warned the fire demon against underestimating monsters. Suddenly, they both turned around at the loud groans of the wounded. Other players were healing the injured, while Greg warned Victor that his reckless attitude would get him killed. Victor just snapped back. "I already know that." Turning around, he shouted to Grace, asking if this was really the only backup they had. She explained they had cleared most of them but needed a pursuit team for the runners. Greg touched his chin, smiled, and sarcastically muttered, "Imagine that. I know what you are thinking. 12 thrones, yet monsters still escaped." A sniper dropped down, pointing out this was intentional. Leo rested his weapon on his shoulder and broke down their weird behavior. He figured if they could build a horde this huge, the smaller ones would always sprint straight back to their leader's shelter during danger. Greg opened his mouth to ask where the hideout was, but the girl above interrupted, saying they already found it. Then she gracefully climbed down. Leo offered a hand, telling her to be careful. It was none other than Blair, the famous florist from the 12 Thrones. When the squad grouped up, Greg asked for the location. She just pointed dead ahead. They all turned, and Victor spotted the Sharptail's hiding spot. Something scurried through the trees. Right there at the reservoir, a Sharptail violently slammed down onto a nearby rock. Its eyes glowed menacingly, sensing humans nearby. Without hesitation, Blair raised both hands and literally started draining the entire reservoir. Everyone else was just completely speechless. Grace watched in pure awe, realizing that no matter how hard she trained, she could never pull off magic like that. Grace lowered her head quietly, telling herself their natural talents were just totally different. And that is where we leave it. Lost in thought, she never noticed him reaching out until he flicked her forehead. Grace clutched her aching head, screaming when Victor asked what was on her mind. But Victor just flashed a cocky smirk, asking why she looked so incredibly jealous. "Let's jump straight into this wild story," he kept teasing, but she fiercely snapped back, declaring she knew her exact role, pure support and healing. Victor just smirked sarcastically, claiming he totally believed her. Still furious, Grace repeated herself. Victor laughed at her angry face, but then Greg interrupted with a massive smirk. He told the two to stop flirting and look ahead. Grace turned bright red as Victor quickly spun around. The reservoir water had finally dropped. He instantly spotted that hidden pipe, and the King Clan fighters simply nodded. Their mission, completely secure the area. Throwing up a peace sign, Greg ordered Blades and Regulus to gather all available players and enter that shelter in small groups. He then turned his focus to Blair, asking how long her spell could actually last. She promised it would last 4 hours with enough mana. Then without any warning, Victor jumped straight down. Greg yelled he'd leave guards for Blair since she was protecting the reservoir. Victor tumbled down that steep slope, heading even lower. Reaching the massive pipe, he blindly leaped inside, shouting that he was going first. Everyone stared down in pure shock, while Grace screamed that he was absolutely out of his mind. Greg just sighed hard, muttering about reckless young blood. The whole team quickly grabbed ropes to climb down, sprinting right after him and screaming to wait. Meanwhile, national news was broadcasting this exact monster crisis at the Gwacheon Reservoir. Matthew sat quietly at his family table, eyes completely glued to the TV screen. The anchor reported the Korean Mana Control Bureau deployed the 12 Thrones, specifically highlighting Blair, Grace, and Victor. He sat there silently, wondering if this disaster truly happened today, and what went wrong. He looked away, completely silent. Because deep down, he knew this specific mission would completely devastate the future. Chewing on his spoon, he crossed his arms in deep thought. Ultimately, he knew this massive monster raid was only ever going to be a 50% success. Now watch carefully, this gets dark. Inside, the squad froze in pure horror at the upside-down bodies. A brutal failure. Grace covered her mouth in absolute shock, while Victor cursed through gritted teeth. They helplessly watched grotesque Sharptails toss lifeless bodies straight into a massive bubbling cauldron. The players were completely paralyzed. A totally horrified Greg asked if all the missing victims were here, while Victor just frowned deeply. Then those ugly monsters finally noticed them. Suddenly, a massive blast of raw fire shot forward, slamming right into a screaming beast. Victor coldly promised them a slow, painful death. He was absolutely furious. Blue monster blood splashed across the entire room as the players engaged in an all-out war. Stomping right through the fallen beasts, Greg yelled for everyone to hold their attacks and desperately search for any living survivors left. He slowly approached the lifeless bodies on the cold ground. A dark pool of blood was already spreading past his heavy boots. Victor just stood there, his back fully turned. Suddenly, a blinding flash of raw, intense energy erupted from him, illuminating the entire terrified squad. Greg placed a heavy hand on his shaking shoulder, begging him to calm down. He urgently reminded him about those missing civilians nearby. Victor quickly spun around, totally ready to fight, but Greg instantly shut it down. He firmly warned Victor this wasn't some playground where he could just act completely recklessly. Tightening his iron grip, Greg reminded him that he represented an entire nation and his powerful clan. Staring him down, Greg flatly told the kid to get some real experience. Victor just froze completely. The rest of the squad tensed up hard, absolutely terrified that these two heavy hitters were about to violently clash. Someone else silently prayed they wouldn't start a massive deadly brawl in this tiny space. Victor just stood there completely and totally speechless. Finally, he broke eye contact and awkwardly muttered an apology. Greg playfully waved a fist, joking that maybe the great fire demon should bow to him. Moving past the tension, Greg turned to the whole team, shouting at them to wake up. They still had a search and rescue mission to finish. A player suddenly yelled that they actually found survivors. Grace gently approached Victor, asking if he was all right. He immediately snapped back, asking why he wouldn't be. Turning his back, he just awkwardly scratched his head. Grace was totally surprised. Just a few normal words, and his whole hostile vibe was already completely shifting. We all felt that sting, right? Standing apart, Victor admitted the harsh truth. He knew those veteran players secretly looked down on him. He just couldn't stop picturing Greg's smug face. Greg intentionally called him the Fire Demon instead of using his actual name or his fancy clan title. Victor angrily clenched his shaking fists. Deep down, he knew he still had a lot of leveling up to do, but that blatant disrespect still burned. Grace gently touched his hand, suggesting they actually train together. Holding his hand, she admitted that next to those absolutely crazy veterans, they were just complete beginners. Smiling warmly, Grace reminded him that getting called out is exactly how you actually level up. Victor looked super embarrassed and just softly muttered her name. Grace blinked in pure surprise. It had been a very long time since he acted this soft. Looking up, he nervously admitted he was acting totally weird, blaming it entirely on the simple fact that Grace was actually pretty cool. She instantly got so mad she was just trying to help him out, and here he was saying totally weird stuff. Victor glanced over at Greg, helping the wounded silently, vowing that one day he would surpass every single one of them. Suddenly, a player pointed at a creepy door. Greg asked if the boss monster was hiding inside. The guy next to him confirmed the wild mana in that room was completely off the charts. Everyone slowly stacked up. Clasping his heavy hands behind his back, Greg confidently ordered them to form an attack squad. Victor just smirked. Greg asked if the fire demon minded taking orders. Victor agreed, demanding the main damage roll. And trust me, you are not going to want to miss what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to dive into one absolutely wild dungeon raid. Victor is completely hyped. Greg is on standby, and Grace is totally stunned by his insane healing. Grace instantly drops massive support buffs, popping speed boosts and holy amulets. The whole squad gets in formation, totally ready for war. Greg screams out orders to hold the line. He demands the guides stick right beside the mages and ranged fighters no matter what happens. Those massive heavy doors groan open. Greg unsheathes his blade, screams the order to push, and the entire crew charges straight into the boss room. Freaky, glowing eyes pierce the dark. The monster rears up, but Victor doesn't even flinch, swinging his sword and blasting massive flames straight forward. The sharp tail lunges to protect its egg, but Victor rockets into the air, bashing its skull. Instantly, that huge tail violently whips right back. That tail almost chops Victor completely in half, but Greg perfectly slides underneath, blocking the strike so Victor can safely drop to the ground. The monster spins around fast, so Greg actually uses it as a literal springboard, launching sky high. He buries his blade straight into the monster's back. It thrashes wildly, but Greg easily jumps clear. Then Victor just snaps his fingers, dropping pure fire inside the massive wound. That stuck sword suddenly catches fire, and the entire beast violently explodes into an absolute blazing inferno. Greg looks back, absolutely irritated. He screams at Victor to chill out and stop ruining their borrowed weapons. Victor just laughs out loud, arguing they had to go crazy to win. You can never underestimate a massive dungeon boss, right? But Grace furiously throws up her hands, screaming that it's not dead. She slams her staff down instantly, dropping a massive, heavy binding spell. Glowing magic ropes wrap tight around the Sharptail's head and legs, painfully dragging it down hard. She screams for the ranged units to unleash absolute hell. Leo aims high, shouting his wild shot technique as a literal storm of arrows and catapults rain down. You and I need to watch closely here. When the smoke clears, Victor completely freezes. Those wounds. Already healing. The Sharptail slowly turns around, growling out actual human words. How dare they? Victor grips his hilt, completely mind-blown that this ugly bug lizard can talk. The backline fighters instantly draw their weapons, screaming at the entire squad to brace themselves. Out of nowhere, another Sharptail bursts from an egg right beside a dude and chomps him. Gunfire explodes. Greg screams for the Rangers to focus everything on those hatching eggs. Victor quickly glances back, only to see a massive, terrifying paw shadowing right over them. They dive for cover just before it violently crashes down. Greg actually smirks at the lunging beast while a teammate quickly tosses him a brand new sword. He grabs it midair and charges straight in, screaming at Victor that he is taking out the small fry. They split up, Victor screaming for him not to die. Above them, the boss glares down, cursing them all straight to hell. Victor stops totally dead. The monster breathes out this thick, nasty green smoke. Victor covers his face as his eyes start burning bad, definitely a poison attack. Hiding safely behind a guide, Grace screams at Victor to dodge right. Frowning, he leaps sideways, slamming hard into the dungeon wall. He grabs an antidote potion, but Grace screams at him to wait. She tells him to ready his attack and just trust his support for once. He dashes right in. As his blade clears the scabbard, Grace screams out that she is dropping a detox amulet on him. Victor just smirks, calling her his personal holy mother. Grace gets instantly annoyed, snapping at him to drop that incredibly cringe nickname. We're both thinking the exact same thing right now. Is he scared? Nope, he weaves through the attacks, charges in, and sneers, asking if it really thought he'd back down. Greg joins the assault, screaming to end it now. Victor says he knows, raises his sword and unleashes an absolutely massive wave of purple flames. A blinding flash fills the room. The beast shrieks in pure agony as Grace waves her staff, instantly signaling the rangers. They absolutely unload everything onto the Sharptail. The monster desperately leaps away. It seriously has to protect its king. It brutally collapses back into the nest. Victor steps up, questioning what kind of freakish mutant this even is, while Greg warns that it's definitely no normal beast. Then, Greg brutally stabs one of the eggs. The shell holds strong, but the Sharptail violently jerks its head, trembling in absolute panic. Greg orders everyone to crush the eggs. The players hack them to pieces, while the dying monster only worries about its precious baby. A totally shattered shell sits right next to its corpse. A tiny cub quietly slips down a pipe as the dying mother prays for her future king to survive. Somewhere far beyond that reservoir, she prayed her child would grow crazy strong. Bright sunlight beautifully reflects across the calm water. That newborn mutant slowly crawls ashore, heading straight toward a public park. Right nearby, some girls run across the grass laughing and betting the loser washes dishes today. So one entire week has passed since that crazy Guachian boss fight. Thanks to the epic 12 Thrones Guild, tons of survivors actually made it out and are recovering in Gangnam. Outside, Olivia playfully tosses a ball over to Jimmy. Claire absolutely spikes that ball. Meanwhile, the King's clan finally wraps up their full sweep of Guachian, officially confirming the reservoir area is completely monster-free now. Matthew chills watching the kids play around the camp. Suddenly, Jimmy totally faceplants into the dirt, yelping super loudly. Claire awkwardly apologizes while Olivia runs over to check his face. Rubbing his sore nose, Jimmy heavily pouts and demands to switch teams, so Claire is with him. Catherine complains that makes it super boring, and Olivia loudly argues she totally wants Claire on her squad too. Claire wipes his nose, setting new teams. So are you and I ready for what's next? Alright, you and I are diving right back into this absolute madness. The girls grouped up while Jimmy stuck with Matthew, who totally refused to play. Nearby, Uncle Tate was chopping carrots in this hilarious pink apron. Matthew figured everyone owed him massive thanks. The parents smothered their son with endless questions. Honestly, they were only camping because they basically dragged Tate along. Without him, this entire trip was literally impossible. Peeling potatoes nearby, Matthew genuinely thanked his uncle for even showing up. Tate brushed it off as no big deal, but looked stunned when Matthew apologized again for dragging him out here. Handing over the bowl of perfectly peeled potatoes, Matthew casually asked to step away. He had some serious secret business to handle. Tate agreed, offering a hand. But instead, Matthew just grabbed an empty bottle, asking his uncle to pour curry right in. Looking totally confused, Tate took the weird bottle. Then Matthew casually asked for a blade. Heading for the suitcase, Tate yelled out that the blade was bagged up and the lock code was still exactly the same. Strapping the weapon to his waist, Matthew promised he would return today. He told Tate to totally cover for him if anyone started asking questions. But Tate pushed back hard. If things were serious, he wanted in, sliding his sword away. Matthew flatly refused. Tate had to stay and protect everyone. Stick with me, watch closely. He claimed he was ready, heading alone toward that massive glass park. The door creaked open. Stepping inside, his shoes tapped the cold tiles. Suddenly, unseen eyes locked right onto him. Staring straight up at the massive lizard king, he just smirked. Unlike his miserable past life, he felt absolutely zero helplessness now. Sharphill suddenly lunged. Matthew spun around, grabbed his sword handle, and ripped it back as a blinding flash completely erupted outward. Frowning hard, he glared at the beast. The giant lizard opened its massive jaws and unleashed an absolutely ear-piercing scream. That horrible cry triggered brutal memories of the Soul Invasion. Back when monster leaders attacked without Goddess Molly around, commanding endless waves of literal nightmares. Back then, every single player was terrified. Matthew had barely graduated the academy, literally just waiting to receive his immortal title. 4 massive boss monsters completely invaded the city that day. Sarah dropped her staff, sobbing hard. How could they possibly win? The heroes just watched helplessly as giants absolutely destroyed the city. Matthew and the rest were totally overwhelmed, especially with endless smaller monsters swarming them everywhere. One boss looked exactly like this Lizard King, absolutely terrifying every player with insane deadly poison clouds. Flashing its nasty tongue, the Superclass 3 Lizard King attacked. Matthew gracefully dodged, thinking about how totally stupid this all felt. You and I remember that old timeline, right? He was invisible back then, but now he casually swung his blade, slashing. Tiny cracks webbed out from the strike. Matthew paused, utterly confused, while the giant lizard jumped safely away. Muttering to himself, he realized this monster was surprisingly tough. And get this, it wasn't even fully grown yet. Sharphill snarled in pure anger, cursed the human, and instantly started turning invisible. Matthew knew that cheap stealth trick perfectly. Back then it wiped out entire squads. Now he just casually sidestepped, leaned back, and called the move completely pathetic. Raising his blade, he mocked its super obvious killing intent. One single strike easily knocked the massive beast totally off balance. The beast smashed right into the dirt. Matthew walked up bottle ready, mocking the creature for totally failing to hide its presence. Sighing heavily, he whipped out that weird bottle. He brought it purely to cancel out this incredibly lame disguise skill. Bam curry splashed literally everywhere. The monster frantically scrambled up a tree while Matthew jokingly asked about the taste. That curry was just for him. As claws dug into the bark, Matthew told it to enjoy its very last meal. Firing deadly green shards from its jaws, the beast attacked. Matthew drew both blades and loudly scoffed. Was that joke really a poison bomb? Kicking off a wooden bench, he launched himself straight at the giant lizard. Crossing his swords, he popped Heavenly Step, piercing the neck. Blood exploded everywhere, followed by a totally massive blast. Smoke swallowed the area. A severed paw hit the dirt instantly, bursting into bright, hot flame. Matthew thought this thing was pathetically weak. Watching the fire burn, he remembered the Lizard King was originally born an absolute monarch. Tilting his head, he whispered a cold goodbye. Suddenly, the real lizard charged him, screaming that he only killed an expensive clone. Rushing straight for Matthew's throat, it declared escape was totally impossible. Speeding up, it suddenly realized Matthew completely knew its skills and just ignored them. The terrified beast slammed the brakes. Realizing it couldn't win today, the lizard tried retreating to get stronger. But too late, Matthew was already closing the gap, sword swinging for the kill. The monster looked back in pure absolute horror. Blasted right through the window, glass shattered, and blood sprayed everywhere. The lizard slammed spine first into a tree, letting out a totally pathetic gasp. We both saw that. As Matthew landed, the beast asked how he caught the clone. Let's dive right into the madness. The lizard sharpens its tail, ready to skewer Matthew. But our guy, total ice. He casually admits he already knew about the clones. He coats his bare hand in pure aura, snatching a tendril midair. One clean strike follows. Severed tendrils drop instantly, and the beast shrieks in absolute agony. Crackling mana forcefully wraps around Matthew's hands as he channels magic. His blade completely shreds the monster's limbs. It thrashes wildly in blind rage, but Matthew just casually winds up for another heavy swing. Triggering Offended Soul, he drives his blade straight into the beast's gut. Boom, a storm of jagged energy fragments violently rips through the monster inside out. Then he summons red mana, twisting those shards into a deadly vortex. He lands a devastating spike attack deep inside the lizard, while massive waves of pure energy completely ravage its guts. Coughing up dark blood, the dying beast actually asks why he is doing this. Keeping his sword buried deep, Matthew honestly does not even understand the question. The beast begs to know why its death matters. Matthew's response: he just shoves the blade deeper, blasting even more raw energy. Releasing the hilt, he drops the absolute cold truth. Humans and monsters cannot coexist. The sword firmly pins the lizard to a tree. Gasping for air, it finally realizes it messed with the wrong hunter. Matthew triggers Offended Soul again, launching more fragments. The beast roars, begging for mercy, but Matthew feels nothing. He knows exactly how this has to end. Watch closely here. The rules are absolute. Only one walks away alive today. Him or the beast. The lizard screams, curses, claiming this is not the end. Right before dying, it swears Matthew will suffer the exact same painful fate. Bang, Matthew fires his gun, casually admitting he used to think that way too. Flashing back, he claims a player's life only means two things: killing or dying. The beast instantly bursts into flames. But Matthew vows this life is different. He completely refuses to die. Grabbing his gun, he vividly remembers his past life taking down this exact same enemy. The lizard crumbles into literal dust. Matthew crouches down to check out the shiny dropped loot. Skill stones hold unique powers matching the monster's tier. He grabs a shiny golden one, totally ready to absorb its sweet new skill. But nope, the swirling mana completely rejects the stone, and he notices the failure instantly, so he tries another one. It immediately glows bright, proving perfect compatibility. Matthew feels the Lizard King's raw power surging straight into his body. The kids are still happily playing outside when Matthew casually strolls back into the peaceful campsite. Opening his suitcase, he checks his gear. Cody asks if he finished his mysterious business. Matthew nods, thanking him for the gear. Then Cody proudly reveals a massive batch of perfectly grilled fresh kebabs. The meat and veggies look absolutely mouthwatering, so Matthew immediately calls the whole gang over for an epic snack time. The boys completely mob-tate, begging for prime cuts. Matthew just stands back watching these feral kids swarm the food. I know exactly what you are thinking. The cold-blooded killer. Yeah, he smiles and literally fights these kids for his own serving. Later, they arrive at the ridiculously fancy city estate of the Sirius Company president. Matthew's family nervously sips tea on pricey leather sofas. His dad asks why mom is sweating, and she admits feeling completely underdressed. Anna and Dad quickly hype her up, calling her beautiful, which honestly just makes her way more embarrassed. Then the grand doors swing open. Matthew focuses closely as Sirius President Chuck walks right in with his wife Louise. Matthew's family quickly stands up. Chuck smiles brightly, graciously thanking them all for coming over. Louise insists that Matthew's mom call her by her first name since they are the exact same age. Matthew and Anna sit there awkwardly, just waiting to be noticed. Finally, the president's oldest daughter Tiffany walks right over to say hi. Shaking hands, Anna excitedly points out they are the same age. Tiffany immediately asks if surviving the player academy is tough. The girls instantly click, chatting non-stop about Anna's dream of being a player. Matthew is completely left in the dust. They even swap socials. Matthew just stares at his sister in pure shock. Since when is she such a social butterfly? Suddenly he spots a girl creeping up right behind him. She takes a seat and Matthew casually remarks it has been a while. Cue the brutally awkward silence. She finally drops a super dry greeting, completely catching Matthew off his game. Agnes coldly demands he use a different title. Flashback to 2 years ago. Every single year, the Sirius president throws a massive hotel party to thank all the branch workers. Plate in hand, Matthew watches his sister easily mingle on her very first visit. His dad wanted mom there, but Matthew insisted she stay home. Everyone excitedly greets his dad heavily, praising the brand new department director. John happily accepts the praise. Matthew explains his dad's massive promotion, and trust me, you are going to want to remember this later. You and I are jumping right back in. John is a super caring dad, but that just makes Matthew panic harder about his company's survival. Stressing out over corporate doom, Matthew simply wanders off to find a quiet spot and eat. Walking down an empty hallway, he spots a lonely girl staring out the window. She looks like she would rather be literally anywhere else. He casually strolls up to Agnes, telling her she is missing out. That definitely grabs her attention fast. She asks what he means, so he drops the ultimate truth, the food. Matthew proudly declares he will eat absolutely everything since he is too young to worry about calories. He holds out his fork, offering a bite. Naturally, she tries to reject him right away, but his flawless food logic completely wins her over. Leaning in, she takes a slow bite and quietly admits it actually tastes pretty amazing. Suddenly, John calls his name, making Matthew completely freeze up. His dad walks over, demanding to know why he wandered off alone. Chuck is standing right behind John, asking if this is his kid. Matthew practically turns into solid stone. He instantly recognizes Chuck as the future chairman of Sirius. Meanwhile, poor John is scrambling to explain everything. Matthew quickly straightens up to introduce himself, but Chuck laughs, saying he has already heard plenty about him. The chairman introduces his daughter Tiffany, who reaches out to say hi. Seeing her makes Matthew instantly nervous. He absolutely cannot afford to mess this up today. Now pay close attention here. Chuck points straight at Agnes, the loner girl he just fed. She is actually the chairman's second daughter. Flashing a sweet smile, she asks to be friends. This totally breaks his brain. He seriously does not remember another daughter from his past life. She grabs his shoulders and just pauses, leaving him completely flustered and heavily sweating. Out of nowhere, Agnes reminds him she is 2 years older. She is instantly trying to establish the hierarchy. Sweating, Matthew asks if he can speak a bit more casually. She agrees, so he pushes his luck, asking to talk completely informally. Yeah, Agnes is not letting that slide. She makes him repeat himself, leaving him totally confused before she clearly states her own name. She orders him to call her Agnes for zero confusion. Trapped, our guy has no choice but to nod and agree. Chuck laughs, promising to bring Matthew back to chat again. Later, Matthew just sits at the big table in pure shock, processing this absolute madness. Louise sweetly asks the boys if they like the snacks, and Little Yun screams yes with maximum excitement. The conversation shifts. Chuck asks Anna if she got into the Players Academy this year. She politely agrees. He casually slides a slick box over to her, saying he really should have given it sooner. Chuck explains it is a high-end communication device for the academy. Anna is completely stunned. John quickly thanks him, but Chuck just casually waves it off. Chuck claims he will need reliable people later. He insists they take it eagerly, urging Anna to pop the box open right now. Super confused, Anna mentions she already has a phone, but Chuck flexes his own device, proudly bragging that this serious model crushes absolutely everything else. He looks at John for backup, and naturally, John nods along. Mom quietly nudges Anna to say thanks, which she practically blurts out instantly. Meanwhile, Matthew just sits there holding Yun. His suspicion radar is going absolutely crazy. You and I both know rich guys never just hand out freebies. Matthew is totally suspicious until Yun literally shoves a cookie in his face. Over on the couch, Anna and Tiffany are already whispering about their next hangout. Matthew is just watching this, completely baffled by how fast his sister made a new friend. He seriously cannot wrap his head around socializing this easily. Suddenly, Tiffany turns around and invites Matthew to join their little group next time. Agnes looks right at him, quietly adding that it would actually be pretty nice if he came. Tiffany loudly tells Anna that Agnes has literally zero friends and never attends these parties. Hearing that, Agnes instantly snaps back, getting totally defensive. She tries defending her social life, but just sounds embarrassed. Meanwhile, Tiffany mercilessly pushes her to name even a single, actual friend. So Tiffany asks Matthew to come next time just so Agnes has someone. Suddenly, it all clicks in Matthew's brain. He finally gets it. He realizes she is only brought to these fancy corporate events to build connections and factions. And now she wants him in her group. Usually he would instantly say no, but Louise claps her hands, calling it a wonderful idea. Chuck and Louise agree they have wanted Matthew at these events since he was young, calling it a massive opportunity for his future. That is the exact moment Matthew realizes he got totally played. Staring at Agnes, he figures it out. She is Chuck's actual heir. She is taking over. Meanwhile, Tiffany is just playing the perfect clueless distraction. Having zero reason to doubt his dad's company and definitely not wanting to leave Anna alone here, Matthew reluctantly agrees. Seeing this, Chuck looks absolutely thrilled. The chairman's family cheerfully adds that it will be really great for Agnes. Later that night, Jeb is walking down the street drinking. Suddenly, he feels like he has definitely had enough. He hears a buzzing sound and turns around. And that is exactly where we leave things, a giant grade 7 mosquito rushing straight at him. You and I are jumping right into the chaos. Red eyes blazing, this monster absolutely wrecks Jeb's shoulder. Brutal. His bottle completely shatters on the pavement. Reflected in that giant mosquito's eye, Jeb hits the dirt fast, while locals sprint away screaming. The beast snaps its head around. Players finally arrive, and their backup forces the giant bug to retreat. 2 players step up to help, but their squad boss refuses to waste precious time on some drunk. Still, the rookies stick to protocol, insisting they rush the bleeding guy straight to a hospital. A super weird blue light glows from Jeb's wound. Then a massive heat wave hits the city, kicking off Matthew's 3rd grade summer vacation. After class, the kids head straight to the hospital with fresh flowers to visit Melly. Melly shushes them so the sleeping newborn stays asleep. The kids gather their hearts totally melting. They cannot get over those tiny hands. Matthew asks if the baby likes people, and Melly promises he does. When Matthew asks if it is a boy or girl, Melly confirms boy. The kids hype up past visitors. Curious about the name, Matthew asks, and Melly reveals she picked it out way before birth. Vinny, meaning dreams, hope, and the future. That exact name rings a massive bell for Matthew. Stick with me here. Before his regression, he saw that exact name on the legendary Abyss Dungeon Raider list. That raider went by Diamond Fist. His insane skills were basically the key to clearing that nightmare. Could this tiny baby be the future legend? Matthew wonders why Melly had not given up before his rebirth. The answer: this kid. Meanwhile, the others pass the baby around, totally obsessed with him. Matthew figures, if this is Yoon's sibling, does that make them brothers? Melly smiles, he better watch over him. She teases that babysitting is great practice, but Matthew is absolutely not down for that specific mission. Hearing the full name is Novini just throws Matthew off completely. Now he has way more questions. The whole hospital trip leaves Matthew super frustrated. The kids head out, still chatting endlessly about the baby. Stepping outside, the heat is absolutely brutal. Walking around in this crazy weather is just a death wish. Someone suggests hitting up the community center pool, hyping everyone up. But when they ask Matthew, he clearly hesitates. Just as he replies, the group spots stray kids absolutely inhaling their food. They instantly stand out. These are wanderers, orphans who lost their entire families to those brutally violent monster attacks, born in the slums outside the walls. While the crew debates Amanda's safety barriers, Matthew quietly slips away. You and I both see this coming. That huge stack of boxes starts tipping. A wanderer kid is directly in the drop zone. Matthew dives, shielding him as the boxes crash, spilling everything everywhere. Still clutching the kid safely in his arms, Matthew frantically checks for any injuries. The boy happily screams. Angel Matthew is super confused until the kid explains his mom promised an angel. The squad spots Matthew and rushes over. He waves them off, but loud questions catch the Wanderer's attention. A frantic, one-armed boy sprints over, shouting loudly. The little kid instantly recognizes his older brother. The older brother yanks him back fast. The street kids scold the boy for talking to random strangers. Panic shifts to manners. The older brother quickly forces the little guy to bow down and say sorry. After a beat, he actually does it. Then both brothers apologize in perfect unison. The Wanderers quickly run off, constantly looking back. The girls are confused. Who were they, and why the pure terror? Matthew realizes these sheltered kids never actually learned what Wanderers really are. For daycare, kids becoming a Wanderer means losing everything. Claire wonders if today is their designated scavenging day. Since she was raised by the church, she actually understands their brutal street life. As the others keep pressing for details, Matthew simply shuts it down. They don't need to know. The squad heads home as the Wanderers silently watch them fade away. A seriously harsh reality check. This world looks peaceful, but it is ruthless to orphans. Next day, Jimmy, Claire, and Olivia chill in the gazebo. Jimmy downs ice cream to beat the heat, though Olivia stresses about lost time. Jimmy says boss needs a break. Meanwhile, a totally exhausted Jeb stumbles down the blazing hot city street. Suddenly, he clutches his chest, completely denying his past. A doctor once diagnosed his absolutely terrible mana control. So what do you and I make of this bad mana and giant mosquito bites? Trust me, it gets wild. Let's dive into this madness. He woke up totally fine, but while Claire was laughing, Jimmy spotted someone lurking nearby. Jeb suddenly face-planted straight into the dirt. Jimmy instantly knew something was completely wrong. He just laid there, shaking like crazy, his brain desperately running through every medical diagnosis. He tried ringing his boss to call in sick, but reflected in his black phone screen a giant nightmare-fuel mosquito. Jeb dropped his phone in absolute panic. Jimmy rushed over, demanding to know what was going on. Jeb was literally dripping sweat, stuttering wildly. Instead, he just frantically begged them to get away. Jimmy froze. When he asked why, Jeb screamed at the absolute top of his lungs to run. Suddenly, Olivia's eyes flashed a glowing blue. She yelled for Jimmy, pointing right at Jeb. Freaky black veins spread everywhere. His face blew up like a balloon, staring at the kids in total shock at his own nasty mutation. Disgusting fluid started leaking out of his skull. Olivia screamed to run as a massive mosquito completely replaced Jeb. Cut to Matthew literally dragging his feet down the street, completely miserable in the brutal heat. Catherine walked right beside him, completely annoyed by his whining. Matthew casually suggested grabbing an ice cream. Catherine snapped, reminding him their friends were waiting. But classic Matthew, he acted like it was absolutely nothing. He kept whining for an ice cream break until Catherine literally jumped on his back, forcing him to walk forward. Suddenly, Matthew caught a faint, distant voice. He tried pointing it out, but Catherine completely ignored him. A desperate cry echoed through the air, begging a player for help. This time, he heard it perfectly. Catherine dropped down, asking what was wrong, but Matthew said they needed the mana control department. While she stood confused, he tied his laces and blasted mana into his shoes. Then boom, he blasted toward the scream, leaving Catherine totally behind. He leaped high into the air, rocketing toward the sound. Poor Catherine didn't even get to ask where the monster was. Here is where you and I need to pay close attention. Every living thing uses mana to survive, but a body can only hold so much. When too much builds up, boom, you mutate into a freaky monster exactly like that bug attacking Jimmy. Jimmy sprinted with the girls towards safety, his brain completely scrambling. Right behind them, that giant flying bug was closing in fast. They ran for their actual lives. The girls were absolutely terrified by the giant nightmare chasing them down. Jimmy looked back while the girls panicked for a plan. The bug was catching up. Jimmy realized he couldn't keep running and fight at the same time. If only Matthew was here. For a split second, he actually imagined Matthew swooping in to save the day. Jimmy snapped out of it, slapping his own cheeks hard to focus. Olivia was losing speed despite pushing herself to the max. Jimmy yelled at Claire to literally carry Olivia if she had the strength. Olivia stubbornly said no, but Claire grabbed her anyway. She hauled Olivia onto her back, telling her to shut up and hold tight. Running for their lives, they begged Jimmy for a plan. He ordered Olivia to cast a barrier. Nodding, she spun right around. The bug was right behind them when Olivia unleashed her mana. A glowing dome popped up and the monster slammed face-first into it. Jimmy cheered her on frantically, telling Claire to blast a telepathic SOS to anyone close by. Even while sprinting, Claire squeezed her eyes shut and focused. Her desperate mental scream for help shot out into the distance. Random people nearby heard her voice begging for a player. Meanwhile, riding Claire's back, Olivia held the shield steady, warning that the beast was way too close. We both felt that jump scare right. The bug stuck directly to the shield, just creepily staring them down. Jimmy fired off a raw mana blast, screaming at it to back the heck up. Olivia reinforced her barrier just as the bug noticed a huge mana blast flying at its face. The impact totally stunned it, knocking it off course. Jimmy hyped the girls up, yelling to keep running. The massive bug violently crashed into the dirt behind them, creating a huge dust explosion. But then the bug stood straight back up and actually tried speaking. Its creepy words dragged out as its giant eyes flashed glowing red. It slowly whimpered that it didn't want to die, then charged them even faster. Staring at it, Olivia suddenly realized something super twisted. Its aura was completely mixed with human mana. It hit her instantly this nightmare monster used to be a real human being. Jimmy desperately screamed to raise the barrier again if they wanted to live. Olivia closed her eyes, pumping out mana, but Claire tripped hard. Olivia went flying just as a massive shockwave blasted the bug completely sideways. Claire completely ate dirt while Jimmy tried to calm her. Seeing this, Olivia panicked hard. Jimmy crouched down quickly, dragging Claire back onto her feet. Olivia rushed over, totally freaking out. Claire's legs were terribly scraped up, but the tough girl just brushed the pain right off. Then all three locked eyes on the mutant bug charging right back at them. Yeah, definitely the bigger problem here. The monster wanted revenge. Running was officially over. Jimmy declared they had to stand and fight. That's where we leave it. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Alright, let's jump straight into the madness. You've got to see this massive mana explosion. Through the smoke, that giant mosquito just glares. 0 clean hits, but they just keep blasting. It drops fast, sharpening those freakish blades. Instantly, Olivia throws up a protective dome holding her ground. For now, that shield actually traps the giant bug, buying them all some seriously precious time. Claire watches her friends running on empty, totally clueless on how to help. Seeing Olivia struggle, she figures pure guilt is pushing her to the absolute limit. Claire literally accepts death right here. She screams at them to just leave her and run, but Jimmy totally refuses to back down. They argue while fighting desperately, praying a real player shows up. High above, Matthew is speeding through the sky, hunting for his friends. Meanwhile, Claire's completely confused by Jimmy. Then it hits her. Suddenly, the monster shatters the barrier and notices something rocketing down from the sky. Boom, a massive mana blast slams down, tossing the bug away. Jimmy and Olivia light up seeing Matthew, but immediately start complaining he took way too long. Matthew just flashes a smirk. While the monster struggles up, he claims his timing was absolutely flawless. Hey, everyone's still breathing right. The bug notices him closing in super fast. Matthew strikes the second it gets close. A heavy mana wave blasts the bug straight backward again. Everyone sighs in pure relief. Help is finally here. Matthew glances back, still completely teasing them. He insists he arrived right on time, so quit complaining. The bug recovers, gearing up to strike. Matthew orders them back until backup arrives. Olivia tries talking, but Jimmy cuts in with a crazy detail: this monster actually used to be human. That makes him pause. Now pay close attention here. These bugs drain mana, mutating their victims into literal monsters. He explains what happens after their mana gets stolen. Their bodies desperately try forcing more energy back inside. But without control, all that raw power either tears them apart or creates an absolute monster. As the giant mosquito lunges again, Matthew casually raises his hand, ready to brawl. His next brutal blow smashes its head, leaving the bug totally dizzy. Matthew thinks players really need to guard this city way better. If a bitten victim can just walk around freely, the players clearly have zero protocols for an outbreak. The mosquito just keeps on attacking. Matthew moves like lightning, slipping right past it. He gathers pure mana into his fist, slamming it straight into the monster's skull. The bug crashes hard, but Matthew keeps feeding power into his hand. Then boom, he drives in a devastating final strike that literally explodes. He pins it under the shattered asphalt while the thing actually begs for mercy. Matthew is genuinely shocked it's still awake. As it tries getting up, he just brutally steps on it. Then he kicks the thing straight down the street. Its skin splits open, veins swelling, peeling back to reveal its terrifying true form. The guys start leaving, but Matthew totally stops them. He looks confused, noticing the bug's skin color shifting completely brown. It keeps mutating. I know you're seeing this too. That demonic shape perfectly matches Kuma. That's the exact same demonic group that terrorized all of South Korea before he revived. Matthew knows turning demon is basically impossible. He asks if this thing was actually human. They confirm it was just a regular guy. Hold up. Kuma shouldn't even exist for another 10 years. This cannot be one of them. Suddenly the bug shoots into the sky, still screaming for help. Matthew forms a manosphere, snaps his fingers, asks who gave permission to run, and fires. A wild storm of mana projectiles aggressively chases the escaping bug down. The monster shrieks midair, completely out of mana, frantically searching for a weapon. But Matthew is flying right on its tail, refusing to let it escape. Rounding the next building, the demon spots fresh prey, a mother holding her child inside a nearby hangar. It lunges straight at them, aiming that deadly sharp needle right down. Matthew drops into the room, absolutely furious. He violently slams into the mosquito on his way down, completely terrifying the poor mother and child. The heavy impact blasts the demon sideways. It struggles up, then suddenly shoots straight upward to hide. Matthew chases right after it, screaming for the woman to go get a hospital mana check. Leaping over the wall, he strikes the escaping monster. He unleashes Mana Destroyer. The demon barely dodges the attack and violently glares back. Matthew quickly gathers more mana into his weapon, shifting that massive force to his other hand. He swings hard, launching hundreds of needle shots right at it. A few miss, but the demon takes the main hit and plummets from way up high. It crashes through a wall. Trust me, you and I aren't done yet. Let's dive into absolute chaos. Trust me, you are not ready. Matthew nearly complimented that bug's reflexes until a child's sob echoed from the hangar. He violently shatters the glass, launching himself inside. Hitting the ground hard, our hero stands, his expression twisting in absolute sheer disgust. Corpses scattered everywhere. He clenches his fists, tight eyes locked dead ahead. His mind instantly races, playing out every single horrifying worst-case scenario. Then he sees the target. A massive mosquito monster, violently draining mana straight from another victim. Yeah, that crosses the final line. Playtime is officially over. The beast slashes its deadly blade, but Matthew does not even blink. He charges straight in. Boom! One devastating headshot sends the creature flying away from the boy. The monster violently smashes right into the next building. Squinting closely, he notices bizarre mutations spreading across its body. This nightmare has not even finished its full transformation. The beast twitches, struggling to escape. Matthew's fury erupts. Right there on the floor, a little boy sobs for his brother. The child calls him an angel. Instantly, realization hits him like a truck. He spins around, and there stands the legendary Wanderer. But their time runs out. The entire structure begins collapsing. Giant boulders rain down, and our hero frantically dodges every single one. What pushes his rage over the edge? Up above, those totally clueless players are still blindly hunting for the bug. Forget the monster. That is hardly the main issue anymore. He approaches the Wanderer just as the little boy calls him brother. Half of the kid's face and eye are grotesquely swollen. It is brutal to witness. Then the scene cuts to ruined Suwon City. Polly glares forward, grinding his teeth while clutching his wounded shoulder. He is with the Misty Flower Squad. Now watch closely. They whisper she is furious that low-tier trash crashed her party. Suddenly, a girl steps forward, cradling creepy flies. She crosses her legs, flashing a deeply unsettling smirk, and sarcastically praises their famous reputation. Enter Beelzebub, Lord of the Nine Demon Flies. Polly blindly charges her, screaming at her to shut up. Beelzebub just smirks. Lowering her hand, she coldly mocks the infamous mad dog Polly. He freezes in sheer terror. A girl suddenly sprints alongside Matthew, desperately yelling for him to stay back. She promises to handle this right away. But Beelzebub instantly teleports beside her, completely mocking Misty Flower. She jokes the Grim Reaper is their only backup. Suddenly, a sword swings wild. Someone screams, hands off. Beelzebub's hand gets cleanly chopped off. Yet she keeps smiling instantly, regenerating the stump while happily teasing the legendary berserker for acting so aggressive. Matthew shoots a death glare at the enemy. Raising one hand, he warns the girl to back off. Beelzebub intensely stares him down. Then she notices a girl lying completely still nearby, asking if that corpse is exactly who she thinks. Flashing a twisted smirk, she notes the dead girl's raw power rivaled the 12 thrones. Creepy demonic flies swarm her face. Nobody saw this coming. A massive roaring fire explosion violently erupts. Beelzebub turns, smiling widely, as a girl emerges holding a bloody severed hand. It is the Witch of Slaughter. Dead soldiers surround her, fully mutated into horrifying, monstrous flies. Beelzebub laughs. That heavy nickname is too much for her, but completely admits her raw resistance is absolutely mind-blowing. Even after the swarm hit her, she refused to mutate. Beelzebub smugly claims she should genuinely be super proud. The Witch of Slaughter remains dead, silent, aggressively grinding her teeth. Suddenly, Polly blitzes in blue, sword blazing, roaring for the villain to shut up. Beelzebub readies her whip. Praising his speed, she guesses the Grim Reaper healed him. Then she launches an absolutely brutal strike. Polly blocks it. I know you are feeling this tension. They trade blinding, rapid-fire blows. She casually heals the witch, then locks eyes with Matthew. Matthew slowly turns. Shivering uncontrollably, the witch gives him a deeply tragic smile, desperately begging him to just end her suffering. She begs for no more empty lies. Laughing weakly, she admits he is already way too attached to her. Heavy tears stream down her face. Her body violently shakes, while Matthew just stands there staring completely silent. He freezes for a few heavy seconds. Stepping forward, he admits she is right. Raising his blade, he promises they will reunite in hell. The scene flashes back to that wounded little boy, his eye grotesquely swollen to a horrifying, totally unnatural size. Matthew approaches completely, taking the blame. But the broken kid just whispers that all his friends are already dead. Matthew completely freezes. He takes one slow step forward while the boy brokenly mumbles about how nice everyone was. Flashing a painfully weak smile, the kid looks up, saying his time is finally over. Matthew softly agrees. Hallucinating fake red demons, the kid asks why our hero never smiles. That instantly triggers Matthew's darkest childhood memories, desperately begging his crying sister not to leave. Dropping his head, he admits forgetting how to smile ages ago. But the dying kid insists he really needs to. When Matthew asks why, the kid just starts blindly repeating the deeply tragic words the others told him. Blisters explode across his skin. He says smiling makes his hands shake. A monster claw forms, but he keeps talking. This reality is absolutely soul-crushing. Matthew vividly remembers the witch's tragic face as the boy whispers she used to appear and make everyone smile. You and I just witnessed pure heartbreak. Matthew grips his weapon silently. Raw mana violently surges as he whispers, this is going to hurt a little. Come along with me here. The boy gives a weak nod, but as Matthew swings his weapon, the kid begs for one last word. Fading away fast, the little guy just barely whispers out, Mom. Tears pool in his eyes. He misses her. Suddenly, we cut to a totally ruined building, absolutely packed with the fallen bodies of innocent kids. Matthew stands there in total silence. He just slowly lowers his head, staring down. A single tear hits the puddle. Matthew flashes back to a swing set, remembering why he totally hates kids. He remembers a boy tripping right in front of him. The kid cried out, and his mom instantly rushed over. Watching that, Matthew hated their absolute selfishness. They really thought just crying out loud would magically make their parents fix everything. He looks away. The kid grabs his parents' hands and walks off, smiling huge like the harsh world didn't even exist. Seeing that totally innocent smile, Matthew realizes these kids genuinely think happiness lasts forever. But now, looking at this bloody scene, he realizes this is exactly what he lost when his family died right in front of him. Then he notices a tiny teddy bear near his boots. Picking it up, he admits he only smiled so nobody would worry. Looking around, he mutters that the feeling died in combat, and even after coming back to life, it never returned. He drops the bear, whispering he couldn't cry when his family died. Cut to a combat squad. One guy traps a giant monster fly in a magic net, yelling game over. Behind him, the commander screams, their ally turned into a beast and needs putting down. Don't miss this. Another fighter raises his sword, unleashing a brutal barrage right through the net at his old teammate. Standing over the boy, Matthew coldly states that at least he can kill him and absolutely every other monster too. Next, a news broadcast announces the mosquito monster got totally crushed, all thanks to a werewolf girl's perfectly timed attack. Matthew watches the screen quietly as the anchor mentions she just scored the Brave Child Award from the city mayor. Right then, his little sister walks in. She looks completely surprised, suddenly realizing her big brother really hasn't smiled much lately. She hates seeing him so down. Then it clicks. Mom once said that if her brother looks sad, cheering him up is her job. So she charges right in. She hugs her totally startled brother, remembering to squeeze him super tight. She laughs and clings tight. Matthew gently pats her head, wondering why she is in such an amazing mood today. Finally, he cracks a real smile. She says she is just happy, leaning in with her hand up, whispering for him to get closer for a secret. Instead, she grabs his head and plants a huge kiss right on his cheek. Waving with a huge grin, she declares she loves him more than anything. Matthew touches his cheek, completely stunned. Still feeling that kiss, a real smile breaks out. He says he loves his sister most too. She gasps, asking if he actually means it. Okay, let's switch gears for a second, it gets hilarious. At the sports festival, Noah stares at a paper in pure shock as the partner event begins. He spins around, scanning the whole sea of kids, wondering where he will ever find his match. Nearby, he spots Claire and Catherine. He instantly grabs Claire's hand, telling her they absolutely need to sprint. She is super confused, while an annoyed Catherine screams at them to hurry up and win. They reach the staff member who asks for their note. Noah flashes the paper. It literally says, puppy. The staff guy smirks jokingly, asking if Claire is the dog. Blushing bright red, she grabs Noah's shirt, snapping that she is a proud fox, not some dog. But Noah just insists they absolutely need this win. That stops her cold. Blushing hard, she remembers her friend's advice they have to work together if she wants to secure that class president spot. So Claire squeezes her eyes shut and literally barks. The staff guy cracks up, calling her a very good puppy. Moments later, our main character and his foxy teammate totally tear across the field. His little sister brings a packed lunch, proudly declaring she made it all by herself. Noah warmly smiles, calling it totally delicious. Watching this, Catherine grumbles that he looks way too happy. Annoyed, she demands he treat others nicely too, especially after literally calling Claire a dog. He frowns, muttering that he never even wanted to do that. Remember, Catherine forced Claire into this. she fires right back that otherwise he would just be a complete slacker. Pointing at herself, she proudly boasts that as class president she desperately needs their class taking first place. But she goes completely pale when someone mentions the teacher's sandwich bribe for winning. Sweating hard, she spins around, raises a fist, and screams it does not matter. Nobody is slacking off during lunch, and she definitely is not letting anyone escape today. Nearby, a girl walks right up to Olivia, wiping her sweat and praising her hard work. Olivia calls her mom, saying she is totally fine. Blushing super hard, the girl smiles back. She admits being called mom feels a bit weird, but really nice. Noah just watches them quietly. As he eats, he remembers Olivia's dad marrying that girl recently. So what do you and I make of this wholesome shift? Simple family is absolutely everything. Stick with me, you and I are jumping right back into the madness. Everyone was completely floored that their playmate was the Alice Group chairman's second daughter. One kid literally walked right up to the legendary old man, grinning and casually chatting like they were total equals. Our main character thinks it is absolutely wild how completely fearless they are. Olivia tightens her fists, swearing she would finally get used to calling her that. Claire teases her for messing up the name again. Nova thinks Olivia is just too shy to say mom, but she just stares at the flags, totally calm. Later, they head outside. He just strolls along, letting out a massive yawn, claiming he desperately needs a post-lunch nap. Suddenly, he turns and spots Claire leaning against the wall, realizing this back garden is usually completely empty. Approaching her, he teasingly asks what the little puppy is up to. Annoyed, Claire points right at him, angrily snapping that she is definitely not a dog. Thanks to him, everyone uses it now. Nova just laughs, calling it a pretty cute nickname. Watch closely with me because things get heavy here. He peeks around the corner, asks what happened, and just absolutely freezes. Catherine practically screams at her mom, demanding to know why her friends even matter. Her mother tries calming her, insisting they just talk. Grabbing Catherine's shoulders, she calmly explains that she never once forbade her from hanging out with those specific kids. Honestly, getting closer to Olivia is just smart. Catherine violently shoves her hands off while her mom coldly adds that she should definitely avoid Claire entirely. Catherine snaps right back, screaming that this controlling behavior is exactly what ruins her friendships. Smirking, the woman actually calls Claire a half-breed. Hearing that vicious insult, Nova completely freezes. She keeps pushing, warning Catherine that society treats people like Claire like absolute garbage, and hanging around her will only drag her own reputation straight down. He turns around. Claire is just sitting there, quietly staring at her hands. With her head completely down, she weakly mutters, "She is fine." Her small hand trembles. She tragically admits she always knew someone exactly like her could never actually make real friends. Nova looks down, asking, "What about them?" Claire forces a tiny broken smile, thanking them both, and sadly apologizes for causing all this messy trouble. Standing up, she admits she only came to see Catherine, but since things are super awkward now, she really better just walk away. But suddenly our main character grabs her hand. He says it is totally okay. Just trust Catherine. Meanwhile, Catherine's mom keeps loudly ranting about how none of the other mothers want Claire around at all. Catherine drops her head, literally trembling with tears. Claire tears up too, insisting they really should just go. "We both saw this coming, right?" Catherine grips her shorts, looks straight up, and bravely screams that Claire is her true friend. Pure hope flashes in Claire's eyes. A little later, Catherine's mom just stands there in absolute total silence. She lets out a heavy sigh, hands on her hips, basically saying Catherine has to choose for herself. But she better not come crying later, when her mom is proven completely right. The two girls hug tight Catherine, promising zero regrets. Watching from afar, Nova smiles, seeing that everything worked out perfectly. Stepping back, hands behind his head, he casually says he and the puppy should dip before they get spotted. Claire sprints up, demanding to know if he is really keeping that stupid nickname. Then she pauses, locking eyes with him. Her eyes glow fiery red as she fiercely declares they are taking first place today, plus they desperately need to cheer their friend up. Nova just smiles and entirely agrees. Soon they start sinking balls straight into the goal. Everyone just stares as every single shot hits dead center. Catherine turns completely shocked as the loud announcer crowns the blue team as the big winners. Pointing at him, she jokes something is seriously broken. He is trying way too hard today, which is completely out of character. He turns totally pale, insisting he is always exactly like this. Next is the relay race, where Claire runs first and completely crushes it. Time for limbo. Nova clears the bar flawlessly, brushing it off as super easy, snagging another blue team victory. Then the brutal triathlon finally begins. Olivia violently cheers alongside her mom as the blue team wins yet again. Huge fireworks explode as the massive Autumn Sports Day champions are finally announced. Catherine is beaming, gripping the winner's flag and best class sign, while Class 33 is crowned champions. Glowing with pure pride, she faces her excited classmates. Hand on her heart, she confidently declares they can achieve absolutely anything together. Her classmates swarm her, smiling huge as she playfully demands they elect her the next class president. Nova and Claire reach out grinning huge, saying they are completely in on that. But suddenly somebody grabs her hand, another kid snags her legs. Catherine completely panics, asking what is going on as the kids start loudly counting. At 3, they toss her straight up. Smiling parents watch, and one happily suggests doing it all over again. So, the kids hoist Catherine up once more, tossing her super high on 3, but this time, a massive, genuine grin totally lights up her face. So what do you and I think of that ending? If you love this wild ride, drop a comment and subscribe. Catch you in the next one.